Hi there, my name is Phixfox and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. This is going to be a playthrough of the F-Heroes Edition created map. This will be Final Invasion. If you are unaware, the F-Heroes2 project has created a wonderful, absolutely stunning map editor, and many people are taking great advantage of it, and they are making some pretty fantastic maps. This map comes to us today, very highly recommended, and I'm excited to dive in and see exactly what we have here going for us. We got chat filling up nicely. Bearded Man, thank you for being here. Santa Paulus, Lycian as well, and many others soon to follow. Oh dear. There we go. Much better. Much better. All right. So, folks, Final Invasion. This is a 4-player XL map, again, coming to us from the F-Heroes2 Resurrection version of the game. Being 4 players XL, this immediately makes me think that there's going to be a lot of room to run. These maps are gigantic. These are so large, and if there's 6 players, the map tends to get a little smaller, a little more cramped, but if it's an XL map and there's only 4 players, hey, I think that means that there's going to be some adventure, and these are the kinds of adventures that I truly do love. These are the ones where I get to explore and weigh out my options and find fun things, and that seems pretty a-okay to me. Final Invasion does come to us as a victory condition where we must defeat the opposing side. Does that mean that we have an ally, or does that mean that it will be a 3-on-1. I cannot wait to find out. Lost condition, we cannot lose all of our towns and heroes. This is denoted as being an expert difficulty map, and it says that one final decisive battle will determine this region's future. 3 kingdoms stand united against you. Can you withstand the onslaught? Well, there you have it. Well, there you have it. Can we withstand the onslaught from these 3 enemies? Time will tell. It looks like we're gonna have oh boy, we're gonna have to deal with the red knights, the yellow sorceresses, and the orange warlocks. I like this. We have 1 representative from the good early game faction, 1 representative from the middle game good faction, and 1 representative from the late game good faction. That seems really nice to me. I really enjoy that. Something about this balance makes me enjoy this, and that means that we know that the enemies are going to be strong at all points in the games because we're always going to be up against somebody that's doing really nice things. We're going to put this on impossible difficulty. Us here as the green player, we have the choice between what we play: Knights, Barbarians, Sorceresses, Wizards, Warlocks, etc. I will tell you, we've played a lot of Knight games recently. I will tell you, we've played a lot of, Wizard and Warlocks recently. It seems only fitting to me that we play somebody that we haven't played before. And so for this playthrough, I'm going to actually pick who I play. It's not going to be the Knights. It might be the Barbarians. That just seems good. Evil against good. Sorceresses are out. Warlocks, it's been a minute since we played a good Warlock game, but we will wait on that. We'll decide. And then Wizards, that seems out. Necromancers, we've played those recently, folks. It's going to be between the Barbarians and the Warlocks. I'll tell you what, we're going to go to the dice roll. Dice roll is going to indicate to us a 1, 2, or a 3. That's going to be the Barbarians. A 4, 5, or a 6. That is going to be for the Warlocks. Let's see what the dice roll decides that we should play today. It's going to be a 5. Folks, it's going to be a Warlock game. Hallelujah. I got to tell you, Warlock's late game actually feels kind of good. And with that being said, let's have fun and let's dive in. A message from the previous hero defending these lands arrive. This is the final showdown for full control of this region. Be mindful of your surroundings and act quickly. The enemy has united. Also, this part of the region is barren. A lot of the resources were used to defend it. Therefore, the council have decided to send a hero to aid you. The hero has been gone for some days now. Find him, and maybe he will be of some use to you. Otherwise, just kill him off, and we will have many other minions at our stronghold. Good luck. This is from the creator of this map. Please provide feedback if this map is too hard or too easy. Everything that comes to mind can be used to help improve it. There's the email for our dear friend from the F-Heroes2 server, and I'm very happy if we can give them this feedback. I believe that this is version 4 of the map, so they have actually gone through at least 3 iterations of this map to get to a place that they were happy with it. One last thing, I wanted the player to only play the Barbarian, Necromancer, or Warlock castles against the good side, but in the editor you can't change that, so it's set to random for now. Excellent. I'm very glad that I didn't look ahead, and I'm glad that it kind of ended up that way. We would have played as a bad player one way or the other, so that's very interesting to know. So I'm happy with this. That does require that I change over our settings. Where are they? It's got to be in here, doesn't it? Interface. We're going to make sure that we set this to evil. Yeah, evil interface. And that sets the tone quite nicely, I do believe. Okay, Let's see, Bearded Man says the chat is stylized differently too. Phixfox streams have really been having a makeover lately. Yes, they have. I appreciate that. Yep, we've got, it should be easier to read on certain tile sets. Before, Zens pointed out that it was very difficult to read chat if we were in the snow terrain. Of course, this being yellow should be a little bit easier to read all the same. I appreciate Zens for inviting me to make a good change there. Bearded Man, thank you for noticing. Sante Paula says, I love the XL maps. They're much more strategic. I agree. And I'll tell you immediately, strategy-wise, I think, oh, we might have been better off as the barbarians. Look at this terrain. If we have a barbarian hero in our castle, we do not. But if we did, that would be an immediate advantage that we might be sad that we're missing out on. And then Lyshan says, how about choosing an evil faction to boost good versus evil vibe? This guy's a genius. I like it. I like it, folks. We start off with Agar the Warlock. This is going to be 10 of the Centaurs, 3 of the Gargoyles. It looks like we start off with just our Curse ability as we are to be expected. 0 attack, 0 defense, 3 spell power, and 2 knowledge. And here in the castle, we've already taken a quick look. We do have the Centaur Cave, nothing else to our name. And of course, on Impossible difficulty, we start off with no resources. I think, while we could take all of our forces and adventure, it doesn't hurt my feelings too bad knowing that we have another Warlock available soon. We could just have Agar not be our primary hero, but our starting scout. And then our main hero will take these troops here in the castle, and they will then go forth, sally forth, and do tons and tons of damage to the enemies. Immediately, I'm going to go to this treasure chest. After scouring the area, you fall upon a hidden treasure cache. You may take the gold, or distribute the gold to the peasants for experience. Do you wish to keep the gold? Yes, I do. Gold to me right now is more important than anything that our dear friends, the peasants, could expect. They would just waste it on food and bread and things like that. We need gold to make things like a crypt. By the way, we need 10 ore here, or if we get up to another 1,000 gold, we can pick up the nest. So it looks like there's going to be enough treasure here. We can definitely get the nest. And then 1 stash of ore here, 1 stash of ore there. I don't want to go off-roading into the desert. I really don't. I want to stick to these roads because the movement penalty is so very bad. It's double. It's double the movement penalty that you usually have. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up the 2 treasure chests. I'm going to hope I can pick up my second hero. I'm going to send them up the road in this direction. After Agar goes and collects these resources, we'll go down here. And we will hope that we have just enough gold and such to pick up both a hero and a crypt. And it looks like we've just barely missed out. Very sad. So yeah, the nest here, I'm gonna assume that with a Rathmont here, that he can take these troops, he can stick to the roads, he can do much damage via the road, and then this gold over here, I'm gonna hope that this is gonna be just enough to get me up to the nest. 1,500 gold there, no problems. Another 1,000 gold. Rogues Guard, an obelisk. There will be a ultimate artifact here on this map, and it's going to be Rathmont that picks up this observation tower. From the observation tower, we are able to see distant lands. Oh. Immediately, we see a jail and some dwarves guarding it. That is pretty darn interesting. What to believe about that? Opportunity for early troops here in the desert. A pack of nomads is not too tough to beat, and we can roll some nomads into more. That'd be very interesting. If we were the barbarians, this watchtower would be even more intriguing than it is. We have our sawmill not too far away. Again, for barbarians, goblins, there's a goblin hut and crystal. That's always good for those troops as well. Ah, look, a hill fort. Maybe we missed out on an opportunity not taking the barbarians, but the dice roll decides, not me. Oh, and a troll bridge. Not 1, but 2. My goodness. Kind of wish I'd started off as the barbarians now, but that's okay. Thematically, this is still going to work out just fine. Maybe there will be another town that is of the barbarian variety. And so we shall see where these things go. All right, we are out of movement points. We have 3,900 gold left with no ore. We are obligated to pick up our nest now. And folks, that's going to take us from the end of month 1, week 1, day 1 into day 2. Lyshan says, peasants better work hard early game so they can have treasures in the late game. I feel like that's the way that many people look at me in my level of serfdom that I experience. I'm not here to say that I am oppressed in any way, shape, or form. I truly don't believe that I am. However, it's worth noting that that's kind of the way that the working class is that we work very hard all the days of our lives. So maybe by the time that we are in our old age, we don't have to work in order to survive. We will see how it goes. Hopefully I can be like the mighty peasant and just work tirelessly without any complaint or care. A drink at the Oasis fills your troops with strength and lifts their spirits. You can travel a bit further today, +1 on the morale. Not to mention, it looks like that's an extra 800 movement points. That's pretty darn good. Should we head up in this direction? Should we try and take on a pack of battle dwarves? Remember that we only have the curse, but if we get some nomads, these 20 centaurs we have, that can do some damage. That can do some damage. Worth noting that we're going to be a little bit short on ore. Let me just make this purchase now. We're going to go straight for the well. And then that way I don't have to worry about other purchases at the time. I'm just going to head up. We're going to grab these nomads. We're going to roll this into this early jail. I think that dwarves is not that tough, and I think we can defeat them with minimal losses. This will give us a third hero early on, and even if it's a bad hero, it's still going to be worth our time. That's my feeling about it. So we will see how that goes. Skur says, wow, the map really looks really nice and is aesthetically pleasing. I completely agree. This looks like just a well done, adventurous, fun map. I mean, look at the differences between, cactus and these individual palm trees, the way that the dead trees kind of intertwine with the desert. Being able to mix these biomes in such a good looking way, I think that actually takes real skill. Call it real artistry. So I really appreciate the map designer for taking the time to make something beautiful for us to look at. A map can play wonderfully, but if it doesn't look appeasing, there is some major loss there, and that does make me pretty sad. I've discussed I don't want to go through the desert as much as possible. We're just going to go through the witch's hut, up the roads, and see where this will take us. Meanwhile, we talked about Rathmont. Before I make any purchases, let's go straight for the script. We are looking for 10 gems, folks. If we can get up to 10 gems, we'll be going for the laboratory, or rather the maze, labyrinth, and then the labyrinth will give us those minotaurs. That's our next purchase. Let's see if we can find some gems. A group of tattered tents billowing in the sandy wind beckons you. Do you wish to have any nomads join you during your travels? Yes, I do. 10 nomads. I think this is actually enough. I think that this is going to be a very costly fight, but especially with the curse, knowing that dwarves do between 2 to 4 damage, I think that this is worth my time. Oh my goodness, it's going to take us so many days out of our way. But I've already made this decision. Will we get there before the new week and the dwarves get even stronger? Yes, we shall. All right, we've got a plan. Let's stick to it. With 3,400 gold remaining, I don't know if it's going to be in my best interest to pick up a new hero. Again, I think... Well, that's pretty nice. That's very nice. I'm guessing that the map maker has decided that we will have pathfinding here. So that way we can make sure that even if we're not the barbarians, we still have a chance in this deserty, billowy nothingness of this hourglass of time. Pathfinding it is, and instantly Agar is a much better champion than he otherwise was. Rathmont wishes that he had gone just a little bit south to make the rest of his journeys much easier. Okay, but we're continuing on. Remember, again, we're looking for the gems. Swamp, if we can get some amount of sulfur or gems, we're going to be in a much better spot. It's probably a good idea to pick up the statue now before we do much else. Before we do much else, I think that that's the plan. So Agar, I think I'm going to have him continue just up this road to continue to do scouting. Look at the scouting from the Warlock faction actually doing a lot of work right now. And then he will go up to this northern route. It looks like you can go north or east. The Oasis will help. We'll do that in just a moment or two. But yes, folks, let's pick up the statue and then let's keep an eye out for enough gold to pick up the dungeon shortly after that. So on to a new day. Roman's in the chat. Hello, Roman. Nice to have you there. Welcome, welcome. Today I have family things to do, so I just came for 5 minutes to say hi. I'm so glad you did. Thank you so much. My day is better because you stopped in. I hope your day goes fantastic and you spend lovely times with the people that matter most to you. Thank you very much. Folks, we got Mercury, we've got a Magic Garden. These liches are very tough. Thankfully for the Warlock faction, with our flyers, we can actually do some good damage to them. I suggest that we try and take this very, very soon because this represents some amount of gems, and some amount of gems might be enough to take what we need, which is the gems required for those Minotaurs. It's a small thing, but it's kind of a big thing. Haunt, we get the Haunt spell there. I don't often use the Haunt spell, but when I do, I'm grateful for it. We will see. Maybe we will find a way to haunt the enemy's most important supply lines, and we will find a way through this rugged terrain. Folks, I'm going to try and save the gargoyles. I'm going to try and use these nomads. I'm going to try using just like this. Yeah, and just do these single stacks here. Again, not a fight that is guaranteed, but we should win. Oh. Have I been getting... Hold on. I think... Wait. No. Was I getting several in a pack confused? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right. If I'd seen several, I think I wouldn't have even considered this fight a problem. This is a classic case of Phixfox overthinking a problem. This is why knowledge is really important. For people that really are looking to get into Heroes for the first time, my recommendation is not to study the game and try and learn everything you can like it's a math test that you're studying for. My recommendation is instead that you do your best to just figure out what variety of troop these are, like level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 troops, and then figure out also the speed, and then most importantly figure out what is a few, what's a pack, what's lots, so on and so forth. Really, that's all I feel like people really need to do in order to do very well at this game, because then you can get a good understanding of about what the troop's strengths are, and you can make good enough decisions to go through these fights early and do very well. So that's my hope, that's my goal. If anybody's looking for my advice, which most people aren't, but if you are looking for my advice, that is in fact my advice. It looks like we are not going to lose a Nomad if we are a little bit careful here at this point. 11 hit points, 10 hit points, 20 hit points. I will put the Gargoyles into a little bit of harm's way here. They're going to take this retaliation, 13, 9, 7. Yeah, let's actually do it just like this. I don't think that I need to worry about the Centaurs taking any damage here. I think we're going to be just fine there. 6 HP, we can do 2 to 5. Let's attack there. 8 HP, let's kill this bigger stack here. Centaurs will retaliate, do full damage. 8, 20, 12, do the full damage, and we are going to lose 1 Centaur due to my... Oh, never mind. I thought we were going to lose a Centaur. 1 Nomad it is. And folks, we're going to take this campfire, 6 Sulphur. We're only 4 Sulphur away from getting our Swamp, and our Swamp, of course, gets us into our Hydras, so that looks pretty good on us. While I'm here, I am going to make the purchase. It's going to be the marketplace, just in case we need to trade. I don't know if we're going to have a lot of resources or not. In the desert, you tend to think that there's less resources available, but still, maybe that's going to be an important purchase later, and I've got some time to do that. But very soon, we're going to find out if this jail is worth it. I'm hoping for a really nice hero. Let's see about it. Sante Paula says, yes, it seems like you opened McDonald's in the desert. Good job. Yeah, you know, just, you know, everybody's... I'm gonna be serving out 1,000 slaps to the face here in this desert. You know, proudly serving 1 billion slaps to everybody that comes my way. An old knight appears at the steps of the gazebo. My liege, I will teach you all that I know to aid you in your travels. 1,000 experience. It's going to be the ballistics. I have so little stock in Eagle Eye. Although, if ever I'm to take Eagle Eye on a hero, it should be a Warlock, because the Warlocks are going to use, you know, flying creatures that maybe end the battle a little quicker. All the same though, ballistics is never going to be bad, especially if you're mixing troops and you have other like secondary hero types of troops, goblins for example. So we're going to go with this and hope that it turns out well for us. 2,000 gold from that treasure chest. We're about to pick up some goblins. This crystal mine guarded by the lots of nomads, that's far too much. Pack of champions, far too much. But in the western half of the map, we are picking up gold, we're picking up treasure, and now we pick up from this jail, a 3rd hero. In a dazzling display of daring, you break into the local jail and free the hero imprisoned there, who, in return, pledges loyalty to your cause. This is going to be Foolish Ivan. It's going to be a level 3 barbarian. I don't like this. Foolish... there's so much to unpack here. Foolish Ivan the Barbarian is level 3. That's good. He's got 4 attack, 1 defense, 2 spell power, 1 knowledge. That's good. He's got 3 types of troops with him, including 5 nomads, 10 of these orcs, and then 20 skeletons. That's okay. His morale is absolutely atrocious, in no great reason other than he's got this Fizbin and this Fortune, and these troops are all of terrible alignments. He also comes with a hideous mask, and most importantly, he comes with this tax lien. It behooves me to try and get this hero taken care of as soon as possible. But he does come with, oh my gosh, look at this. He comes with a spell book with Summon, Boat, and Holy Word. So we can't just dismiss him. You got to keep this guy. And look at this. He's got expert pathfinding, so he's going to be excellent in the desert. So you're going to want to keep him. But he's also got basic necromancy. My brain hurts. This hurts my head. There's so much good here and there's so much bad here that this is absolutely a mixed bag. Ultimately, of course, we are happy for this. This is better than we could have ever hoped for, but still, it looks like there is an Alchemist Tower. That will get rid of these cursed artifacts. It's a little bit of a cost in order to maintain this hero. So we'll deal with this. We will deal with this. Okay. I am going to move these nomads over because that just increases my nomad size. Orcs, do I want to make my morale that much worse? Notice if I do this, my morale is negative. I don't think I'm going to do that. Not for now. I'm going to keep Ivan with these creatures here and these artifacts. It's his job to go to this alchemist tower as soon as possible. Then again, he's going to go south first, collect the Hut of the Magi and these resources, and that way Rathmont, as my primary hero, can actually get out of this desert just a little bit faster. Very interesting. What an interesting kind of start to this scenario. Not what I expected, and not bad at all. This is big. Folks, we enter into a rickety hut and talk to the magician who lives there. He tells us of places near and far, which may aid us in our journeys. It looks like in the upper right, there's going to be some snow. In the upper left, there's going to be a town or a castle. In the very center of the map-ish, there's going to be water. Oh my gosh, to the bottom left of us, there's going to be some stuff. Bottom right, we see a red castle. There is green grass to the very far south and tons of wonderful troops guarding it. Let's do this one more time. Yes, Necromancer Castle of Sorpigal to our immediate north here. Maybe cut off by the river. That's going to be interesting. There's a sphinx. We love sphinxes. Those take good care of ourselves all the time, but there are a few green dragons. What to believe there, I do not quite know. In the very center of the map, or just about to the center, there is a gold mine. There is a Grey Wind castle for necromancy troops. Interesting. Will we be using lots and lots of necromancers? That is surprising and interesting. Look, there's a purple barrier, so the map maker likes to use the purple tents and purple barrier system. That's kind of exciting. In the upper right corner, we see another jail. We do see a boat. We see a lighthouse. So navigation might not be a terrible skill to take on this map, but look, giants, titans, these are probably going to get really, really big before we can get to this area. That is a little bit concerning. In the bottom right, it looks like there's two red players, Zam and Phineas. It looks like they are right near a jail, and this is the red castle of Cathcart. Do the enemies start off with major bonuses and advantages, or do they have to, through the sweat of their own brow, tend to roll through this map and pick up their own advantages? Time will tell. In the bottom left, it looks like there's going to be more desert. And look, Lankershire, the barbarian castle of Lankershire is neutral. We're going to have to take a look at that. Crystal, gems, but major forces guarding this little treasure cache to the south. It is in the desert. Will we be able to get there soon? I do not know. Time will tell. And then in the very 6 o'clock position at the very bottom of the map here, we do have phoenixes guarding another lighthouse, a gold mine. Yes, yes. If you can go through phoenixes, you're going to get lots of prizes here. We may be doing some seafaring here, that's for certain. And look, another jail. Yet another jail. I like this though. Look, we talked about already how this map is pretty beautiful and varied and interesting to look at. Look at the detail on this map. Between the mountains, between the forest, the autumnal trees mixed with the deciduous forests, I think that this is beautiful, this is interesting, and this Hut of the Magi does nothing but spark the imagination. I love this. Okay, folks, this is a big map. We got a lot to do. Let's get down to work. Let's see. It's close enough to the new week that I'm going to go for the waterfall here. Dungeon is still a little bit ways off. Yeah, day 6. It may be a day 7 purchase of the dungeon, but very interesting. Very interesting things we're going through and are about. And we are now here to day 7. Here we are. Ah, look at this. One thing I missed here in the bottom right, in this green area that we were discussing a moment ago with phoenixes and golems, there's the yellow player. It looks like they are going to be the sorceresses in the bottom right position, and they do have a town of Burlock, which is a sorceress variety. Very interesting there. So we get some more information as soon as we pick this up. Okay, Rathmont's going back home because it's going to be his job, I do believe, to go pick up these forces, grab the pathfinding, and then figure out gems and other important things. Sulphur, yep, we're going to need to go south. I'm happy that we went out of our way to pick up Ivan, but still, all the same, a little bit of an issue that we are having to deal with those negative artifacts. Okay. Bearded Man says, starting as the Barbarian faction would have definitely been preferable for the early game, but the Warlocks will probably prove themselves in the late game. I think that that's a really wise way of looking at it, because you say there's pluses and minuses to every faction, but when it comes right down to it, the Warlocks' late game prowess is invaluable. So given that we haven't seen any other Warlock or Wizard castles that might be easy for us to take, I have to agree with you. I think that that's just a good way of looking at it. So yep, we're on the same page there. I completely agree. Folks, I have a choice. I can go for the dungeon. I can trade for the 1 ore necessary to get into the dungeon for 500 extra gold per day. Or I can use my 5 ore and I can just get a Mage Guild basically for free today. Maybe I get a really nice spell for Rathmont. Maybe it's a Magic Arrow, maybe it's a Slow, maybe it's a Haste. These upcoming forces, I mean, we're talking about Crusaders here. We're talking about Vampire Lords. These are not easy forces to deal with. Maybe the Mage Guild is going to be best for me? Then again, 500 gold is so good. It's so good. Picking up the gold right now might mean that we don't get the maze or the swamp soon. And because that's a possibility, I feel like I need to get the Mage Guild here. This feels odd. This feels off to me. Generally, early dungeons, that's good. There's still a possibility that we will find enough ore later, but I'm going to go for the Mage Guild right now. I'm going to roll the dice a little bit. I'm going to hope that we get some nice spells that are going to help us take out Crusaders and Vampire Lords. A Slow, that's actually a good spell. Actually a good spell. So not my favorite Mage Guild ever, but against a few Crusaders, I think that just might do it. So let's see how this goes, and let's hope that this is the right decision that we just made. Skur says, the desert with separated oases. Yes, because there's one on the left side and one on the right side. Here it is a new week. Elf growth is up by 5, but there is one oasis here, and then there's one over here. And so if you can fights and then pick up the oases, you can get an awful lot of movement points from here to there. So there's much to be done, but the oases do make it a little bit easier, if I do say so myself. Again, Rathmont does need to pick up this pathfinding in just a moment or two. It is going to be Ivan that continues on his way to the Alchemist Tower, and he's probably not going to stick on this road. I think I'm going to have enough gold actually to pick up a new hero. In fact, I feel like I probably should have picked up a new hero already. I think I should have picked up a new hero already. Especially since there was a barbarian here before. Now there's simply another warlock. Tell you what, 9,500 gold. There's no way I'm going to spend that on these troops right now. Let's make this purchase here. Let's leave everybody but the one gargoyle. Let's have Falagar, who is now under our employ, pick up this pathfinding, and rather than go to the northern area, he shall go south, and maybe it's going to be his job to pick up this ore so that we can get the dungeon sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Agar, as he heads north up the road, he's going to go off-roading just a tiny bit for gold, wood, treasure, and a windmill. Purchases today, I don't think I really have any. There's not much I can do at the moment. There's no upgrades, there's no new dwellings. This feels kind of rough. Will we get up to our 4th level creatures or our 5th level creatures by the end of this week? There's no guarantee, and that feels a little bit bad. Feels a little bit bad. Barbarian in the town? Yeah, Skur, I missed that. I should have taken the Barbarian in the town. I'm embarrassed because I should have, Skur. And I saw it and I recognized it and then I didn't do it, and that was to my detriment. We picked up 7 wood and we picked up 2 sulfur from that windmill. That was a pretty big pickup. Another 2,000 gold there. Agar's doing himself really proud. Very happy for it. And then Rathmont continues to go home. I'd love to pick up this sawmill as quickly as possible. Lots of rogues. Tell you what, I think that Ivan can get these artifacts off of him. 750 gold to remove these artifacts. As you enter the Alchemist Tower, a hobbled graying man in a brown cloak makes his way towards you. He checks your pack and sees that you have 3 cursed items. For 750 gold, the alchemist will remove them for you. Do you pay? Yes, I do. After you consent to pay the requested amount of gold, the alchemist grabs all cursed artifacts and throws them into his magical cauldron. So, a small price to pay knowing that my hero is now the best he can possibly be. But because I want this sawmill so much, rather than go into this unexplored area, I think I'm going to go south, pick up the orcs from this watchtower, and I think I can defeat lots of rogues. I think these forces are just barely enough to do so. So we're going to continue on our way there. There's a hole here, folks. And as I said, Mushanki Pet's map, the Great Return, and then Eruption. The holes don't just appear out of nowhere. I simply must stand right here. Ah, rats. Nothing happened, but it was still a worthwhile detour. I hope you'll forgive me for my little detours into the corners of the maps, and also whenever I see a hole, you know that it's bait for Phixfox. Phixfox simply must step on them. Lycian says, nice hut. Yep, we got this nice hut here for the goblins. We got this hut here that can also be used to get in the way of Crusaders a little bit. The only thing I don't like about having these 36 goblins here is that I'm now 4 speed instead of the 6 speed, so there is some tactical advantage maybe to not stepping on that goblin hut as we already did, but I'm not going to regret it too much. We are still making headway up this road. I would like to take out these Medusa so that way we can get these ruins and get some Medusa ourselves. I don't think Agar is going to be the hero to do that though, so we're just going to continue on our way, get all of our troops that we possibly can here. Just going to hit M for all. Bring them into the forces. And I will grab the pathfinding on my primary hero, Rathmont, before heading south into these Crusaders. Will we win? Will we be destroyed? Time will tell. Let's see, LeVar John 4. What's up, man? What's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you there. It's a pleasure having you here. Welcome, welcome. We're having a really good time playing some Heroes of Might and Magic 2. For anybody who's joining us a little bit late here, trust me, whether you're here on YouTube or here on Twitch, or whether we'll catch you on YouTube later, it's a pleasure to have you here. But we are playing Final Invasion, an expert difficulty map. Impossible difficulty is what we play on. And we are here as the green warlocks against red knights, yellow sorceresses, and orange wizards. We must defeat all of our enemies. They are all allied against us, red, yellow, and orange. We cannot lose all of our heroes and towns. And in the meantime, we've picked up Foolish Ivan. He just recently got his artifacts off of him as a great hero. He is going to have this pathfinding. I've been telling myself that Rathmont is my main hero. Maybe you shouldn't be. The necromancy notwithstanding, as kind of a bad secondary skill for your main hero, a might-based hero leading a flock of dragons. Tell you what, it's going to be Rathmont and Foolish Ivan. These are going to be our two primary heroes. And when we switch to dragons, when we finally get two dragons, I think it's going to actually be Ivan that tends to be our main fighting force. We're going to have to wait and see how well I'm reading the tea leaves here, but I got a feeling that that's going to be the best decision for us in the long run, because dragons, they're a good troop, and if you can give them attack skill and defense skill, you're having a really good time. Folks, we have picked up enough ore recently to pick up this dungeon. We shall do so. 5 wood, 10 ore, and then just a little bit of gold. It will pay for itself very quickly, and that will take us on to month 1, week 2, day 4. Sante Paula says, by the way, I watched the whole Time versus Gravity stream, all 7 hours of it, yesterday, and your commentary makes watching many hours of the game totally enjoyable. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. I think that the game is very enjoyable, and I don't think that every game that we can play ends up being nearly so easy to discuss and shoutcast and describe as we're playing what's going on. So I really appreciate that Heroes 2 lends itself very, very well to that, being turn-based in the strategy genre. Yeah, I think it really does an awful lot there for us, and so I really appreciate that. By the way, we just picked up, it looks like 12 orcs here for Foolish Ivan. I think that will be enough to defeat the rogues. And did you notice that when we went through this campfire, we actually picked up 6 gems? So folks, we are currently 2 sulfur away and 4 gems away from getting ourselves into Hydras and Minotaurs. So if we can find just a few more resources, not even a lot, just a few more resources, we really might be in a great spot. Let's hope for the best. I see this Earth Summoning Altar. That's pretty interesting. Earth Elementals can take out this whole area. They can go through wolves. They can maybe even go through several royal mummies to get ourselves a boat. Probably not a pack of orcs though. So we're gonna have to keep an eye out on that. Oh no, another hole. Ore, wood, treasure. I like these little clumps. Have you noticed this is the 3rd or 4th clump of wood, ore, and treasure? I think that that's a cool design from the map maker. I really enjoy that. Note that there's probably a similar patch here with crystal and gold, and who knows what that is, but it's going to take another hero in order to really help me understand that. Okay, Ivan's got to fight this fight, folks, and I'm going to just do it like this, splitting up my skeletons. I like to put my big stack of skeletons not in this very first position, so that way maybe one skeleton can eat a retaliation from a huge stack, and then I can maybe keep this bigger stack alive. I also don't want them at the very end, because then there might be some opportunities missed. Sometimes I'll keep them here and do it like this. It depends. There's value in how you arrange your troops at the front end. For now, I'm going to do it just like this, because I think that for the most part, our orcs are going to shoot down these rogues from afar. Yeah, 3 stacks. Let's see how this battle goes. Lyshan says, sometimes when I visit witches' huts in Heroes games, I'm reminded of a song about an unfortunate man accepting a gift by a witch. Unicorn, Tai Shook, and this pathfinding was the blessing. So the name of the song is Unicorn, and that is the artist there. But the pathfinding in this case was a blessing. It was not a curse. I completely agree. Not a curse this time. We will see in the future if we are cursed or not. It looks like we are going to have some issues with keeping this big stack of skeletons alive. As you can see here, there's going to be a little bit of room for the rogues to kind of get on through here. And because we can't fully cover up the orcs, I'm just going to move these skeletons up as much as I can. Orcs have a choice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, it looks like we're fine either way. We're just going to kill this biggest stack here. One stack of skeletons goes down, another stack of skeletons goes down. Very, very sad. Sad for it. But this is easy for me. 17 skeletons should kill this whole stack here. And yet again, stack goes down there. 2 skeletons goes down. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Wonderful. And that will net us a sawmill. 2 wood per day. Could not ask for more. Okay. Now where Ivan goes from here, time will tell. It's day 4. It'll take him basically to the beginning of the new week in order to pick up these stables. Maybe he just ought to head there. He ought to head there. There we go. Okay. English is hard. Have you noticed? Sometimes I need to loosen my tongue. I need to do some tongue twisters, right? So that way I can make sure that I'm dictating as clearly and enunciating as clearly as possible. I find that that's very useful. So if you would like to do brain teasers and tongue twisters with me, let me know, and we will do that in the pregame in the future. Okay. Sandro the Peasant Killer is in the chat. Hello, Sandro the Peasant Killer. Nice to see you there. Hello, chat. Hello, Mr. Phixfox. And hello to you. Welcome here. We're having a real fun time playing this map generated with the FHeroes2 map editor. And Lyshan says the barbarian hero with necromancy. Yep. These skeletons, hey, he's getting some value out of them, that's for sure. So we'll take it. We'll take it. Day 5, it'll actually be a little bit too long to get to the stables, by the way. And then Bearded Man says, nothing is preventing you from giving the bad artifacts to a secondary hero and making them commit suicide. It's true, but it is 2,500 gold for a hero. Right now, I'm just going to enjoy the benefit of having multiple heroes. 750 gold. Essentially, I'm thinking to myself, is a hero worth 750 gold? And I think that the answer is yes. So it's not a wrong idea. And there's been times definitely where I've done that. Today, I don't think is going to be that day, but these things do happen. South Mill, I do not know what this is. It's day 5. I don't have troops to even fight that fight, but I do want to make sure that the swamp and the maze are not missed out. Gold is not going to be a problem. Tell you what, let's get the Thieves Guild today. That's going to help us make some good decisions about this town. South Mill has got up to royal mummies. No vampires, no liches. Valagar, again, is still not the person to defeat those forces, but maybe I can get an early South Mill castle. What forces do you have? View Mind, Slow, Cure, Curse. It's day 5. We're going to do it. We're going to see if we can get lots of these Earth Elementals and if we can use that to take South Mill. If we are wrong, I'll feel bad. It'll be a mistake, but I think it's going to be worth a shot anyway. Let's give that a shot. And then Lyshan with the negative 2,500 gold. Hire a hero, transfer the artifact, then dismiss. Yeah, 750 gold here, though. It worked out. And then Sandra the Peasant Killer, how are you doing? It's good to see you again. Yeah, I'm doing very good. Doing very good. I got family in town and around, and I'm enjoying time with them. I'm enjoying time with my kiddos. Yeah, lots of good stuff happening right now. I got no complaints. Life is treating me well. And if it wasn't, you wouldn't see me here on stream today. But I really enjoy these streams because it is a good end to my week, and therefore my day goes better because I get to spend it with you all. So, folks, this is going to be a glorious victory. Let's fight this fight. And then, oh, Lyshan, no problem. Yeah, we did get the Alchemist Tower. Same with Bearded Man. Yeah, we got there. No worries. And Steeson's in the chat. Hello, Steeson. Beautiful map. Yes, I agree. A very, very beautiful map. And we're having a good, fun time with it. And then Phixfox Wife. Hello, Phixfox Wife. Nice to see you there. Glad you get your room. I did. I got here a little bit late to the library today, folks. And my fear is that if I get here too late, that I will have to share the room. And it's first come, first serve. It doesn't hurt my feelings if I do have to share this room. I just really appreciate being able to stream when I want to. And yeah, I want to. That's what I want. I want to spend the time with you all. So here we are. As you can see, we did slow this first Crusader. I think that that's going to be pretty darn useful. Griffins are going to step up and finish off this Crusader here. We're going to do full damage to this stack of Crusaders. It looks like, yes, we are going to get to go first. So let me kill one. This Crusader is going to take 2 steps. One more slow right here, and we should be able to envelop our enemies. Oh, but what's this? My one single nomad is stuck. That was a little bit of a mistake. A little bit sad there. 1, 2, 3. I think that at this point we just back off with all of our forces. These Crusaders are not going to be able to reach us. And then that means that the Centaur should be able to shoot these enemies down with 3 spell power. This slow is going to last just a little bit longer. Let's go back to this area here. Okay, 34 HP, 65. I will, let's see. I've got enough flyers. I'm gonna sacrifice the one nomad here. so that way we can get out of this fight just a little bit quicker. Oops. It'll work. 34 HP, should be able to kill here. We do. And 10 Griffins, do they finish off the Crusader? We do. 2 Nomads, 1 Gargoyle goes down, 260 experience, and we pick up our Sulphur. Folks, we did it. First thing in the morning, we shall pick up the swamp, and we shall be happy for it. Not to mention, speaking of things to pick up, after freeing a princess of a neighboring kingdom from the evil clutches of despicable slavers, she awards you with the Medal of Honor. That's going to be +1 to our morale. Really good when it ends up looking like we might use nomads and maybe these other neutral creatures in order to win. That feels okay to me. Very happy for it. Folks, it happened. Ransacking an enemy camp, you discover a hidden cache of treasures. That's going to be the 6 gems necessary to also get our Minotaurs in the maze. Folks, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. We're still a long way off from picking up the sulfur necessary to get the green tower, but the advantage for this week 2 bit of dwellings that are going to get us lots of quality troops, that first hurdle has been cleared. Not always do you clear that hurdle. Sometimes you are in a really bad position because you just can't find the resources to get all of your dwellings and get all of your creatures. But if we can get up to the Hydras, we can take just about any force, I believe. Not to mention, have you noticed we've really rounded out our town in a really nice way with the statue and the dungeon and even a level 1 mage guild. I'm happy with where we're at. I think that this map is going pretty well so far. Steeson says, wish I'd had time for playing Horse Game 2. Quite a big map, this one. How long will it take to beat a typical XL for you, Fixmeister? Sir, I don't know. Let's see. The sprightly map, the large map that was very well done by Tundar, that took 7 hours. How long does an XL map take? I don't know, time will tell. But every map is created differently. Terrain does matter because that impacts the number of movement points, and also the time spent on battles does matter. Did you notice in the sprightly map, it actually took me, there was probably, there was one battle that I had to fight twice, and it actually took me about 30 minutes just to fight that one battle. And it was the final fight, really, the fight against an enemy that had 30 attack and 30 defense, not to mention a whole ton of Resurrect Trues. Yeah, that took about 30 minutes. And so if we have some tough fights, it could take a meaningful amount of time. So we'll see. We'll see what we have here. Blue barrier, blue tent, Cyclops, red barrier, artifact scroll, spell scroll here, and genies. Several Cyclops guard the pass. This is very interesting, and I don't quite know what to make of it. We're going to head back up the road. Agar is not the hero to do all of this, but he is going to go in this direction. He might run into Foolish Ivan just a tiny bit, but I think that Foolish Ivan's happy to go out of his way for the +1 spell power, all the same. You have found a group of druids worshipping at one of their strange stone edifices. Silently, they teach you new ways to cast spells. I've never really keyed in on this word before, but they silently teach you new spells. Does that mean that they don't use words to teach you, or do they just teach you in whispered voices? Because it looks very different. If they just don't use words at all to teach you, then they're just like, here, do it. And that's kind of impressive, and very impressive for the learner. For those auditory learners, that's kind of a tough ask to just learn to watch somebody cast magic and then do it yourself. I don't know. After scouring the area, we fall upon this hidden chest containing the ancient artifact, the golden bow. Folks, we've essentially picked up, for all intents and purposes, the ability to have archery as a skill in the event that we have to attack a castle. I am happy for the golden bow. It's a good artifact. We will take it. This tree of knowledge, I feel like Rathmont's never going to come back here. Let's just take a quick peek and see what this is. For 2,000 gold, we can pick up a new level. He's only level 1. It's not worth the 2,000 gold. It's just not. I'm so sad. It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. He may come back later and he may not. We will see. And I have a decision to make here. Pack of Vampire Lords. I know we can defeat them, but should I? For this treasure cache, knowing that another hero can come back later with dragons, I think that we need to wait here. I think that we're going to need to wait here for these druids. I think we have bigger fish to fry. The one thing I don't see yet that I really want to see a sulfur mine. I do not see a sulfur mine. If I saw that, I would immediately rush towards it. But all the same, I do see some opportunities that are kind of nifty. For example, I see again these liches. It looks like they're guarding some Mercury. It looks like they're guarding some treasure and this magic garden. We have flyers. I think that Rathmont ought to go back to the castle, resupply, and then send those troops to the north. Okay. Lycian says, I tend to skip building extra tier 1 creature stuff in town, along with the moat, right and left turrets. Gold is generally pretty tight. Starting in the mid game, most of my games. What's your opinion, Real Phixfox? I do it if I can. I think that you only really see me do left turret, right turret, and moat if I anticipate that an enemy is going to come in my direction, and I just hope that I have 3 days worth of building time before they surprise me. Not always do I have that time, and sometimes I'm short one of those different turrets or something, but in general, yeah. Maybe bigger question is the tavern, right? Do you pick up the tavern? It's mostly only there for defending. It doesn't really do much else, you know? Thieves Guild, that has its value on the adventure map, but there are some buildings that only matter if you're going to be under attack. And so I kind of tend to look at these and say, case by case basis. Even the special buildings for each faction, the dungeon, it's a pickup every single time. You always need to get the dungeon, but not always do you need to get the rainbow for the sorceresses, for example, because resources can be kind of hard to find. Folks, we just picked up, it looks like our swamp, that's good, and we shall pick up our maze, that's double good. 9,600 gold remaining, and it looks like Rathmon's going to get here to this main castle of ours. He's going to stay the night because it is in fact day 7, and we will set off with extra troops on the morrow, soonish. He'll set off whenever he feels like it. I cannot tell this person what to do. You'd think I could, but these heroes, they've got a mind of their own. They just sort of wander about and do odd things. I can't quite help it. Okay, we're going to head and get these stables here on day 1 with Ivan, so that way he can have the max speed. I'm going to ignore some of these opportunities here. They're very good, but I don't have the troops to take them out safely, and the bonuses that they provide are merely okay. So we're going to ignore that for now. We are going to pick up this Earth Summoning Altar, though, with Valagar, though. Again, we are hoping that we can take out the troops in this necromancy town to the south. As you approach the bubbling pit of mud, creatures begin to climb out and position themselves around it. In unison, they say, Mother Earth would like to offer you a few of her troops. Do you want to recruit Earth Elementals? Yes, indeed, that is as low as my voice can go. You've heard it here, folks. It does not go much lower. It's very sad. I've got a kind of a high timbre, a little bit of a higher pitch to my voice. And that's okay. I'm working with what I got. It's what I got. It's what you're going to get. 5 gems here from this little pile of gems. We're going to pick up another 1,500 gold from the treasure chest. And it looks like more crystal and more gold. I feel good about this. This does not feel bad. But it'll feel much better again when we find a sulfur mine. And that's going to take us from month 1, week 2, day 7 on to month 1, week 3, day 1. Astrologers proclaim this to be the week of the dog. All dwellings increase in population. Oh, speaking of dog. All right, I said I was going to do it, and I'm going to do it right now. Before I do anything else, folks, give me just half a second. This is very important. We're stopping stream. Something wonderful, something marvelous has happened recently, and I'm very happy for it. There was a meme on the Phixfox Discord that absolutely knocked my socks off, and I simply must share it with you here today. If you are aware, maybe you've been following, there is the beautiful, wonderful new addition to FHeroes2 with the new patch updates. There has been the barrel, and there's been the cat. The black cat. Go check out and see it for yourself what the black cat will do. But it was given to me as call it a meme. One of the beautiful things about the black cat, you can only get it one time. It's an interactable action object. It will give you morale. It will take away some of your luck. And you can't pick it up twice until you fight a battle. And that just makes me very, very happy, because then the meme came out as such. Okay. Brothers, if we survive, I promise that I will pet the cat again. This coming from La Rosa. Excellent stuff here on the Phixfox Discord. It makes me very, very happy to see these memes go very, very well. If you don't understand the meme, again, go and check out the new edition with FHeroes patch 1.1.9, which we are currently playing on here, because you will see the black cat, you will see what it does, and you will realize that this makes a ton of sense. Thank you, La Rosa, for making me laugh. This absolutely made my day, and I really appreciate the opportunity that I have to get to share this with everybody else. Okay, folks, back to the game. It's a new week. Let's pick up this windmill. +2 ore, not too bad. And we're going to continue up this road with Agar and have a real good time with that. Meanwhile, we're picking up all these troops. Hold on. We can upgrade the maze. Oof, hold on. We can upgrade the maze. There's a level 2 mage guild here. We should really leave here with the mage guild, shouldn't we? Let's get the level 2 mage guild right now. It's going to give us lightning bolt and cold ray. Tell you what, we're gonna leave. Oh gosh, what to do? I really want to just go get these liches, but I also want to bring these troops. How about this? How about let's go defeat these lots of rogues, get this obelisk, and we'll come back here and we'll leave with Minotaur Kings next day. That means essentially to me that we're going to, sure, whatever. We're going to leave the Hydras because they're so darn slow. And then we're going to leave with upgraded troops. We're not going to have to upgrade the Minotaurs later. It's going to feel pretty good. Folks, looks like there's going to be many, many, many obelisks on this map to find the ultimate artifact. This obelisk gave us one puzzle piece. It's not too good. It's not that many. Feels kind of rough. Meanwhile, Ivan approaches the stables and the head groom appears leading a fine-looking warhorse. The steed will help speed you in your travels. Alas, his endurance will wane with a lot of heavy riding, and you must return for a fresh mount in a week. We also have many fine warhorses which could benefit mounted soldiers, but you have none that we can help. Still, we will be happy that Ivan can be much faster. Okay. And then Lycian also went on to say, after recruiting dragons, which do you prefer though? High spell power heroes with good damaging spells like Chain Lightning, Armageddon, Elemental Storm, or high attack and defense skill heroes? Let's remind ourselves that we don't have any Warlock hero to counter the damaging spells. Lycian, I feel that might-based troops in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 are better in the late game. I think that the might scaling is that superior to other iterations of Heroes of Might and Magic. I think it's the very best you can do. I think that if I am the Warlocks, you want to have a Barbarian leading your forces. Even if they're going to miss out on some spells, even if Ivan never gets to the basic wisdom, that's okay. Because if he can have high attack and high defense, who then can deal with a dragon? You can't berserk them, you can't do anything to them. And in fact, the worst thing that can happen is that you have dragons next to phoenixes and then the enemy berserks your phoenixes. That's maybe the worst thing that can happen to you. But the attack skill and the defense skill, they're going to have to reckon with that at some point. It's the same reason why I tend to rank Hydras much higher than other people do. I think that the 75 hit points and the damage from the Hydras is so great and so immense that even though people say they're slow, their speed is terrible and they're so slow and they harm you in these other ways, I still think that I prefer to rank Hydras much higher than other people do, because again, you're eventually going to have to reckon with the hit points and the damage and the attack skill. And the only way you can really buff or benefit your dragons is through attack and defense skill. That's it. That's the way you can do it. And so therefore, I think that a might-based hero is kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. So I'm for it. These are my thoughts anyway. Let me know your thoughts. I think that there's a smart community here. I think there's a great many wonderful, great Heroes of Might and Magic players here. I'm very interested to see what all of you think about this. Okay, Ivan's heading north. I'm going to let him continue to head north. I'm going to actually take AR south. No, because Rathmon's going to head that way in a little bit. I'm going to head up in this direction. I will maybe run into Ivan. Maybe this was a mistake. I see this, and because the roads have combined, I'm actually going to peel off very, very quickly. Yeah, well, we'll see what our other heroes do and what shenanigans they get themselves into. Vammy, hello Vammy, hello Vammy, nice to see you there. Hello Fix, and hello to the chat. New chat looks nice, thank you. Yep, this was the improvement as suggested by Zents, and I think that it's a wonderful pickup, so I'm glad that you approve. Thank you very, very much. Yep. If there's ever any improvements that anyone feels that I can make, either for these streams or in the way that we play heroes or anything at all, I'm very much open to it. I really prefer to have an open sort of mindset, and I don't pretend like I know everything. I would really appreciate all the help I can to make these streams as good as we possibly can make them. Folks, we're going to end up trading 40 wood for 2 gems. At this point, it feels bad. We're going to do it. We've got a sawmill. We're eventually going to recoup the wood, and there's not a lot of other buildings here that require wood other than the tavern. Everything else is ore and gold. So for that, it's time to just trade the wood out, pick up these troops, and it's going to be 8 Minotaur Kings that ride with us. Centaurs, gargoyles, griffins, and the hydras shall stay at home. Okay, but off we go. These liches, they must have just felt the wind shift a tiny bit. I hope that they did. I hope that they realized that Doom is coming for them, because oh boy, Doom is actually coming to them. OpenNot's in the chat. Hello Phixfox. Hello chat. Hello OpenNot. Nice to see you there. Welcome, welcome. We're having a really fun time. Let me show everybody in case you're waiting here. Final Invasion. We are green and we are against the allied red, yellow, and orange players. The good players against the evil players. I've said before that I don't like to play as the evil player. It just doesn't make me happy, right? It just kind of hurts my heart a tiny bit. But today I will embrace my evil nature, and I will absolutely win this scenario at all costs. So, for the good of the evil empire, we shall go forth. And part of that includes using these forces to go pick up this oasis. I don't know when I'm actually going to use this hill fort. These ogres simply represent experience to me. I will wait for now. Yeah, I'll wait. We'll go through the oasis, grab all this, and then carry on in that direction. Vamia said, what is the situation on the headbands? Did people respond? Did you do a reroll? I have not done the reroll yet, but I will tell you that I've now got 2 people who have accepted the headbands. That makes me very, very happy. And so we will need to reroll the 3rd person. We will do that probably when we come out of the break. We're going to go, I anticipate that this scenario is going to take several hours. And so we are going to do that break, and then we will re-roll at or around that time for the 3rd person. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you for the reminder. And yes, 2 people have in fact claimed their Phixfox headbands, which I'm very, very grateful for. So thank you for the follow-up. Lycian says, by the way, having a barbed town on this map could provide early wood or bottlenecks. Yes, absolutely it could. As you can see, we are not really focusing on getting, let's see, we haven't really focused on getting this ore mine, and we haven't really focused on getting this ore mine up here because I just don't need it. I've got pretty much everything I need. I need sulfur more than anything. That's my limiting factor. And once I find my sulfur, then I'm probably going to pick up the ore mine, so that way I can make sure that when it comes to getting dragons in this green tower, I will have enough resources. A barbarian castle, that could actually get in the way. That could make me stumble and trip a bit, and that would feel pretty bad. So yeah, Warlock Town and early buildings require gems and sulfur rather than the wood and ore. And in that way, it actually makes a lot of sense to try and build up 2 separate towns. If you're going to try and build up 2 separate towns, it might not be a bad idea to try and build up for yourself a Warlock and a barbarian town, because you don't directly compete in some of the ways you otherwise might have. I've decided that 7 Earth Elementals, by the way, is not enough to fight this fight. I'm a little bit scared of South Mill. I'm going to remain a little bit scared of South Mill. It's going to take a little bit more than 7 Earth Elementals to fight that fight. No more purchases to make. This castle is completely good to go. We are on to a new day. And then Tundar. Hello, Tundar. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure to see you. Tundar says, red flag in first free practice in Montreal, Leclerc in the wall at turn 4. So time to watch your favorite streamer of the year. Thank you. Perfect. Awesome. I'm not sure what the reference is. Let's see. Red flag. Is this football that we're discussing? Red flag. I hear red flag and I immediately believe that that is football, because those players on the pitch, they tend to get a little bit rowdy out there, which is good. I appreciate the rowdiness of the wonderful players who play the great game of football. Okay, pack of liches. Folks, this is what we're here for. It says we're going to lose a lot of these forces. We do have a slow, so recall that that's going to be useful for us. We do have a lightning bolt, we do have a cold ray, but not many spell points here. Is the slow going to be better than just the straight up damage from the lightning bolt? 75 points of damage, that can kill 2 liches, or it can kill, well, it can kill 3 liches, or it can kill 2 power liches. I'm just going to remove 1 full stack from the game. That seems pretty good to me. We'll start taking damage from the power liches. We will hope for the good morale. We do have great morale. What if I go right here? I was hoping I could get the great morale. That would have actually been pretty delicious, pretty wonderful. In the way that this looks, I'm going to try and defeat liches here. I do want to avoid damage onto the centaurs where possible. Unless I get good morale here, though, we're going to take at least 1 shot, and we sure do. 1 gargoyle goes down. A 2nd gargoyle does, in fact, go down. The centaurs are going to help here at the bottom. This stack of 1 to 2. There's the good morale. They do take out 1 full stack. And then it's going to be the griffins starting to work on these power liches. Yeah. And the griffins stay alive for an extra turn. Very good. 1 to 2 of the liches are going to go down here at the hands of these Minotaur Kings. And the gargoyles are going to finish off this final stack of lich to the bottom. Power liches, they're gone. They're out of here. And with 18 centaurs and 2 gargoyles as the casualties, folks, we will finally pick up a level for Rathmont. He goes from level 1 to level 2 finally, and it'll be the basic estates that he picks up. And we're going to go out of our way. This is going to take some time because of the desert terrain, but we're going to pick up this magic garden and everything here. Who knows how useful these resources can be. Okay. And Zapixo's in the chat. Hello, Zapixo. Welcome. How are you doing? Hope that you're having the best day of your life. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. Let's see. He's saying, hey, everyone, and the best streamer in the whole English-speaking world. Very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. How am I doing? I'm doing very, very well. We're having a really nice time on this extra large 4-player map, but I am finding it a little bit difficult. to do the very best I can. I worry that maybe I am missing out on opportunities because I haven't sent quality troops with Ivan. I have stuck all of my forces here on Rathmod. It might be important that I send Agar to the south. I grab these Hydras that are just waiting, and then maybe I use Hydras to defeat pikemen. Maybe I use Hydras to defeat mummies and defeat the castle of Sorpigal. In fact, I think that that might have been an opportunity that I should have taken that I've missed. And so, because I've got so much gold, over 10k gold, I'm going to do this. Watch this. I'm going to take Airy the Warlock, and he's going to take what few troops remain here, which again is just the Hydras. And these Hydras are going to go into the army, and he's going to start to bring these to the north. It's a pretty big expense. I don't need this many heroes. I truly do not. But Pixo, I think that you and I both agree that we've identified an opportunity for growth in Phixfox, and that growth can come from using multiple heroes very effectively. Let us try to do better here today. Stables here for Falagar. I would really like a... Hold on. Summon boat. Hold on. Hold the front door. I forgot. Ivan the Barbarian does have Holy Word, but he also has this summon boat ability. I may just send Agar into the water here with a boat that I can summon. And here? What's here? There's an obelisk? Sure. Astrolabe? Not that good. Guarded by Crusaders? I definitely don't want a piece of that. What if there's like a whirlpool right here and I can't see it? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna summon a boat. Agar's gonna hop in the boat. I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna summon another boat. And then my other hero, Airy, is going to hop into that boat and scout this area for me. And then we will have 2 boats. Perfect. Perfect. The plan is coming together. Can you tell? Okay. Falagar back up north. Man, there's so many good things here, but because of the desert, we're having to make some tough decisions, and it feels like I'm not clearing the map out as well as I would like. That feels a little bit bad. And still, have you noticed, we have not yet found our sulfur mine. Maybe it's up the road here. It simply must be, in which case our troops are in the most correct position. Let's hope for the best. Oh, Tundar says it's F1, so it's racing. Gotcha. I like racing. I would definitely not consider myself a huge fan. I think that huge fans know the name of at least one major participant in F1, but still, I really appreciate the motorsports in general. I'm not one of those fans that just wants to watch a motorsport for the crashes. I actually really enjoy those moments where they're able to really take their enemies or take their opponents and juke and jive and make something nifty happen. It's also a sport that I really appreciate because the pit crew and the folks that are trying to make the vehicles work as best as they can and make sure that the top speed is perfect, I mean, they are doing just as much work as the driver. Sure, you have to have a very capable and competent driver to make sure that you actually can do what you got to do. But all the same, I feel like the pit crew makes a big difference. Even a couple of tenths of a second slower and your whole team fails. I really like the team aspect of racing, whether it's NASCAR or F1. Cool stuff there. Okay. Flotsam, found nothing. No gold in that sea chest. There's some gold right there. After spending hours trying to fish the chest out of the sea, you open it and find 1,500 gold pieces, and then there's 5 additional wood. That makes me feel better about trading all that wood over just a little bit ago. Very good. Okay. Up we go here. It's going to be Ivan just borrowing these troops. I say borrow. He's actually going to steal them and never give them back. And if you notice, just by bringing the skeletons over, that takes us from -1 morale up to +1. I think that this looks just fine for me. The Oasis is probably a +1 for us right now, sure, but this should be no problem going through these enemies here. Lots of pikemen. Let's see. Any adjustments? No, this looks fine to me. Let's make this happen. A glorious victory. Let's fight it even better. Bearded Man says the tavern has rumors. Oh no, I haven't even checked. Oh, and we were mentioning the value of some of those other buildings, and I said, well, we don't have any wood left, but the tavern's not that useful. Bearded Man, I had not considered what you're saying here. The tavern has rumors. Map makers often leave cool things amongst the rumors. In fact, it was... Which was the map? Time versus Gravity. Yeah, Time versus Gravity. There was a Sphinx riddle that asked about what is a barman's favorite drink. I wasn't paying attention to the tavern, or it was in the sorceress area or what have you. Yeah, you've got to know these things, because if you don't take the time to look at the taverns, you might actually miss out on some good opportunities. So I do appreciate that. Thank you, Bearded Man. You are completely correct. And I change what I said. I take it back. I was incorrect. I'm happy to be wrong and to make my changes where necessary. Oh no, these pikemen have jumped in front of the veteran pikemen. We will focus in on them a little bit. Hydras can step up 1, 2. That's gonna be pretty good. In fact, for that reason, let's actually work on these veteran pikemen. We only take out 2 with these orcs. But the hydras are gonna really do the damage here, I think. Spells, Holy Word again is not gonna be very useful. Here's a retaliation on these veteran pikemen. They are down for the count. And folks, again, the hydras, they've taken very, very little damage. Very, very little damage. And that feels good. When we have to consider might versus magic, eventually someone is going to have to reckon with the damage from these hydras. And I just can't help but feel like, man, a whole ton of hit points supported by some really quality attack and defense skill, it goes a long way. Okay, thank you hydras for proving my point. Let's see, Zapixo continues on by saying, what are you doing in this huge desert, bro? I hope everything is fine and you don't lack the movement points. So long as I have an oasis by my side, I shall always be A-okay. Maybe not the best I could be, but I'll be A-okay anyway. Okay, we discussed summoning another boat over here for one of these secondary heroes, but we're going to do that right now. Looks like we can reach that. That shouldn't be a problem. And then Falgar's found himself a treasure chest. He's going to go pick up these orcs. Maybe with orcs? Orcs and 7 Earth Elementals? That's more likely. We'll wait and see. And then, oh, folks, look at this. Zanzibar. We have found the barbarian town of Zanzibar. We must defeat this. And this is very good. But I'd be wrong to say that I wasn't looking for sulfur. So I'm still a little bit sad. A little bit sad. Okay. Let's see. Santapala says, trying to take over the square world. Duh. Yeah, that's what we do, man. That's what we do. It's a big old square world. It's my world and we're all living in it. And Manny MM is in the chat. Hi, everyone. Hi, Mr. Fox. Happy to be here. Welcome to the chat. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you here. We are playing this beautiful map from the FHeroes2 server, and I'm loving it so very much. But I would love it even more, again, if I could find any amount of sulfur. Okay, folks, here's the deal. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 heroes, 5 heroes. I'm going to get another hero. I'm going to get another hero. I actually think that another hero could be useful here. With nothing to say about it other than I see Rathmont wanting to pick up this. I see the opportunity to find more things in the desert. I think that Rathmont needs somebody who is his secretary, someone just to take his notes and take his calls and to look at his calendar and make sure that he doesn't accidentally schedule the necromancers and the barbarians at the same time that he's trying to have tea. It's a small thing, but I do think that this does matter. And so we're going to continue with this other hero coming up the way to support Rathmont, just in case Rathmont has too few of movement points to devote to some of these more menial tasks. And I don't think that that's a problem. Remember also that an additional hero can get this magic garden and this windmill, so it will never be truly useless. That's how I feel about it. Group of orcs with a desire for greater glory wish to join. Do you accept? I sure do. 14? I don't know if 14 orcs is enough. I really don't want to just lose Falgar for nothing. It's day 7. We can't even get there before they do a resupply. We're going to sit here. We're going to pick up these forces. I can't go through elves. I suppose we can go for the treasure chest and this little wagon here, and this skeleton, and the campfire. Okay, we'll go up in this direction and hope for the best. Not quite what I had in mind. Okay, over here, pikemen, not that big of a deal. Veteran pikemen, actually, we're going to experience some more losses. The extra speed does matter. I think this is going to be a little bit tougher than I would like it to be. We're going to win, but this fight is not going to go as well as we would have hoped before. Although, worth noting, the morale is now at normal instead of at good. So the +1 morale, that's not where we're at. We are at simply average, middle of the road sorts of morale. I think, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These pikemen are going to be able to reach the orcs no matter what I do. I kind of want to put the hydras here so they can get attacked on as many sides as possible. I'm going to keep the goblins out of this engagement. I just don't think it's going to be necessary for me to lose them. We're going to focus on this biggest stack here to try to save these orcs. We killed 2 to 5, we killed a couple. And so I'm not going to step up here. I really want the Hydras to get surrounded on all sides and then do as much damage as possible. I think that these veteran pikemen are probably going to attack here. If they were smart, they would step here, attack here, and then die. Maybe that doesn't make as much sense, but we'll see what they do. And then they die. Okay. Yeah, because the other group can step up. But look at this, doing 12 damage at a time, 14 damage at a time. Yeah, these Hydras are going to take a big chunk out of these forces, but still a little concerned I am all the same. Okay. Orcs, they don't need to do anything. Let's just have them skip. Oof. And then as we try and make sure that this group of pikemen doesn't go anywhere crazy, we're just going to let the Hydras tank this and just win this fight from here. Yep, Hydras are a good unit. What can I say? They're slow, but they're really good. Maybe the Hydras are best on this sort of secondary hero, because you're still going to get a lot of value from them. It's just going to be a little bit rough to have them go where you want them to. But at this point, we've got enough heroes. We can hero chain this around. We can make this work. Okay, folks, we have picked up the basic navigation on a map with as much water as we see. I don't think that that's a bad pickup. Not to mention, barbarians do tend to spec into navigation anyway. We were likely to get that. I will take it. It's likely to have happened, so be it. Okay, Sorpigal, let's fight this fight. And then Zapixo saying hello to Manny MM. Zapixo, I must tell you, I really truly love your chat emotes. Zapixo, congratulations for recently getting to the 50 followers necessary so people can subscribe to you. It sounds like on your very first stream where you were affiliate that you did, that people reached out and showed you a lot of love. Many people subscribe to you. Wonderful, Zapixo. I appreciate you very much. I'm glad that you are experiencing success, and I hope that that success continues. I'm happy to be one of those people that reached out and supported you. You deserve it. So those chat emotes, though, are probably a big reason why people enjoy your chat. Very fun stuff there. I love it. And Tundar, love it. LMAO. Very, very nice. And now the AI can dig for it. Yes, yes, yes. All around. All around. Okay. We will see Tundar later after they do their F1 stuff. We're gonna have a real nice time with that, I'm sure. So goodbye to Tundar. We have Holy Word. We're not gonna cast it right now. It's just not gonna be important. Is there a Whirlpool, as Pixo says? We will have to double check. I think that there probably is, which is why I summoned the boat for that other hero to hop into. I just think that that will be useful. I could be wrong, but I think it's gonna be pretty useful. We're gonna kill this vampire here. Skeletons can't quite reach, but they're very close. And then Hydras, are they going to actually be able to step up here? Did I leave space? It looks like I did. And with the orcs doing full damage, killing 2 to 3, let's kill 14 to 21 here. All right, we're in a good spot. We'll step up here. Mummies can't get around. And we're going to get out of this fight, no problems. Should I send a strong sorceress in the water? And I need to scout it? I think all of this is true. All of this is correct. And so right now I don't have a sorceress, hasn't been offered to me yet, but for now, if there is a whirlpool and if I can get a hero into this boat right here, I would like to see what's on the high seas. If for no other reason, then there's many resources to be found on the high seas, maybe some good advantages, maybe it's going to give me the scouting I need in order to figure out a key opportunity before the enemy finds that opportunity. Ballistics or the archery, I think it's pretty obvious to me that archery is very high quality. We're going to go with the archery here. And folks, we have taken the town of Sorpigal. Crap. It has to be upgraded. But we've got the resources. We are 20 units of sulfur away from getting the dragons. So it doesn't hurt to use the ore right here. I'm going to do it. I don't think I love this. I really don't, but I'm going to have the resources. I think that this means I simply must go back and deal with these elves. But, oh goodness, not my favorite thing. Maybe I'm complaining about something I shouldn't complain about. That's probably what it is. I think I should probably be happy with what I've been given and just go from there. By the way, worth noting, we are going to pick up 2 towns here today. Going to take the gold here, crystal there, and Zanzibar. I think that these enemies are not going to last too much longer. Santa Paula says, veteran pikemen do march in a more orderly formation than normal pikemen. I liked that. They had this big, long line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like that. Yeah, and it made it very imposing. And that is traditional, right? If you have long speared weapons, I do believe that that is the ideal way of fighting armies, where you can use your spears to your advantage. Not a shield wall per se, but just this formation line. Yeah. I think that modern media portrays battles in ancient times as being individual fights where two guys are just duking it out, and it never really was like that. It was lines and rows of forces trying to maintain tight formation to protect each other's flanks and to operate in an organized force. So yeah, the veteran pikemen are actually very much true to life, and I do appreciate that. I'm going to use 1 lightning bolt, 100 points of damage. That's going to kill 10 of these orcs. That feels pretty okay to me. And then these other forces, it's going to take them a moment to get up to me. Ooh, we're going to skip. I'm not going to put the Minotaur Kings in danger of these wolves. That just seems like a bad idea. And so we're going to go on over here. I don't know. Maybe I can kill 40 goblins. 19 to 29. I will do that. No, there's no need for me to put myself in any sort of risk. I'm going to send the gargoyles to the north. I'm going to let the nomads take this first hit off the wolves. It's going to be the griffins that are able to last a little bit longer. Should I remove these final orcs? I think I shall, because I think that in just a moment we're going to be speedy enough to prevent major losses. It's going to be most of the wolves goes down, and then the Minotaurs should be able to clean up this whole stack of goblins. They do 1 nomad, 980 experience. That is a real good time. Folks, are we doing it? Are we doing it? Are we going into basic necromancy with Wrathmont? I hope so. That just seems funny to me. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. I don't know, but it seems we'll think about that. We'll think about that. We had something nifty in the chat. I still don't know what all the Twitch sounds are, so I have to look it up. Let's see. Zapixo, that's so kind of you. Oh my goodness. Zapixo has given out 10 community subs. Zapixo, thank you so very much. I sincerely appreciate it. I sincerely appreciate it. I'm trying to support you, sir. What are you doing? Thank you for the support. Thank you for the friendship and the continued good vibes. It's always a pleasure to have you. I really appreciate you showing so much love here in this way. Thank you for the love bomb. Thank you. Zapixo, you're an absolute treat, and you can find him here on Twitch and also on YouTube. He does excellent stuff. Go and check out Zapixo. Thank you very much. Okay, I've decided we're not going to go with the necromancy. We're going to go with the wisdom. But we are going to look at this barbarian castle and figure out what to do in just a little bit with that. Okay. And Bearded Man says, no losses against both pikemen and veteran pikemen. Hydras are great. Yes. Oh my goodness. I mean, 6 of them. And that's all that is 6 hydras. I think that about 10 hydras, Bearded Man, when I hit 10 hydras, I feel good enough to take on a haunted gold mine. I really do. 10 hydras against ghosts, they can do it. They can absolutely do it. In fact, that's maybe one of my best things to say about the Hydra is that they are the best ghost killing unit in the game, in my opinion, because they're so tanky and they do that AoE damage. Yeah, very good force in that regard. There's a lot of treasure here. I'm just going to kill the wolves real quick. I'm going to accept that. And then I'm going to continue on my way. The secondary hero, Ranlu, it's going to be his job to clear all this out. Okay. And then Zapixo says, thank you very much. I made them with a lot of passion. Wonderful. Yeah, I really like that Heart Phoenix. That's a really cool one. By the way, what is your favorite unit of Heroes of Might and Magic 2? My favorite unit. You will have to let me think about that, but I'm happy to think about it as long as it takes to find a very happy and satisfactory answer. So let me think on that, and I will get back to you on that, because there's so many good ones. The art style in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is absolutely lovely. I don't think that I need to convince anyone of that. I think that pretty much everybody recognizes the value of this pixel art graphics and the way that it's stood up to the test of time. So that's the way I feel about it. I hope that you feel quite similarly. Folks, it is month of the Mongoose, and it's month 1, week 4, day 1. We shall hop in the boat with Agar. We did see some activity over here. There is a whirlpool in which the red player went through. With only 1 gargoyle, I actually just gave these troops away to Aerie. I think that Aerie's actually going to give these troops back. Even if this costs me an extra day to, well, I'm going to give these troops back. I wanted to keep them on land so they could do damage. If I can defeat an enemy with like 2 stacks of sprites or something like that, and I can keep my water-based heroes going, I'm going to want to do that. So I will wait for now. I will forego that early game advantage on the land, and we will devote that to the water, because I don't want to have to get out of the water anytime soon. Okay, lots of pikemen now here for Foolish Ivan. Oh, you'd like to make an emote dedicated. Oh, I appreciate it very much. One of the kindest things ever is the Phixfox riding a horse, if you've seen that before. It's one of my favorite things, and that was a gift from Winnie Maru. And he just did it. I didn't ask him to, he just did it. So if you'd be willing to make me something nifty, I would love to accept something nifty. The problem with me accepting gifts is this: I'm very grateful for all the people that give good gifts. I aspire to be a good gift giver. I don't think I'm just quite there yet, but I hope to be someday. But I appreciate the good gift givers, and I hope that I can find the way that I can give the best gifts that will make the most sense to you someday. So I want to reciprocate. I don't know if I can reciprocate, but I'm going to do the very best I can. So Zapixo, thank you very much. I will let you know. Again, I will let you know what my favorite Heroes of Might and Magic 2 unit is, as quickly as I can, as fast as I can. Hydras are going to get 2 creatures nearly dead, almost dead. I'm going to step right here, just so that you have to go all the way around. Yeah, that'll work out fine. 32 HP left. Oof. Oof. Dead. Dead. Dead for a ducat. I don't actually remember what Shakespeare play that is, that they use that term, dead for a ducat. But I know that's Shakespeare. Dead for a ducat. It's from Hamlet. Specifically Act 3, Scene 4. You see what I'm saying? I'm just this random little oddball of information. Do I know where it comes from or where it goes? I do not know, but occasionally I will surprise you and you'll say, what, Phixfox actually knows what he's talking about? Occasionally, again, I will surprise you. Not always, but occasionally. Folks, it's time to start taking experience. And in this case, it's going to be the advanced archery. Ballistics is good, but I'd rather the advanced archery, even on a secondary hero that doesn't look like they're going to use a lot of spells, or rather range creatures necessarily anytime soon. Wrathmont's going to continue up the road. Sprites, Fire Elementals, Guard, a Spell Scroll. I don't see my Sulphur here. There's got to be Sulphur in the desert, doesn't there? I will go through this horde of sprites, but I'm going to defeat them. And then I'm going to head north rather than go up the road here. I'm going to have my secondary hero, Ranlu, go up the road. And the whole reason for this is just because I don't want to have to deal with not having Sulphur yet. I feel like there has to be Sulphur somewhere. That just makes sense to me, but I just haven't found it. I don't know what to expect here. Oh, I don't know why I did this. Why didn't the gargoyles go? Never mind. I don't know why the gargoyles didn't go and attack a group of sprites. That's actually going to cost me more troops than I would have appreciated. I just lost my head. It's going to be 8 Centaurs goes down. That's embarrassing. Pack of Minotaur Kings, will they join me? We don't have diplomacy. Let's maybe find diplomacy and then we'll go from there. But yeah, we're going to go up north and it'll be Ranlu that goes up this road and explores a bit more for me. There is Sulphur. It's in the wrong place though. Can't find it. Ah! We'll try and find it later. But folks, we're going to start spending some gold on upgrading this other castle here of Sorpigal. Not Zanzibar, but Sorpigal. And then we're going to see if we can get up to Bone Dragons and then just go from there. Okay, interesting stuff. And then, yes, GIMP is very fun to use. I do enjoy GIMP. That is, in fact, also what I use. I do enjoy GIMP. I know that people have said, actually, that, oh, Photoshop is worth it to buy. The Adobe library is ridiculously expensive. I don't know how they have convinced themselves that it's a good idea to try and sell their wares for hundreds of dollars, but even if GIMP is not as user-friendly to use as Photoshop is, it's very serviceable. I think it's a very powerful bit of software and hardware. I'm always going to use GIMP for the rest of my life. If you're looking to do fun stuff like what I do, or what Zapixo does, yeah, GIMP is the place. And so it's a free download. I would highly recommend that people go and use GIMP over Photoshop. I don't think Photoshop is worth it. I really don't. Maybe that's just because maybe that's just because I like free things. Yeah, that's actually probably it. We'll see about that. But, oh, real quick. So the gifted tier 1 subs, they went to Steeson, Don Facro, Bajan Boone, Quits Rue, who is a recent follower as well, Ciberon, Phixfox Wife, hey, Tundar123, Lyshin, Bearded Man, and Lobet16. I'm guessing that there's going to be an awful lot of people saying thank you to Zapixo. It starts off with Bearded Man who says that, and so many other people. Don says thank you. Yeah, tons of people are saying thank you to you, Zapixo. Thank you so very much. And you're here to support me as well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Big hype, big moment. I love it. I love it so very much. Thank you very kindly. Sante Paula says, yeah, the pikemen were really good against cavalry, except the Polish-Lithuanian hussars. They were heavy cavalry with lances longer than any used pike or spear at the time. That's got to be very interesting to try and ride a horse and maintain a very long armament. That would be very interesting because, I mean, I've ridden a horse. There was a time I could ride bareback, not very well. In fact, I only did it like 2 or 3 times. My grandpa taught me how to ride horses bareback. And even with the saddle, though, your balance is very thrown off with a long spear-like weapon. Yeah, that is a very cool thing for those heavy cavalry to do. I really appreciate that. That's cool. Cool bit of knowledge, folks. There was a whirlpool. I feel happy to know that this whirlpool is actually right where it needs to be, doing what it needs to do. But I hope that nobody comes out and grabs me. I'm going to go out of my way. I'm going to grab the sea chest, at least one of these flotsams, probably both. And then we're going to go through the whirlpool and see where our fortunes may lie. And then, what did you say? Sorry, what was your favorite? Oh, my favorite? Okay, let me just make a quick decision. What's my favorite unit from Heroes 2? Wizards are definitely my favorite faction. Probably the Titan. Probably the Titan. No. I gotta be honest, I think that the Rock is my favorite unit in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. The Rock looks like a really kind of regal animal, right? I really enjoy the Rock. And I really like the role that they play for the Wizards. They're one of the best 4th tier creatures in my opinion. They're a good mix of attack and defense with 7 attack, 7 defense, 40 hit points. And even though they're average speed, I mean, Rocks are a great unit. I really like the Rocks. So I like the way they fit into their faction, and I like the way that they fit into the game. Yeah, Rocks are a formidable combatant. Okay, Pack of Vampires. I don't love this fight, but I do like the resources. Glorious victory. Let's make it happen, folks. Okay. And then, yeah, and that's the one that we would do. I'll let you know by private message later. Zapixo says, I must go. I wish you all a great afternoon or evening. Bye, everyone, and enjoy one of the most wonderful games with one of the most wonderful guys. Thank you, Zapixo. Rock on. We'll take care of you later. Goodbye. Take very good care, Zapixo, and we'll catch you around. Thanks. Alrighty, 6 of these vampires, 6 of the vampire lords. I'm going to assume that they're going to try and crowd around these orcs. If I step here, they might step to here or here. If I step the gargoyles to right here, I'm guessing, I don't know, but I'm guessing that the vampires are going to want to attack in this area, and then I'm going to set myself up for a nice double hex attack. So let's see it happen. Yep, looks like so far so good. Let's do this. Perfect. So that's going to be at least 8 orcs goes down so far. And so I do feel obligated to work on these vampire lords just to make sure that they don't get all of their reinforcements back. And then the orcs simply just must sit. There's nothing else for it. There's no spells. There's nothing we can do. Let's just hope that these hydras can do tons and tons of damage. It's going to be 2 of the vampire lords goes down. I can kill 1 more here. But if I do, they will immediately be resurrected. So I'm just going to skip. Hydras take the damage. That's exactly what I want. Same here. I'm going to move the goblins to right about here. I'm anticipating that it's going to be a big attack here in just a second. 8 HP on this Hydra. Perfect. Absolutely lovely. And here it goes. Oof. Okay, and with 24 HP, again, I'm just going to let the Hydras tank the damage. It's going to be 1 Hydra loss, but I don't need to lose any of these extra units. No, we cannot kill there, so we shall not try. Beautiful. 8 of the orcs, 1 of the hydras, and 10 of the centaurs. Not an easy fight, but totally worth it. Oh, and look, we get a skeleton. And oh, look, we get diplomacy. I will take the diplomacy with the +1 on the defense skill. That does feel pretty useful for me. Scouting is not bad. There's a lot of map to go, but diplomacy is always good for a primary or a secondary hero. That's what we shall go for. Okay, and from here, Xanadu, it's too far away, even with the diplomacy. I'll show you in just a second, but let's see, for diplomacy, let's see. Level 10 down to level 9, 8, and 7. We would need to be level 7 before we can get into the Xanadu. Maybe I can show you the Xanadu. It'll not let me in. I can maybe pick up another level with this treasure chest. Maybe. And then we can go from there and you can see, oh, yes. Yes, that is how that works. I like to showcase the mechanics wherever I can, especially if it doesn't take me too far out of my way. Even for longtime fans of the series, it can be fun just to see us being thorough. And so I don't feel like I'm wasting anyone's time. I don't feel like I am showing something that is not exciting, even if it's not critically necessary for us to do, I still think that it's an opportunity that I would like to take to just show off this great game wherever I can. Folks, I think Dimitri, did he just decide not to go into the boat, or did he just land? I think I would have seen him. No, I would not have seen him. Dimitri might have been the hero that was up here going through whirlpools. It's possible that he has now landed, and maybe we are safe here with Agar. For now, I'm going to do the best I can to explore wherever I can. It's nice to know that we do have access to the Phoenixes, to this gold mine, if only it comes at the cost of maybe going through a whirlpool and taking some of these forces down. 2 crystal, and I feel obligated. I'm going to pick up the Oasis so I can take it, get the movement points plus the morale, fight this fight, take the 500 gold, and then I'll hit the Oasis as I go back up in this direction in just a moment or two. And it's going to be the butler saying, as he opens the door and looks us up and down, that we are neither famous nor diplomatic enough to be admitted to see the master. He sniffs. Come back when you think yourself worthy. We're going to be just short. We're not going to have enough experience here. Maybe after we defeat some other forces. Mummies. Let's go defeat the mummies after we pick up the Oasis, and then we will go back to the Xanadu with our honor intact. Nothing from the skeleton. Couple of opportunities up here. Troll bridge. I mean, if we can take out these trolls and the trolls can start to accrue, we can get a pretty big force. Maybe we should focus on that. Don't quite know. We will see. Red barrier here. Red barrier here, blue barrier here. I think that the map has been meticulously designed to make sure that you can do an awful lot and you have a lot of freedom, but also that you are slowed down enough that the enemies can get big and beefy. And I think that I like that decision. That's a good map maker decision, so I like that. Oh, folks, I missed something very important here. Borasdk is subscribed. They are now subscribed for 8 months. Borasdk, thank you so much. Welcome to the chat. It's a pleasure to have you here. Good evening, everyone, and great evening to you. Of course, we are playing here in Final Evasion scenario. This comes from the FHeroes2 map making community. We are Heroes the Green Warlock against the good players, knights, sorceresses, and wizards. They are all allied against us, and we are stuck here in the desert. But we're actually exploring pretty quickly. Month 1, week 4, day 3. I feel like we're getting some good exploration. So I feel like we're doing okay. Not too bad. Not too bad anyway. And I'm even building up this secondary castle. Again, though, we do need to get the ore. I am a little bit short. Yeah, I'm a little bit short on ore because I don't actually have an ore mine yet. We only have 2 wood a day coming in. Maybe I should come back and devote resources to getting this crystal mine. Ore mine here. Wait, hold on. Do I have... Hold on. I've had view mines this entire time and I've never cast it until just now. I'm so silly. That's not how you win the game, Phixfox. Come on. Okay, so it looks like going south. So there's sulfur way to the south. Likewise, there's sulfur way up in this direction. Somewhere, let's see. Way up here. If you go through the blue gate, maybe we got to go through Cyclops very quickly. And after we go through the Cyclops, then we can have access to the sulfur. That's probably a good idea. We should probably go and do that. Because I don't see any other sulfur. I do see gems. I see sulfur. We've got ore. We've got crystal right here. Wood and gems, mercury. So we got crystal, mercury, gems, and then sulfur. For the sulfur, you have to go way out of your way. Either way south, which might be behind some other liths, or way north through this lith. So I'm going to go through the liths I do already know. I'm going to take my main force with Rathmont. We're going to look to defeat the several Cyclopes. We're going to go get our sulfur mine, and then we're going to go from there. So I was going in this direction, hoping I could find sulfur. Cool as a gold mine is, it's not the important thing. The important thing is the sulfur. Let's focus on our objectives, and then we'll go from there. Okay, sounds like a plan. Bearded Man says, there once was a man from Nantucket who put all of his fish in a bucket. A mugger made threats, and with great regrets, the man was left dead for a ducat. I like that. That was great. I'm glad that you said that. Don't forget to buy the tavern. Oh. I will do it. My bad. Okay, what does the map maker say? The ultimate artifact may be found in the center regions of the world. That's good information to have, actually. That's really good information. Thank you for the heads up. I've got to tell you, folks, I was in 7th grade English class. I forget the teacher's name because it was so long ago. And we were doing poetry week, and the teacher said, does anyone know of a really good poem? and it was quiet for just long enough that I thought that it was a good idea to stand up. And I stood up and I said, "There once was a man from Nantucket." And she said, "Sit down." And that was it. And then she went on. The reason being is that most of the time, jokes about a man from Nantucket end with some really colorful language. And I think that she knew that. And I think that she wanted to avoid that. And I think that I appreciate that. As an adult now, I would be mortified if I had actually gone through with the rest of that poem. So, there once was a man from Nantucket. You got to be careful when it comes to those sorts of deals. This drink at the Oasis gives us strength, and our troops have better morale. We are up to 1,800 movement points. Let's go get the unicorns. It's going to be a bit of a fight. It looks like it definitely is, but we do have some spells. Not a lot, but some spells. This is definitely a time I'd prefer to use the slow more than anything. And actually, just so we're on the same page, the curse here is really useful because 7 to 14 damage, these unicorns are pretty tough. Let's try and sacrifice the nomads. So in the future, our morale is the best it can be. Let's put the griffins here. Mintar King's right there. And just go into this sort of pseudo defensive position. Whoa, what are you doing? 41 centaurs is absolutely enough to do damage to you from range. I'm going to slow this group of unicorns next. And they're going to be very sad. They're going to be very sad because it's going to take them so many turns to get down the battlefield. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to have to back the nomads off, but folks, we're good. Yeah, 41 centaurs, they can do an awful lot of damage. Let's continue to let them do the damage from afar. We're probably going to attack here right now. We're going to kill 1 to 2. Yeah, we're going to have to take some damage, and we're going to have to deal some damage. That's just the way it goes. But look, with 3 speed, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, I can attack right here, and I'm not even going to fall prey to this other stack. 1, 2, 3. Here, there's going to be some damage, but let's attack right here. That will protect the griffins. And then I'm going to start to work on the stack here. Bottom stack of unicorns is staying out of the fight. Oh, my bad. I did too much damage, and then the unicorn stepped right up in there. It's going to be 3 Minotaur Kings lost. That's kind of a big deal. I can either do 34 points of damage and maybe kill 1. Let's see if we can kill 1 here. We do not quite. Nomads are blinded. Full damage from the centaurs onto the unicorns. Down to 1 here. Good morale. Avoiding the blind, and then it's going to be 4 centaurs that perish. I really don't love that fight. I don't think that the curse would have been better than the slow. Would the curse have been better than the slow? It depends on how valuable you think that the centaur's ranged damage was in preventing damage from going onto your troops. I think that you actually have a really good argument, and you can say, Phixfox, you should have cursed instead of slowed. This might have been one of the few times that a curse would have been better than the slow, because doing low end of damage on the unicorns actually would have prevented these losses as we see. I feel like I want to refight that fight again just to do the experiment, just to see how things could have gone differently. I'm a little bit sad that I can't, but these are the thoughts that I have. Folks, through a clearing, we observe an ancient artifact, but it is guarded by a nearby bone dragon. Oof. That's a lot of damage. Let's avoid that. Oh my gosh. I don't like it. Borasdk says, knights to the left of me, wizards to the right. Here I am, stuck in the desert with you. What a good reference. I really enjoy that song. It makes me happy every time I hear it. So, good use of your nostalgia there. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I'm gonna move the nomads to right here, just in case they slot into right here. They do. 10 centaurs perish. I'm going to skip. I will get some damage off with the griffins. Oh boy, I don't like this at all. Because the Minotaur Kings are going to stay out of this fight. They've got good damage, but I don't want to lose more of them. 82 hit points. I'm just going to brawl this out, but I really put myself in a bit of a bad position there. 10 centaurs, 3 and 2. It is what it is. 500 gold per day, though. That is worth it, in my opinion. And we will go north. Maybe even going through the MEDUSA'S. Maybe we will trade out the nomads for the MEDUSA. Yeah, maybe we'll trade out the nomads for the MEDUSA. And we're going to just see where that takes us. Because I think the MEDUSA can be very effective against these Cyclopes. And I would like to see them do so. Okay. I kind of want another hero. I do. I kind of want another hero. Phixfox, you have so many heroes right now, you don't know what to do with them. It seems like that, and very soon it will actually be like that. But for now, I've actually got each hero doing something important. Like right now, Ares going back home to get more troops. That's an important thing, right? Even my primary and my secondary heroes, everybody's doing important things. So, should I get another hero? I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. Anyway, okay. And Sante Paula says, sit down, Fixie. Come back when you think you are worthy. I will be worthy after this fight, Sante Paulus. I will be worthy later. This is the start of every great hero's journey, where initially they're not worthy, but by the end of the game, they're absolutely worthy. Do you think that this one skeleton is worth my morale being poor? Oh. I wonder if this fight's gonna go much worse simply because of this one single skeleton. I'm guessing it will. We're gonna have to wait to see where the bad morale comes. Hey, look, there it is. Just like the pikemen, the mummies are also very disciplined. Look at this. Very interesting. There's so many of them. They're so scary. Big scary mummies. It might be better. Let's see. This might be okay. We're gonna step the one skeleton here just as a blocker. I'm gonna hope that the Hydra does get to take their turn and can step up right there. Goblins, I think, are going down. There's nothing I can do about that. And then 4, 3, 2. There's 4 HP here. I can totally kill this one mummy. But if I do, the orcs are gonna take damage. I'm just gonna skip. Knowing that I just got cursed, maybe I feel bad about that. We'll see. Skeleton's gonna step up. And it is probably gonna be one mummy lost here. There's just so much damage from these. One Hydra lost because there's so much damage from these mummies. I'll kill, all right. I don't know. 1 to 2. Kill a couple. Good, good. Big stacks there. Minimum damage doing 6 damage instead of 12. That's a kind of a big deal. And then I think that if I step up to right here, that after these mummies kill these goblins, that they're actually going to want to go back all the way around to go kill the Hydras. I'm going to go back to here. 1 to 2. Kill a couple. Not too bad, not too bad. Skip. Okay. Ouch, ouch. The one skeleton is definitely not worth it. 13 HP on the Hydra. I can definitely kill one mummy here. We shall. And I'm actually going to step the skeleton up to here, so that way this mummy doesn't get and kill the Hydras before too much other bad things happen. Yeah, 11 HP, only 2 mummies left. Yeah, I think I actually saved a Hydra here. Very nice. 23 goblins. That feels worth it to me. Hey, look, 3 more skeletons. Do you think I'm going to keep them in my army, or will I get rid of them? I will let you decide. Logistics. That seems pretty darn good. And have you noticed that we're actually building a really good hero here? 5 attack, 4 defense, 3 spell power, 2 knowledge. This is not a bad hero. Now, if we get basic wisdom, Ivan is instantly serviceable. The logistics makes him super good. Hate to see the navigation, hate to see the necromancy. Diplomacy, I'm happy for it. It's A tier in my opinion. But these last 2 secondary skill slots have to be good in order for this to go exceptionally well. We will see. We will see. All right. Remember, we're still building up this area. We did pick up, looks like, some ore somewhere. Good for us. And the mansion does require the pyramid. Folks, it looks like we're going to get the mansion here before the end of the new week. It's day 4. So we're going to pick that up first thing tomorrow. We are avoiding picking up this second castle here in Zanzibar. We don't have the resources anyway, but even if we did, I think that we would ignore that possibility for now. And then Dawn says, your rangers do not do damage. I vote for curse. Yeah, you're totally right. It should have been the curse, I think. Yeah, I think you're completely correct. The curse would have been better against those unicorns. And it wasn't until after. It wasn't until it was far too late that I realized that. I thought, oh, the slow is never the bad decision. But when your centaurs are only doing 30 to 50 damage, yeah, that's not enough. We should have done the curse. I'm going to take the gold here. I do want the experience, but there's just not enough time. This is kind of interesting with this level 1 spell. It does take me out of my way, though. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, he said very assertively. I'm the real Phixfox, he said very assuredly. It's not that far. This is not a big decision, but time spent in the desert is just bad. And okay, we've stepped close enough. We're going to clear this out. We are going to step on the shrine, and then we're going to leave. We're going to leave everything else here. It's not going to be that big of a deal. It's going to be Ranlu's job to go grab that, unless he finds something very important up here. But remember, Aerie is actually not too far away from being able to help us resupply anyway. It might be Aerie that actually grabs those in a couple of weeks. Maybe Falagar, because Falagar's pretty much ready to go. Nothing else to do. Okay. With some ranged creatures, I can clear out these elves. With some ranged creatures, I can clear out these orcs. It's probably going to be Aerie that actually does all that. Let's go do that, and then let's carry on from there. Okay. You see what I'm saying, though? There's a lot of interesting opportunities, and I'm getting the opportunity to make these decisions for myself. That's good map design. But it's tough to figure out what the very best decision is, and that feels kind of bad. Folks, we've done it. Foolish Ivan has gained a level, +1 defense, and more importantly, basic wisdom is available to us. We shall take that, we shall be grateful, and we shall soldier on back home. And maybe we're even going to pick up a mage guild before the end of this week, so that way our dear friend can have full spell points and be ready to face whatever the morrow shall challenge him with. Bearded Man says, your plan was to go for the Sulphur Mine, I think. You're completely correct. And it's that exact thought process that's making this decision with Rathmont so tough, because it's not sticking to our win objectives, right? This could be the difference between getting into a new week's worth of dragons a week early or not, and that could be the difference between a win and a loss. My dear Fix Father constantly says, Phixfox, it's right there. Just go out and grab whatever this thing is, take it, and then you have it for the rest of the game. And I'm like, you're completely correct, but there's still some times that he and I fundamentally disagree about the value of a hero's movement points, to where I say to myself, yeah, I'd love to pick that up, but I've just got more important things to do. And I don't think that he's wrong, and I don't think that I'm wrong, and I think that on Desert Tileset, it really stresses the importance of prioritizing and picking the very best thing. It's not that I mean, this is a good thing, right? This is a good thing we just did, but there's better things. I don't know. Anyway. And then Sante Paulus, yeah, if I lose, blame the skeleton. Tell you what, we're going to blame them right now. We're just going to let them go. So we're letting it go. Goodbye. Tundar, yo. Sup, Tundar? Are we still on the first attempt? Yes, we are still on the first attempt and having a real fun time doing it, actually. Here we are on month 1, week 4, day 6. I think that I'm actually moving through the scenario fairly quickly. I feel like I'm getting some good value out of our playthrough here, but this is just a big map and there's just a lot to do, so we're getting there. We will get there, but for now, it is a bit of a struggle to find the very best things for us. That's what my whole discussion was about the Sulphur just a moment ago. So it's day 6. I think, let's see, I could set off with some forces today. If I set off with more forces on the morrow, it'll make these fights even better. Maybe I even take the Hydras into South Mill. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait 2 days to do this. And then I'm actually going to maybe set up a hero chain. I don't care if it's Aerie. I don't really care if it's Falagar. I think Falagar's got the spells. Yes, he does have the spells from the level 1 Mage Guild, but not the level 2 Mage Guild. So actually for that purpose, let's do it like this. We're going to switch. Aerie's going to go to here. Falagar is going to get here first thing on the morrow. No, it's going to take him 2 days. 3 days? Aerie's going to head back here, and then it will be Falagar that fights the fights. Just because it's going to save us 1 single day, that is enough for me. Okay, looks like Agar's actually reached the end of his road here. It's time for him to go back through the whirlpool and find greener pastures. Meanwhile, Ivan's going to stay in this Mage Guild overnight, have a real nice time. And I am going to go defeat the graveyard and head north in just a minute. There was like a gem mine or something up here that was important. I want him to grab that as soon as possible. Oh, I hit view resources. Yeah, gem mine. We're going to head north very, very quickly in that regard. Okay, on to a new day. And then, let's see, McLawlet1. Hi, Fix. Finally managed to catch one of your streams. Woo! McLawlet, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for being here. We are playing a beautiful map, having a lot of fun times. And it's very interesting that we can be having a fun time in a desert. But that's how I feel about this. I feel like we're having a very fun time. And I feel like there might be an opportunity here. Look, if we land here, we could take the Mercury probably for free. No, I think we'd have to step and then step down. So maybe that's not an opportunity. But this spell scroll? That's kind of interesting. Folks, look at these reefs. These reefs are very interesting because it's very difficult to navigate through this area. This might be a little bit of a dead end. Look, I wanted to land right about here and maybe ignore the phoenixes, pick up this. It looks like the map maker was very purposeful in how they set up these little islands. You will have to defeat several phoenixes in order to pick up this spell scroll for free. But all the same, I'm going to continue to just go in the water in this direction and see what I can find here. It actually looks like I could stop in and say hello to Ranlu. We shall wait for now, but I'm going to explore up to this area and just see if there's anything worthwhile. And then it's going to be Agar going back into the whirlpool. Maybe losing some troops, maybe not. Okay, Grand Elves, I will face them on my way out. Ivan's now full spell points. He's got a full 20 of them. Feels pretty good. And with the level 1 Mage Guild, let's see, let's get the Well now. And then what spells? Magic Arrow, Bless, Cure. 3 spell power. That's 30 damage from the Magic Arrow. Not too bad. And then let's pick up the Oasis. And then head north. I think that basic diplomacy just lowers the requirement by 1. Somebody tried to tell me it lowers it by 3 or 2. I don't believe that that's the case. I don't believe that that's the case. I think it's just lowers it by 1. Leadership lowers it by 1 per level, and then diplomacy lowers it by 1 per level. That's my understanding of it. If I'm incorrect, I might cost myself some space, but this is what I believe anyway. Hold on, wait. You tentatively approach the burial ground of ancient warriors. Do you want to search the graves? Do we want to take on 100 mutant zombies? I just headed in this area as if this wasn't a problem. This might be a bit of a problem. No, it'll be just fine for this reason. Oh no! Look, it's going to cost us half the Hydra stack. Oh no, Phixfox, what are you doing? You're crazy! Phixfox, you're insane! Phixfox! You forgot I had Holy Word. Wait, how much damage did Holy Word do? It did nothing. 30 points of damage? Well, yeah, but that's 30 points, 30 points, 30 points. It's something. I might not cast it again, though. I've got the Bless. Yeah, we're going to cast the Bless actually next on the Hydras. It was a fun flex, but it's actually not tactically the best decision. Oh, that's funny. Not often do you see me absolutely blow my turn like that, but I remembered the Holy Word spell, and I thought, oh, perfect, we have everything we need to be successful. No, we don't, Phixfox. No, we don't. Okay, we're gonna get to go first because the gargoyles. I am going to try and get the Hydras surrounded. This may cost us some troops. I don't care. We're gonna do the Bless here now. Max damage is important. Skip. Retaliation here. 24 points of damage. Yeah, we're gonna lose 1 or 2 Hydras this round. We're gonna lose 1 Hydra this round, I think. 24, 24. Never mind, we're gonna keep the Hydras. And because they're blessed now, doing max damage with 6 HP remaining, that's pretty good. Let's kill this closest stack where we can. And do all these troops worth of damage. Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna actually step up to here with the gargoyles so that the orcs remain unencumbered. Whoa. And we do lose 1 Hydra there. We're down to 4 Hydras. I'm just gonna keep the gargoyles alive. I just want them in position to stop the orcs from taking damage. Okay, gargoyles, we just lost 1 right there. And let's work on this big stack. Big damage, big damage. And this is actually really good because, let's see. Oh, it's not very good. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to stay here, but this mutant zombie is gonna fill in after these 2 zombies go down here. Yeah, 28 HP remains. I could kill 1 of these mutant zombies now. I will. They did not step up. I thought that they would step up into the orcs. I really thought that they would. They did not. That's okay. And then the gargoyle is going to kill 1 mutant zombie, stay alive for just a little bit longer. And then shall we get out of this fight sooner or later? It seems like it'll be sooner. What are you doing? Oh, they realized that they couldn't kill another Hydra, and so then they just stopped trying. That actually is the example of a wiser, smarter, stronger AI, and I do appreciate that. So even though it was baffling to me for a second, if you actually look at it, that fight made a lot of sense. Okay, so glorious victory. Sorry to see 2 more Hydras peel off, but again, think about the value we've gotten out of these Hydras. It's been very fantastic. They've done a great job for us. +1 attack skill. I will take the Wisdom. I will take the Statesman's Quill. Statesman's Quill actually wants to go on a different hero, though. Diplomacy, I mean, This lowers your surrender cost down to only 10%. That's still better than Expert Diplomacy. It's still a good artifact to have, but I got some issues with it all the same. Okay. Lots of air elementals, folks. I think that we're going to need to go back, pick up some additional troops, and after we do, we can use these troops here in the Necromancer Guild to go through the air elementals and find lots of nifty treasures. Look, a gold barrier. Maybe that will take us over here to the Sphinx, unless this is a lith. That might just be the bottom end of a lith there. Maybe not. How do we find these fun things? I do not know. I cannot say, but I want to find out. Okay. Back we go. Yeah, my plan was really to have a hero with the second level spells here. It'll be Ares, the primary hero. There is no good hero chain I can do. It feels bad. I really wanted to be clever. It's just not going to work out the way I'd hoped. We're going to pick up 45 goblins. Very nice. And this is odd. Can you reach the sawmill? It looks like there may be some... Nope, there's mutant zombies that are hidden in the tree line. You can get to them if you can go through lots of mutant zombies. I do not believe in Ranlu. Even with 3 cold rays of 40 points of damage each. Lots of zombies. It's not 100 zombies. 45 goblins. I think I can actually win this fight, and I will. Yeah, plus the good morale, because we've gotten at least 1 watering hole. Yeah, I think I will fight this fight in just a moment or two. In fact, if I really don't like this fight, I could pick up this peasants and then go and do that. That's what we're going to do. We're going to pick up the peasants. That'll help us win this fight. And we're going to feel excellent about our chances very quickly. Okay, good stuff. Bearded Man, yes. Wisdom. Foolish Ivan has been promoted to best hero. I agree. And at level 9, look how much better he is than Rathmont. Level 4. 0, 0, 4, and 4 versus 6, 5, 3, and 2. There's no question who my best hero is. It's insane how good Ivan is. So good. Sante Paula says, wise Ivan now. Very wise. The best wise. Oh, love it. Yeah, so we're in a great spot. I'm very thrilled for everything we got going on here. Very good. This map is coming together. Jay Nasty's in the chat. Hello, Jay Nasty. Nice to see you there. Good afternoon. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. As always, I shouldn't say as always, but per my recent usual, we are playing some good Heroes of Might and Magic 2 here today. I will tell you, I almost, not quite, but almost wanted to play Heroes of Might and Magic 1 on stream, but I was going to use the Game Boy Color version that I have as an emulator on my computer. We were going to play that first and then get into Heroes of Might and Magic 2, but then I realized that this was an extra large map and it would take us an awful long time and a lot of energy to get through it. And so I decided to put my energy where it would be best served. And that, of course, is playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2. We have found a bit of a dead end here with Agar. He's going to go back here on day 1 of this new week. Folks, it's month 2, week 1, day 1. So we are officially 1 month into this playthrough. Horde of Grand Elves. We're going to win, but I don't like this fight at all. I think we're even out of spell points. We need a Magic Well because we're about to get obliterated here. 2 spell points here. There's nothing I can do. These losses are as acceptable as I can find. And then, given that Rathmont is so far and away from being a good hero, I'm just going to have him take the gold instead of the experience as he makes his way north towards these ruins. Yeah, that's all I can say about that. Okay, back we go though. Oasis, good. Oh, and because it was Month of the Wolf, there are now wolves dotting and littering the map. That's a bit intimidating. I will pay to upgrade into the Vampire Lords now. It's not going to stop me from getting important quality troops later, so I'm just going to do it now. I'm just going to bite the bullet. Mausoleum, I'm not going to pick up the Mausoleum because the Sulphur, you'd rather have the dragons than even the bone dragons and the liches. So we're probably never going to, I don't want to say never, but we're not going to upgrade this Mausoleum anytime soon. So for now, we might as well get the best troops in this other variety. I will leave the zombies behind. I will take the mummies and I will take the skeletons. Now I wish I'd kept those skeletons, but up until now, it's just been a bit of a pipe dream. The Hydras, do we bring the Hydras? I think that we bring the Hydras as a bit of an insurance policy. They can still be very tough to deal with. They can cause a lot of harm to our enemies. Yeah, we're going to wait on that just for now. But folks, we're level 9. Let's go back to these wolves. through the Xanadu, and then we will head back south, picking up for the first time our ore mine with these lots of elves. Okay, Thalagar is kind of useless. Kind of useless. Third level spell. Could be good, could be bad. We're going to use... We're going to do just like this. Horde of mutant zombies with just a couple of good quality troops. From Aerie. I think I can purchase everyone. I think I can send them down. And I can just drop the Hydras off with Thalagar. And the Hydras, slow as they are, they can defeat all those mutant zombies in just a moment or two. That's what I'm going to do with them. I will just make my morale a little bit better here. I'm just going to split these forces. 2 shooters here, no shooters here, but the big stack of Hydras. Yeah. And then Thalagar is going to go pick up my Alchemist Lab for the first time. I should have made this a priority. Somehow I just never did. And I think that that is great cause for concern. I think that you have a legitimate bit of feedback for me there. I think that that is an opportunity that I should have taken and that I missed. So, yeah. If you look here, the best way I can do this is through this View Mines. Mercury, gems, ore, wood, crystal. I want to pick up the gems, the mercury, and the crystal this week if I possibly can. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. The sulfur is more important, but for Mage Guild levels, you're going to want those mines anyway. So let's make an effort there to make that happen now. Okay, on to the new day. And Borasdk says, hey Fix, just wondering, ever heard or maybe played an old RPG called Gothic? I've never heard of that. Can you tell me more about Gothic? Because I do not know much about it. And I'm very interested to find out. Gothic. Is it... first off, yeah, whatever information you can give me about it, I'd be interested to know. It immediately makes me think of like Castlevania, but I don't know if it's that good or not. Or not that good. I don't know if it's in that variety or not. So I'd be interested to find out, whatever you can tell me about it. I will defeat these wolves on my way up. Again, Rathmont is just so slow. And then Tundar. We're discussing the big spell. Tundar says big spell. It was the spell with the holy word that did nothing to the big stacks of creatures. I agree. It was a big spell. Very important spell. It was like 5 magic arrows, Bearded Man says. It was. So it was actually more cost effective than I gave it credit for, because I kind of just like poo-pooed on it and said, oh, it's really bad, not that good, pretty horrible. It was cost effective, that's for darn sure. There's no doubt about that. So I shouldn't really be so critical of the use of that spell there. Looks like the skeletons are all going to go down. I'm actually pretty sad about that. We did lose 1 vampire lord. Oh look, they're back. And I will just work to continue on this top stack here. Hydras are going to step down. Retaliation's gone there. I will lose skeletons. I really just don't want to lose this 1 gargoyle. That was actually the big reason why I refought this fight, just because I know I got some ranged creatures, and even 1 gargoyle to help block up some of those enemies is actually a big deal. So 1 mummy goes down here. Oh no, they do not. 11 HP remaining. Very surprising. Yeah, 18 skeletons. I'll get some back. That's okay. And the butler admits me to see the master of the house. He trains me in the 4 skills a hero should know. +1 attack, +1 defense, +1 spell power, +1 knowledge. We do know that there's gems up here. I really want to go pick up this ore mine, but we're going to go north. We'll go north. We'll make this happen one way or the other. Santepalis, zombies. Oh no. Anyways, yeah, they don't care. Zombies don't give an F about nothing. They just don't care. And I'm sad for it because they should. I want them to care. Every time somebody says I don't care, I'm always wanting to, but I never do. Thankfully, I never do say, yes you do. You care so much it hurts. But I really do feel like some people, like, yeah, no, they absolutely do care. And yeah, it's just important to know that you can care so very much, then you just pretend like you don't care. But we do. All right, the whole name of this game is keeping this peasant stack alive. They can kill half a stack of zombies. Gargoyles as well. 1 stack creatures over here. They're going to get up north very quickly. Let's step in here. Let's step up to here. Yeah, because 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and then here. This fight is all about, this fight is all about adjusting turn order and expectations. Look at this, we can actually cast 2 lightning bolts. We're gonna do that now. We're gonna cast here. 50 points of damage. Let's skip. I'm not going to attack yet, but the peasants are going to step up. One of these single stacks of skeletons is going to take this retaliation in just a moment. They're going to take this retaliation here. Ugh. And then peasants are going to go across. Single stack needs to stay alive right here. Oh, we're only killing 3 mutant zombies at a time? That's not good enough. I thought we had way more damage. Suppose not. Okay, I will kill on this stack here of 8 because I think that they're going to be able to step around. Let's kill 2 to 5. We kill a couple. 24 peasants goes down. And actually, yes, because of this terrain, no, these stacks are going to go around. So the peasantry are about to take a major hit. Can't be helped. But the goblins are going to stay alive, which is actually kind of useful. Let's skip on this one skeleton here. Okay, good. And kill 2, 29 points of damage. Let me actually kill 1 full stack. That'll take off an extra bit of retaliation. It'll waste some damage, but still. Okay, goblins are staying alive. We are out of spell points. Oh, never mind. We're not going to be able to win this fight. There's 1 extra stack of mutant zombies than I care to fight. There's just too much damage here. I thought that the peasants would kill half a stack of mutant zombies. They did not. And that's not their fault. They did the best that they could with what they had, but it's just not going to be enough. 1 to 2. And that is actually going to be the end of Ranlu. Ranlu doesn't have anything special. Ranlu wasn't special, but it does feel bad to lose a hero for nothing. So yeah, it just feels bad to lose a hero for nothing. I'm going to kill this 1 zombie. There goes my big stack, and I might as well just let him run for free. There's no reason not to. 45 goblins, 70 peasants, and then 6 skeletons is not enough to kill 40 mutant zombies. Who could have guessed? I should have known. I should have known. And now my desires to have another hero, kind of even more important than ever, aren't they? I am going to pick up the statue now. Or concerns notwithstanding, I think that any amount of gold we can get is important. Folks, we're up to just under 4,000 gold per day. And do note, again, we are missing Mercury, ore, sulfur, crystal, and gems. I'm hoping I can change that pretty quickly up here in just half a second. After that big, oh, what do you call it? What do you call it? We call that a big whoops. Yeah, that's a big whoops. I'm picking a whole field of whoopsie-daisies right now. We did pick up 5 flotsam, or rather 5 wood from the flotsam. Another 5 there. Up to 35 units of wood. I do see these stone liths behind a purple barrier. Where does that go? Nice to know that New Dawn is here in the upper right. That is where the wizard domain is, but it does not look like they are in the water just yet, and that feels okay. That feels fine to me. Tundar does say for that previous fight with the mutant zombies that the stone skin would have been so much better. I definitely agree with that. Definitely agree with that. And Tundar says, could I get brought up to date on the map so far? Just a brief catch up. I will do that just right after this fight. Give me just 1 moment. And as you can tell, I'm also fairly far behind on chat, so I will get everybody caught up just as quickly as I can. Okay, gargoyles to here, griffins to here. And it will be, yes, the nomads I'm kind of trying to lose a little bit. I'm going to let them take some damage here. Damage there. And the griffins, you might as well do what you can. Let's see, and then Tundar, 2 lightnings and cold rays. Yes, if you've got both the cold ray and the lightning bolt, and you have 2 knowledge, yeah, you can get off 2 in 1, which is actually much nicer than the alternative. So that worked out pretty well for us. I'm going to lose 1 Minotaur King here. I don't think I can stop it. Oh, actually I can. Look at this. If I want to sacrifice the centaurs, I could do it. I don't want to, though. Ouch, but it was 2 Minotaur Kings. They're such good troops. I would like to keep them alive, but boy, they do struggle to stay alive sometimes, don't they? 45 hit points just doesn't go as far as it once did. Bit of a shame. 2, 1, 2, and 2. But we'll pick up the basic luck. Pretty good for a secondary hero. But is this enough to defeat these lots of Medusas? Remember that these Medusas were originally a pack. If I've got spell points, I think I can do it. Is there a magic well anywhere nearby? There's just not. There's just not. I've got to move a little bit slower here because I'm worried that I'm just going to bypass it. Is there a magic well anywhere around here? I don't recall seeing one. And now because it's lots, which means it's probably right about at 21, I don't know if I can defeat those forces. Huh. 0, 1, 4, and 4 with no spell points to do damage against Medusa, 20 of them with 45 HP. It's basically, lots of Medusa is basically 2 Hex Minotaur Kings. They're right between Minotaurs and Minotaur Kings because of the 5 speed, but they also have the ability to Petrify, and that Petrify can ruin your day. I don't have the troops to take this. I moved in this direction this whole time just because I wanted to fight this fight, pick up this Ruins, and then roll that into these Medusa. I feel obligated to change my plans. I'm actually going to go deal with these elves because I know I can defeat that fight. I don't think I can defeat this fight anymore. After Falgard does what he does, though, maybe we can roll those troops up to the north and take some advantage there. Yeah, but you see these forces, they're good forces, but I'm kind of struggling with this a little bit. The logistics are a bit of a challenge in this map. They're a bit of a challenge. And again, the problem with this is that I'm out of position to actually take the Sulphur. I'm out of position with my best hero. There is gems up here. Let's defeat these lots. Lots of air elementals. Lots. 45 HP, 40 HP. Yeah, these fights are all tough. These fights are all tough. And this is good. Like, I like that they're all tough, but my goodness. These fights are all tough. Let me think about this a little bit and we'll go from there. Let me get caught up on chat because I hear crazy things happening in the chat and I don't know what they are, but I'm going to find out really quickly. Okay, let's see. Tundar does say also, though, that this is a very pretty map. Oh, Tundar, I'm so sorry. I forgot, by the way. We started off in this castle here of Brindamore. Brindamore is our warlock castle that we started off against. We are, of course, up against all the good enemies, knights, sorceresses, and wizards. And we have gone up into this area where we were able to get our hero, Foolish Ivan the Barbarian. He had some bad artifacts. We got them off with the pleasure of the assistance from this alchemist tower. That sounded really weird. That's a weird way of saying what I just tried to say. I don't expect you to ever say that to anybody else in your life. Anyway, but we got those artifacts off. He's now our primary hero. Foolish Ivan has taken these forces and gone north. We just gave him the Hydras, 8 or 6 Hydras, and he cleared out all of this up in this direction. And now he's kind of come up to a little bit of a brick wall. Meanwhile, Rathmont was sort of my primary hero who went up the road in this direction and down and over to this direction, and they took Zanzibar for us, and they even cleared out this area, and they've slowly been trap-sizing through the desert. And along the way, we've taken so many losses that my goal of finding a sulfur mine that I can use up here through these liths, I can't even do it right now. I don't have enough forces. I'm going to have to spend several days to go back or have another hero bring up quality forces to the front. Meanwhile, I'm trying to take gems, Mercury, and Crystal, and it's a bit of a struggle. Again, the logistics are taxed because of this desert, and I'm hoping that I can make this work. We will see how it goes. Okay, Gothic was more popular in Europe, I think. That was the game that was asked about pretty recently. And Lyshan says, so it's not 49, but 41. Yeah, for the lots of zombies, I think it was. So it's only 820 hit points easy. No, we all found out that it was not easy. And we did, in fact, lose that fight. We just lost Ranlu over here trying to defeat lots of zombies for the sawmill. Whoops, my bad. Borisir says Gothic. Oh man, where to begin? My first RPG and a cult classic in Poland, Germany, and Russia. You were playing as a prisoner thrown into a mining valley to mine magical ore for the war effort with orcs. And in the process destroyed barriers entrapping the whole valley. Interesting. Ask any random pull on the street about Gothic and it's almost guaranteed that they will know the game. Okay. I think that we might have to take a look at that. If you're a part of my Phixfox Discord, please make sure you put that in my request section so I can go take a look at it, because yeah, I'm interested to go take a look. So we'll take a look at that. We'll see. Skur says, ask any random pull on the street about Gothic and it's almost guaranteed that they'll know about the game. And he laughs about that. Yep. Let me ask my housemate who is Polish. 1 minute, Tundar says. Skur does say that's also one of their favorite RPGs, so that's more people saying it's very quality, very good. And Borasdk continues by saying, what was great about it was pretty good as a simulation of society in 2001, which even stands today. Oh, so it's like a simulation type of game? That's pretty interesting. And great combat systems, though the controls are loathsome. That's okay. We can do that. But Tundar does come back to say that not every Pole on the street does know about Gothic. Apparently the 46-year-old variety standard Pole that you might find, they do not know it. But that does not reduce my excitement about the game. I'm still looking forward to seeing that. Skur continues by saying, darn it. Damn. And we'll see about the results. Tundar is going to continue to cast a survey to see if people know about this great game. Cool. Yep, and mine too spoiled me for so many more RPGs because they never scratched the itch. That is actually my favorite thing. So one of my favorite, it wasn't really a role-playing game, but it was in the variety of, call it like the Final Fantasy type of gameplay. I don't know quite what you'd call that, but where you find party members and your party members fight fights. One of the games that was my only real introduction to the series was Shining Force. I love Shining Force so very, very much. And even Shining Force 2, I couldn't get into it because Shining Force 1 was so good at what it did. And I spent so many hours of gameplay that I just couldn't get into some other types of games, even if they were technically better. So I do understand that feeling of saying, yeah, maybe there were some other RPGs, but I can't get into them because they're not quite like the thing that I love the very most. So I get that very much. 36-year-old Polish friend does know Gothic, so 50-50 results, Tundar says. That's excellent. I love that. Fantastic. And Skur says, if you haven't played it yet, I highly recommend The Chronicles of Myrtania, a fan-made mod that's so good it feels like an official release. I love the fan-made stuff around here. I think that we all know that people with a passion can make something lovely in a way that really scratches an itch. So, okay, Chronicles of Myrtania. I'll keep an eye on that. Oh, and it was McCallett. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It looks like, is that 1,500 bits cheered? Wonderful. Thank you so very much. I appreciated it. I wanted to make a quiet donation to you, but I realized I can only do that with bits. I really enjoy your content on YouTube, and I wanted to show support. Sorry for disrupting the flow of the stream. No. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate people wanting to support. Yeah, you know what? We've all got responsibilities and obligations, and I really appreciate the time that people spend. This is one of the highlights of my week. I love to be here and I love to spend time with you all. I'm very glad that it's worth your time as well, and I do appreciate that you show your support in whatever way. For some people, that's by spending the time. For some people, that's by commenting and providing their insights to the game, and I appreciate the donation there. So thank you very much. I will tell you that I use these donations to improve my equipment, like this newer microphone that we have. I use donations to take my kids out for ice cream. I'm hoping one of my new purchases I'm hoping to make in the very near future is to get a secondary monitor screen thing that can travel with me, so that way I can have chat on its own full screen, and then I don't have to just play Heroes in windowed mode in only 3/4 of the screen. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. It'll be put to good use. Appreciate it. Borasdk is saying to Skur, on my second playthrough, playing with co-op with a friend, and I love that not many people here knows how Nick uses a bit of colorful language. Okay, gotcha. Don't know who that is. I'm fourth though. But yeah, good that Fix doesn't know about it, otherwise I could be in trouble. Whatever language you used, I missed it, and that's okay. No worries there. Let's see. And then not a simulation, but it played good in a way that you needed to gain reputation among prisoners. Oh, I like that. Kind of like Kenshi, maybe? Kenshi was fun as like an RPG game. I played just enough Kenshi to realize that I needed to devote about 1,000 hours to Kenshi in order to enjoy it. I can't do that. I don't have 1,000 hours to devote to a new game right now. Yet. We'll see about that. But anyway, I do appreciate that a good game takes a long time to get into and to enjoy. And some of them are very worth it. And some of them, we wish we had the time to enjoy them. We will see. Folks, this is about 600 experience, 1 gargoyle, and that's all it took. That's all it took. We just needed to devote resources to pick up 1 gem per day, and now we're in a much better spot than we otherwise were. I feel sheepish for taking so long to do so, but at least we are going to pick up South Mill now. Maybe we work on upgrading these 2 Necromancer towns and castles at the same time, at least up to the Bone Dragons. Well, at least up to the Vampire Lords, and then we'll see from there. Have you noticed Phixfox is actually putting off this fight? I'm very scared. Lots of air elementals. I just don't think I have the power to do this. I don't have any damaging spells. The Bless isn't going to do it. Air elementals, they do between 2 to 8 damage. So if they all get cursed all the time, they're going to do nothing. It's going to be like getting hit with a pool noodle. But they can occasionally do a critical hit, and they can do some massive damage. I don't know what to expect here. But I do have 8 Vampire Lords. We're going to fight this fight. This might be a bad idea. This might be a bad idea. Or it could be a really good idea. Was Phixfox overthinking it? I don't think I'm overthinking it. It's 35 HP, and that actually does make a big difference. And how many is this? 6, 12, 18, 24, call it 29. So I was worried it would be in the 40 range. It's just under the 40 range, but still, I don't think this fight is going to be as easy as I would like. And that does give me some cause for concern. Look at these air elementals just charging down the battlefield. Zens has pointed out to me that air elementals are very interesting, if for no other reason than the fact that they do have some interesting way that they are rendered in the game because they are see-through. And that is pretty interesting. That's pretty much worth noting, I would say. I'm going to consider, I want the Hydras to take the damage. Then again, the Vampire Lords, maybe I'm not going to lose a Vampire Lord here. Let's just go out and fight. Mummies, let's send them to the north. I'm going to actually put, I really want to keep this Gargoyle alive. I think that they're not going to take a lot of intrigue from these enemies. Let's do it just like this. 11 points of damage at a time, that's fine. Gargoyles, we're going to save them. 1 Vampire Lord goes down. Okay, but so long as I've got 7, I think I can actually life drain this without any problems. Let's see, 4 here, let's go in this direction. I'm trying to set up myself for a nice triple hex attack from these Hydras. They just need to slot right there, and all of my problems are going to be solved. So the mummies are going to step down. We're going to skip. I am going to do the Bless because it's going to maximize the damage, maximum effort, and that will do. Ooh. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. All right, I guess 3 Hydras actually is enough to defeat any of these enemies and solve all my problems, and I'm okay with that. Okay, I could probably just hit end here. I could probably just hit Q because I think we all know where this is going, but I kind of also want to see this in action. There you go. Glorious victory, 1,000 experience. I guess Phixfox was overthinking it. What can I say? This is actually, interestingly enough, going to be my second gem mine. I'm probably going to go through these Cyclopes, though. Reason being is I do want this +2 knowledge. We're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see about that. Yeah, at least one more day. But here in month 2, we're still making some good headway. Sorceresses are finally clearing out that patch to the south. Looks like they're doing some good efforts there. But I don't know how much ground they've covered, but I definitely feel like I'm covering an awful lot of ground here. Here's a question for you. No, never mind. I was going to say if I should land and just try and disrupt the flow of orange player. Problem is that if I get attacked, then I immediately just hand over a boat, and that can't be good for me. It's better that the enemies are not active on the adventure map. As little as possible, I want to have to deal with them. Okay. And then Jay Nasty is a Shining Force fan. Shining Force 3, a win for the Sega Saturn. You know, I've only played Shining Force 2 and 1, so I actually don't know anything about Shining Force 3. I am a little bit interested. What is your take on Shining Force 3? And Skur says, what is very interesting is in the game, there are 3 camps, each with a different idea of how to live while being imprisoned. Oh, so there's some choices you can make, is kind of what I'm hearing. This is back to Gothic, where you have to gain favor with the other players and such. The other prisoners. I'm interested to hear more about that. So you have 3 different gaming philosophies, or maybe political philosophies you can kind of go into as you're trying to gain favor from these enemies. It's kind of what I'm hearing anyway. Don't know if that's correct, but that means that there's a certain amount of variety from playthrough to playthrough. That can't be bad. Oh. I clicked way too fast. I should have taken advanced navigation. Really would have preferred leadership or anything else there. Whoops, my bad. Okay, well, Foolish Ivan the Barbarian here at level 10 is going to have Pathfinding, Necromancy, Navigation, Archery, Diplomacy, Logistics, Wisdom, and Estates. It'll work. We're gonna make it work. Remember, his attack skill and defense skill with dragons, that's all I'm really gonna care about, and that's pretty good. Uh-oh. Oh no. I immediately must go through these stone liths. This is too cool. I've got to go through this and find out what's on the other side. I'm sure it's gonna be something nifty. I'm sure it's gonna be awesome. Let's go through that in just a moment or two. Tundar says, I, for one, am very glad to have found you, who introduced me to FHeroes2, who introduced me to the Discord group, and now I am rehooked on my favorite childhood game, this and Populous. Very good. I'm very happy to hear that. I love to hear that. Yeah, I mean, I love the game, and I'm glad that other people enjoy it too, because it's just a really quality game. And I've said it before, and maybe I don't know, maybe I'm unbearably naive. I don't know, but I really am grateful for good quality games, and it's a little bit sad to me that some of the best games are older because newer games somehow just haven't been able to recreate the magic. And it's a little bit of me being at a loss. I don't know why modern games struggle. You know, like, I don't know, maybe I'm a stick in the mud. Maybe I just need to accept that good graphics are on the horizon and that's just the way we should play. Again? Another warlock is offered necromancy. Again, leadership. We're going with leadership. I don't even want to hear it. It's gonna be leadership. But yeah, I don't know. I should probably stop being so critical of newer games, but it's kind of hard to be when the old games were so good, and then you look at the newer games and you say, how did you mess up? How did we go backwards? I've mentioned with newer CGI that sometimes new CGI looks worse than the original practical effects that movie makers used. How have we gone backwards in terms of CGI? How have we gone backwards in some regards in the way the gaming is done? I don't know. Tough to say. McLaughlin says, oh no, Kenshi and Gothic are very different. Okay, never mind. Good. I'm very glad that you know about Kenshi and Gothic so that you can make sure that I don't make a mistake there by comparing them. Thank you. Thank you. So Kenshi and Gothic are very different. I will pretend like I never said anything. Thank you for the help. Okay, and then Skur says, even currently, I'm playing Gothic, but in Germany trying to learn the German language. That's a good question. How many people here have tried to play games in order to learn a new game or learn a new language? How many of us have played games to learn a new language? Recently, I had my brother over, and we ended up playing some Heroes of Might and Magic 3 together. And I've mentioned before on stream, and it shouldn't be any surprise, but he spent a meaningful amount of time in Russia. I believe that he was in Yekaterinburg, which I'm probably saying that completely wrong, but that's where he spent some meaningful time. And he has told me that that's why he plays games in Russian now. It's because he enjoyed the language and he's using gaming to keep up with his language skills. So he was playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3 in Russian, and occasionally he will lean over to me and say, hey, Phixfox, what does this mean in English? Because there's a translation that's close but not 100% correct. And he will say, huh, that's not the way I would have done it, but okay. It's just very interesting. So I'm interested to know here who people here end up playing video games because they're trying to learn a new language or keep up with their language skills. Let me know. I'm interested. And McLaughlin says, my condolences for playing Gothic in Germany, trying to learn German. You'll have to let me know why that's a problem, but I'm sure that you have a good reason for it. Tundar says, winnable, but at what cost? For this game here? For which scenario? I don't know. This is the problem. I get too far behind on chat and then I forget what things are in reference to. My apologies. Okay. We got this. Big sad face. We can totally do it. Oh, for Skur, for trying to do playing Gothic in Germany, trying to learn the German language. Oh, that's why everybody's like, you can totally do it. I'm sad for you, but you got this. Best of luck. We are nothing if not supportive here on the Phixfox gaming channel, so I appreciate that very much. Way to go, chat, for being supportive. Let's see. Skur says, vampires casually draining blood from air just to heal themselves. Oh, it was in reference. All of this about the difficulty in the fight and the struggle, it was about this air elemental fight. And it went so well that I forgot that it was even a stressor. I forgot that I was even stressed about it at all. Yeah, but we did come through that fight pretty well. But yeah, casually draining blood from air just to heal themselves. And these people, they're pretty good at what they do. Folks, for the first time, Foolish Ivan has set foot on snow. And he sets foot on snow if for no other reason than just to look at it and feel the cold wind on his face. I'm sure that being in the hot desert for such a long time, he's actually very happy to just feel the snow under his feet. Maybe the hydras are going to go into hibernation and they're going to have to carry them back through the lith. Whatever the case, it's nice that he gets a break from the sweltering heat that he is very accustomed to at this point. We're going to go north. Again, I do want to try and get these hydras up here. They can defeat the Cyclops. It's going to be Rathmont who goes back up the road here and deals with these forces. The hydras can make that happen. I believe that they can. I truly do. And we're going to deal with this glorious victory here for this southerly Necromancer town. Once we get this in place, our resources are going to be very much accounted for, but I think that we might be able to get this. I think that we may be able to get this castle upgraded and get some meaningful advancement before we have to devote our forces on over to getting dragons. That's what I think anyway. We'll see. Warrior says, and great learning system in Gothic. You can't spend points, you need to find a teacher of that skill, and as you progress with sword fighting skills, your combat animations change. Oh, I really love that. Having your skill impact the way that the animations are, I really do love that. One of my first and earliest examples of that was in the Duke Nukem side scroller, not Duke Nukem 3D, the Duke Nukem platformer that came way early, like in 1990 whatever. Yeah, that game was excellent, because as you leveled up, you would do extra flips as you were able to jump higher, and you were able to do all these fun things. I like the idea of having a visual representation of my increased skill in the game. So good stuff there. Sante Paulus, he follows up on the air elementals getting their blood sucked out. It is blood. It's transparent blood. It's Transylvanian transparent blood. Okay, you didn't say that. I did, but still. I'm going to stick with it. Let's see. Skeletons goes down here. Mutant zombies are actually going to do 12 damage there, 17 HP. I think I'm going to keep the Minotaur Kings alive. I think at this point the fight's over. 2 Griffins, 1 Minotaur King. I will take the basic logistics for Aerie as a secondary hero. That feels pretty good. And we are still pretty far away from the ore required to get South Mill, the new necromancy castle in the south. We're still pretty far away from getting that upgraded from a town to a castle, but we will get that as soon as possible. Are there any other things that we need to pick up with Aerie? He's got the bulk of the troops. Should I send him south and recruit liches at the City of the Dead? I actually think I shall. I think I shall, because getting this dwelling, the liches will then start to stack up. And then later down the road, they might be very useful for my forces as I try and get them into some late game relevancy. All right, I'm going to listen to chat on this screen because the music is kind of nice. It's kind of chill. It's calm. It's cool. I like it a lot. Sante Paula says, quick, unlearn that. Skur says, XD, yeah, the estates as the final secondary skill is pretty bad. I'm so sorry. I just got so busy talking and I just clicked way too fast. I think that we all know that there was a better opportunity there and I just didn't take it. And that's sad. But we'll get there. Shining Force 3, Jay Nasty says, is just more of the same, but the 3D graphics. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that it was 3D graphics. There are 3 separate scenarios, and we only got one of the 3. Oh, interesting. So they didn't even finish the story before they shelved the game? That's interesting. Cool. Tundar123 says, mates, I recommend that we try Gothic, and it should be shared with me on stream, or on Steam. Should I? Yes. Yes. It sounds like everybody's recommending that Gothic gets tried, so I'd love to see you give it a shot and let me know how it goes. I think that'd be pretty interesting. And Skur does encourage Tundar. He says, try it if you don't mind the older graphics. And then Boreaser again follows up and says, yes, but get ready for a challenge of very archaic controls and UI and graphics. And that feels good to me. Jay Nasty, talking about the video games in general, says, I feel like new games are run by people who focus on profits. I think older games were made by people who are actually passionate on making a good game. I completely agree. And I can't fault major gaming companies for having a bottom line. You can't make great video games if it doesn't make any money, if there's no return on profit. I understand that you need to get paid for your efforts. But when it's all corporatized and you're trying to make a game that fits the widest variety of audience and you don't take risks, you're never going to make a great game. You might make an okay or a good game, But a great game requires that you take some risks. Heroes of Might and Magic and Heroes of Might and Magic 2 and 3 and beyond, you needed to take some risks. And modern day gaming, I'm hoping that the olden era devs are doing a good job in taking risks. And I think that they are taking risks. I think that they could have played it much safer and they could have gotten much more positive response than they have from a lot of people. But it's worth noting that even though sometimes you'll hear negative comments about olden era, I still think that the majority of folks are interested in the game. It's got more than 500,000 wish lists on Steam. It'd be wrong of me just to pretend like olden era is all negative from the fan bases and stuff. I think that there's a very vocal group of people that say that they don't like it. That's just the way gaming goes, though. You can't make everybody happy. Oh, what's this? Phixfox has a second one. Perfect. Okay. And Tundar says, I mean, 100% of my gaming choices are from 1995 to 2003. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a good time for gaming, and I don't know if I can fault other people for not being able to recreate that. I don't think that they should try and recreate that either. To be fair, you probably shouldn't try to recreate it. It just feels kind of bad when we had something so awesome and now there's some struggles. You just have to ask yourself what happened. Folks, that Shipwreck Survivor did give us this Medal of Courage. I'm going to split these forces just in case we're attacked by sea from some enemies. After all, have you noticed there was a sorceress that hopped into the water? Vitania, with a pack of the greater druids, several of the unicorns, a few of the phoenixes, a horde of the battle dwarves, and several of these grand elves. Yeah, we do have to be kind of careful. Remember, it is Rathmon's job to head up in this direction. He's going to meet up with the forces of Falgar. Falgar is just about there. By road, he's going to get there much quicker. And with those reinforcements, I think that then we can take those other fighting forces. Aerie is going to continue to head south with this pretty good size group of forces. Halflings want to run. Do I want to pursue them? I do. I take no losses. If another one of my warlocks gets offered necromancy, I'm going to go bananas. 3 times in one game? Are you kidding me? And you better believe I'm going to take it, because the opportunity that I'm missing out on is Eagle Eye. But don't do it again. It was funny the first 3 times. The 4th time, that's when I'm going to go bananas. And I'm a video game reseller, so I like what I like, right? Tundar says, I did not know that you were a video game reseller. That's very interesting to me. Very cool. I'm happy to hear that. And Jay Nasty is talking about the video games. At least it's the big studios where it's about the profit. Yep. And I think there's definitely something to be said about that. Folks, we have an interesting opportunity in front of us. We've got a magic arrow that does 40 points of damage. We've got 8 vampire lords and 3 hydras. There are lots of orc chiefs. There's several ogre lords. There's several war trolls, lots of wolves, and a few cyclopes here in Lankershire. I'm going to assume that this is left turret, right turret, and a moat. I'm going to assume that the vampire lords are not strong enough to defeat these forces in Lankershire. They can't be. Well, they could be. They're probably not, though. It's almost a new week. We're almost going to be able to get some reinforcements from Sorpigal. I'm going to use Foolish Ivan to actually go through all the rest of this stuff. First to this crystal mine, because we still don't have one. But we're going to come back for Lankershire pretty quickly. Remember that this only goes here to the stone list, so it's actually not too far away. This is in the bottom left of the map, and this was something we'd originally seen because of this Eye of the Magi. So pretty interesting here that we're finally going to be able to get a good look at a second barbarian castle. This other one here of Zanzibar, we're probably not going to upgrade that anytime soon. We're going to focus on upgrading South Mill, so we have double necromancers, but still, it'll be nice to have a barbarian castle that's pretty well upgraded. So I'm looking forward to that. Okay. As far as other purchases, again, we have we need 3 more ore. We need 3 more ore. I did just upgrade my other marketplace here, so I can trade. I can trade pretty well. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to trade a bunch of units of wood. I'm going to upgrade this castle, and now we're getting 4,900, nearly 5,000 gold per day, with the opportunity of upgrading South Mill now. Just at least up to Vampire Lords. So, not a bad decision. Even with this other opportunity that has just poked its little head up out of the sand, I still think that this is not a bad decision on our part. Okay. Oh, and Borasdk does say about Gothic that there's a remake and it should be out this year. You're cautiously optimistic about it. So you're saying, so the gameplay, I mean, you really like the gameplay, right? But the controls are what the problem is? It sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like the game could actually be awesome if they can just improve the UI and the controls. It sounds like that's what you would want anyway. So hopefully the improvement or the remake actually does that. If it does that, I think that, yeah, it sounds like you should absolutely be optimistic about it. What do you worry that they would change or make worse so that way you couldn't enjoy the game like you would hope? That's the question I have for you. I think it's always wise to, you know, we don't do pre-orders. Nobody pre-order any game. We don't do that. It's a digital copy. There's no sense in pre-ordering it. They have unlimited copies. But, you know, there's always reason to be cautious, but what are you most worried about? Okay, folks, several Cyclopes. We can beat this fight. We shall. I still don't want to lose this one gargoyle. We keep refighting these fights just because I want to make sure that these one gargoyles don't die. They're going to be important for later. It's really important for later. Trust me. Darn it. It's going to be important. Let me think. Can I just send the Vampire Lords out here to do damage? I think I can. I'm going to attack like this, because then watch this. 1, 2, and then 3. Yeah, so they do hurt themselves. If they weren't going to hurt themselves, I wouldn't put my Vampire Lords in this position. I think that 8 is enough that they can handle this fight, but that was just rude. We don't do that around here. It's not very kind. 1 Vampire Lord's revived. We're still at the most possible. 1 Cyclops goes down. Skip. And skip. And skip. And now I think I could just hit Q and I'll end the battle. Okay. 400 experience, 1 skeleton, and the crystal mine. Folks, I actually really like this artifact. The ammunition cart in the middle of an old battlefield catches your eye. Inspection shows it to be in good working order, so you take it along. I really do like the idea of having unlimited shots. I think that we've seen many a time where I can win some fights I have no business winning if I've got that possibility. So, interesting. It's interesting enough that I'm excited to pick it up. Even if the opportunity never presents itself, I like the flexibility that it provides. Before I do anything else, I do want to pick up the excavation site. I just don't want to forget before the new week. And then Aerie is going to hopefully take the City of the Dead by road through wolves. Whoa, too many wolves. McLawlet says, I think it could be a situation where older games trust players a bit more, as usually older games were created for specific audiences in mind, while newer games tend to try to capture the widest possible audience. I agree. Therefore, dumbing the game down to make it more accessible causes some problems. I guess Daggerfall or Skyrim could be a comparison. Do I make sense? English is not my first language. No, I think that you're making perfect sense there. And I think I can absolutely agree with you on that. So, yeah, I think that you're right. I've never actually played Daggerfall versus Skyrim, so I don't actually know the difference myself. But the idea of making it so that the video game journalists can complete the tutorial, yeah, I think that there's something there. And I say that specifically in case you're unaware of what I'm referencing. It was the Cuphead game, which I don't think I ever really played that either, but the video game journalists couldn't even beat the tutorial, and these are the people that are trying to tell us what a modern audience wants. Yeah, I don't know. We need something like Rotten Tomatoes with, sure, the critic score, but also just with the user-generated score. I guess that Metacritic probably does that, doesn't it? I guess you can vote on games and how good they are with Metacritic. Anyway, but yeah, I think that could be a problem where dumbing it down, using yellow paint to tell people where to go, that does lead to some problems. Folks, we have found the ruins of an ancient city now inhabited solely by the undead. Will you search? Yes, I will. Whoa! Oof. Look at the losses. Look how close this fight's gonna be. Like, we're gonna win, I guess, but maybe not. Maybe not. I'm gonna have to make sure I don't screw this up. Holy cow. Tundar says, if it's a classic, I'd prefer to play the original. I don't often find an old game to play for the first time. Yeah, I dig that. And also McLawlet does agree with what Jay Nasty said. I believe that was talking about the big studios and trying to make money. Yeah. Borasdk says, then go, but maybe find mod to the first one to get the inventory from Gothic 2, because the inventory in Gothic 1 is a nightmare. Gotcha. Oh, and Skur has played Duke Nukem Manhattan Project. I liked Manhattan Project. Good stuff there. The Castaway awarded you a medal for bravery for saving him. I guess that's back to Gothic. Okay. And McLawless says your chances of necromancy are low, but never zero. Your chances of necromancy are low, but never zero. Does Necromancer's Shrine boost a Warlock's necromancy? It does. Absolutely it does, Tundar. Right now, we've got 2 heroes with basic necromancy. Yeah, we may want to invest in skeletons. Maybe that's what the map maker wanted. Who knows? So yeah, interesting, but it does. And then what is the wording on the shrine? I will tell you, but it's just your necromancy skill. It doesn't say necromancers, it says necromancy skill. Santipaula says, trust me, that one gargoyle on every hero is completely non-negotiable. It kind of is. I see a lot of value in keeping that hero with that one gargoyle, even if it means I have to fight all these fights. Borasdk continues to talk about the game. He says, well, atmosphere of the game, and that they will simplify it for the modern times. That is the concern that you have, that they will simplify it for modern times. The old one did not. It was not simplified, and it didn't carry you by the hand. And from the demo, while the original combat system was faithful to the original, it was expanded upon, and the controls, well, there could be done work better on it. Yeah. So you're seeing the opportunities where they could be improved, but you do worry that they're going to simplify it. That makes perfect sense. I think that is a reasonable concern. I mean, it uses a mouse, which originally it did not learn until Gothic 2, and in the sequel, it's still better to play only on the keyboard. That's a plus. Interesting. That's always interesting. Games that have to be played on the keyboard. I think that the original Might and Magic games, like 1 through 3, I think that those were all keyboard only, weren't they? Those games were crazy. I like them. And then let's see. Illidir Soshalach. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Gothic is like the first Skyrim. If you like old games, Keeper FX, Dungeon Keeper is the way to go. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. By the way, welcome to the chat. It's a pleasure having you here. We are about to get destroyed in this pretty crazy fight. We do have, let's see. I've got a couple of slows. Here's the thing, if I slow the Vampire Lords, I feel like you have to kill the Vampire Lords first. You simply must. If you kill the Vampire Lords first, you can win the game. 125 points of damage. I feel like you gotta kill 3 Vampire Lords, like right off the bat. That's too good. And from here, I almost feel like I just want to hit auto combat and let the AI do this for me, because I just don't trust myself enough to win this fight, which is exactly the reason why we have to fight this fight for ourselves. 5 Power Liches, they're going to do some damage. I don't know if the Vampire Lords are going to go feast on these Centaurs and Orcs. I don't know. Let's just go out and do some damage. Do we kill a Vampire Lord? We do not. I'm going to put the Minotaur Kings, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to put them right about here, so that way they can respond anywhere next turn. They can go north, south, they can go forward, they can go back. Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see. And then let's do range damage from afar. We killed 1 of the Vampire Lords. 1 remains. 30 damage here. Do I just want to get rid of 1 full vampire? I kind of do. Kind of do. That's a lot of wasted damage, but I care about defeating Vampire Lords that much. I really do. I think that if you defeat the Vampire Lords, the rest of the scenario, or the rest of this fight, gets much more simple. But if they drain tank again and again, I think that that's where you have problems that could ruin this entire fight for you. Down to 1 Vampire Lord. I do feel like I can just hit Q from this point on. It's going to be a tough fight either way. There's not much I can do about it. Either way, it's going to be kind of tough to deal with. Let's see. Zombies, they're actually going to do some amount of damage. 33 HP. Let's see if we can kill 1 vampire here. 27 HP. We were just short. 5 gargoyles are going to finish this off. And then from here, it's just going to be fighting. There's nothing interesting about the fight. The 1 lightning bolt actually saved us a ton of troops. That took the fight from, oh my gosh, this is really scary, down to, yeah, this isn't going to be easy losses to swallow, but we can manage. And then now some of the surviving liches are impressed by your victory over their fellows and offer to join you for a price. I will like to recruit these liches later, but right now they're going to stack up from day to day, week to week, and it's day 7 now, so soon there will be many more available for us. In fact, I don't want my morale to be too much worse. I'm not going to dismiss the orcs just to take liches into my army. Not yet, but I've thought about it. Okay. McLawlet says, for today, I shall take my leave. It was great to see you live and chat with y'all. See you soon. Good night. McLawlet, thank you so much. And again, thank you so much for the appreciation. I appreciate you right back. Yeah, thank you. I hope you have a great night, and I hope I get to catch you in the future. It's a fun time having everybody here. The reason I stream is because I love getting to interact with people, and that includes you. So thank you to everybody. The stream is great because you all make it great. We'll catch you around. Bye-bye. And then, no, the plus was that the remake will use the mouse, Boreaser says. Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that you preferred that it did not have the mouse, and so I'm glad that I've understood you better now. Good, good, very good. Okay, the shrine increases the necromancy skill of all of you. Hold the phone. The shrine increases the necromancy skill of all your necromancers by 10%. This reads to me that it will increase the necromancy skill, but not for non-necromancers. Meaning that if you are a warlock with the necromancy skill, this reads to me like this will not be impacted by the shrine. We have to do this for science. Like, we have to do this right now. Well, we have to find out. We have to find out, Tundar, because I don't know. It's going to cost me 10 crystal. I would like to use that somewhere else, but I need to find out right now. Ah, never mind. Look, it's basic necromancy +1. The +1 indicates that the shrine is impacting you. So the language is that it is only the necromancers, but it is coded so that it will impact any necromancy skill that your heroes possess, whether they are warlocks or whether they are necromancers. Very interesting. Science? Yes, indeed, science. I'm happy to pay 10 crystal to do science with you. I hope that you can all appreciate that science is very important here in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Sante Paula says, well, you are a necromancer if you know necromancy. Yeah, I mean, that's, well, yes, I suppose so. I suppose so. What a fun way of looking at it. Yeah, I suppose you are a necromancer if you do know necromancy. Although you don't have to actually exercise it, you don't have to practice it, but all the same. Greywind, a horde of skeletons, lots of the royal mummies, a pack of the vampire lords, a pack of the liches, and several of the bone dragons. That's a little bit scary. I am, as the kids say, a little bit scared. Oh, look at this. So 1,500 gold. Well, look, there's a Magellan's Maps. Oh, but there's reefs. We cannot get there. Not yet. Not today. We'll have to come back later. Did you notice that a yellow sorceress with a few phoenixes has landed near Sorpigal? Don't think I much love that. I've got an idea, folks. This is going to be awesome. Watch this. We're going to pick up this experience. We're going to continue to do with Ivan whatever he wants to do. And that actually includes, do we need the ore? We've got one ore mine. I think I'm still going to go this way first. We're going to hire a hero here. Let's make it Castor. And Castor is going to bring these quality troops. Yeah, he's going to bring these troops. Oops, we're going to evacuate them in this direction. We're going to hope that the sorceress goes north. We hope that they take this castle. We hope that they upgrade this castle, and we will come back in a couple of days. We will see if they upgrade it or not. I don't know. I'm guessing that if they've only got a few castles, that they've already upgraded their secondary and tertiary castles, and I'm hoping that they say, well, I've got extra resources. I might as well get up to bone dragons, and that's when we return, and that's when we defeat you, and that's when Ivan uses his big, awesome brawn because his spells are not that good, and he will end my enemies for me. That's the plan. I don't know if it'll work out as well as I'm saying right now, but it could matter. It could work. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Falgar continues to go north, and here is the great meetup. Rathmont's actually going to do a little bit of a drive-by. Well, no. We're going to have just enough movement points to make this work. Let's see, we want the Hydras in place of these Nomads, and I don't think, do I want 7 Earth Elementals over the Minotaur Kings? I actually think I do. I think it's worth the morale to have that adjustment. Are the Griffins better or worse? 45 HP versus these flying creatures. I think that the flexibility of a flying creature is always very important, so I'm going to do it like this. Yeah. And just in case something bad happens, I'm going to move this Endless Purse of Gold over to Falagar. I'm probably going to rehire... Yeah, I'll probably rehire Rathmont in case something bad happens, but just in case, we'll see. Okay. Bearded Man appreciates the science. Good. I'm very glad you appreciate the science. I do too. I do too. Sante Paulus, the sorceress landed on my desert. Yes, they did, right here. This is my desert. I own the desert. Wherever their biome is, they have like green things and fun like leprechauns and stuff. Wizards get the snow and I get the desert. So, oh, and it looks like the knights get the dirt. But yeah, so therefore it's my desert and they're not allowed in it. They need to just get out of here. But before they go, they can take this Necromancy Castle and then they can upgrade it for me, in which case I'll be very happy. Will they go south or will they go north? Very important to note that recently with the FHeroes patch 1.1.9 that the scouting radius on enemies has been reduced. That means that Vitania might not go north, in which case if she goes south, that could cause some complications. We're going to have to see what happens there. On to a new day. Tundar says, my almost 9-year-old is about to start his first play of Heroes Might and Magic 2, sticking him on Beltway easy. Exciting times. Well done, Phixfox. I'm so thrilled to hear it. I'm glad that the future generation's going to enjoy the game, and they're going to enjoy it because they see us playing it, and that really does tug at my heartstrings because that's how I first saw Heroes Might and Magic. I saw Heroes Might and Magic because my loved ones were playing it, and what better way for someone else to enjoy it than by seeing others play it and enjoying it themselves. So good stuff. I'm glad that you are doing a service to your family by giving them good things to enjoy. I do think that Heroes of Might and Magic is not just, okay, in a moral sense and in a philosophical sense, you have to ask yourself if there is such a thing as good and bad. I do truly believe in this world that there is such a thing as good and bad. And I think it's objective more so than subjective. That's the way I feel about it. I think that there's real true good in the world, and I feel like that there's real true evil in the world, and I don't try and make judgments generally on one or the other, but I think we as parents have to try and figure out whether or not it's good for us to give our kids something important or not. Like that's part of our charge as parents, right? From the day that we held our children in our hands, we swore to them, whether we said it out loud or we said it in our hearts, that we would never let anything horrible happen to them, right? And so Heroes Might and Magic, I think it's objectively a good thing to give your kids. So I'm very glad you're doing that because I think that, sure, maybe you could say, oh, it has violence or it has this or that. I think it's an objectively good thing to give kids. I do. Sorry, I'm not crying, you're crying. But I said what I said and I mean what I mean, and it may not be a very popular opinion in the year 2025 that, you know, there is good and evil in the world, but that's just the way I feel about it. And I do not really make many apologies for it. I truly don't. Okay. Folks, have you noticed? Oh, good. The Hydras are unparalyzed. These Hydras really need to take their turn. I don't have a haste. I can't improve their turn order here, but I'm really needing the Hydras to take their turn. Retaliation is good, but I do want them to take their turn. Can they survive at least two more of these 7 HP? I don't want the centaurs to take more damage. Can they survive one more round without another paralyzed? There's one. Okay, I can actually attack this Medusa now. Dang it, we were so close. Okay, 5 Medusa here, 19 HP there. Let's just do it just like this. And this is one of those times where these Earth Elementals, they should get increased defensive stats in the event that they get petrified. I think that chat has agreed with me in the past that that is, in fact, something that should happen. You're already a stone-skinned kind of an individual. The Petrify should only be a bonus. Okay, at least the Centaurs are getting some damage off from range. That's pretty good. And they're defensively oriented in this way. Griffins are going to skip because I don't want them to go down. We've only got the gargoyles available. My goodness, 12 HP here. Let's do this. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, should we have just fought the Cyclops first? I think we're gonna get so many Medusas from these ruins. I think that this is still the right play, but my goodness. This is costly. because the centaurs are going to go down now. This is just like that time that we got blind locked. Oh my goodness. We're gonna get through this, folks. I gotta get going. I gotta get through this. Gotta take my mind off of you. Well, all right. Yeah, the Hydras finally got to go. That only took 5 turns. What turn are we on? We are on turn 10, and the Hydras for the very first time are going to get to attack. Oh my gosh. It's about darn time. Okay. Still, this is part of... Okay, remember how I said that Heroes of Might and Magic is objectively good? Even after this fight, I'm still saying that. I'm sticking to my guns. I said what I said, and I don't take it back. Okay. Alrighty, we get out of this fight. 5 Hydras, 3... Earth Elementals, all these forces. Oh my gosh. We pick up 1 spell power. Do you know how many Hydras this has to be? Or rather, how many Medusas this has to be to make this worth it? This has to be so many. We found some Medusas living in the ruins. They are willing to join your army for a price. Do you want to recruit the Medusas? Yes, I do. 13? I don't think 13's enough. I don't think that was worth it. But it might be enough to defeat a pack of Cyclopes. Let's go give it a shot. My goodness, that was crazy. Ugh. Ugh. Bearded Man says the evacuation strategy is very interesting. I never considered using the leftover units to restock other heroes instead of defending the castle. If we had left turret, right turret, and a moat, I think that it'd be pretty useful to just kind of fight this fight. We're not going to invest in the castle because I don't want to have to deal with the defenses later, but I know that the forces are going to be much more useful on the hero that's got 7 attack and 6 defense. An additional 5 Vampire Lords actually gets this stack of Vampire Lords to the point that they can be unbeatable, potentially, maybe even better than all these forces. So that's my hope, is that by consolidating our strength, even if that means providing some weaknesses to the enemy some other places, that we're still going to be in an okay spot. That's my hope anyway. I am going to do this real quick. I'm going to defeat the Griffins. It's the 1 gargoyle, man. I just can't give that up. Sante Paulus, by the way, loved the Petrified Earth Elemental. The rate of petrification roll is crazy. Yeah, that fight went crazy. And Bearded Man said stone locked. Yeah, that stone lock was pretty bad, folks. I hate to say it, we've got to fight this fight again. I can't lose. I just can't lose the gargoyle. Although, I wonder if I just skip right in here. If I hit Q right now, would the battle be over? Probably not. I'm going to put the Vampire Lord here and hope I get just surrounded. Yeah, that'll be fine. Mummies are going to attack right here. There, skip. Good. Good. Oh, thank goodness. I thought that my gargoyle was going to go down. I was about to be very sad. Like, very sad. We're going to save our spell points for future fights. Let's kill 1 full stack of the Griffins. So then these Griffins step up. Damage. Good, good. And this formation, it looks kind of weird, but it actually, I think, is the optimal strategy. I do think that this is optimal here. And once again, I'm going to attack this top stack. I didn't want this stack to die. I think that one of these Griffins might peel off and get out of the way of the Hydras. No, they don't. I thought that they would. That might be an opportunity, oops, that they could do in the future. That was an accidental skip. It was not intentional. Skip, kill. And we get out of this fight with 1 mummy lost, 8 skeletons, but we save the gargoyle and we get 8 skeletons back. Advanced archery, or rather expert archery, is the play. And look at this. We're actually picking up some amounts of knowledge and spell power. If we can get access to a magic well, maybe here in Lancashire, we're going to be in a good spot. Because this resupply from Castor is still at least a day and a half away, I'm going to continue on with Ivan. I'm going to pick up this witch doctor. Who knows when we're going to come back here. So he's going to pick up all this. We're going to take Lancashire, and then we're going to roll back into Sorpigal after that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Gargoyle is the pet of the party, and we need him. I agree. I agree. I kept this guy alive specifically because I thought I was going to go defeat these elves here, but then Rathmont did that instead. But since the elves are gone now, I don't actually need him, but I still want him. I don't know. I still want him. He's still important to me. It's also important to me to pick up 2 crystal a day, or as often as possible. And when Rathmont comes back, I think that I've got room in the army now, yes, where these forces are going to get in there. We're going to trade out the centaurs for these other forces, and we're going to be happy for it. We're going to be grateful. Back in my day, we were grateful for the minimal amounts of troops that we were able to get. Lots of Master Swordsmen. Folks, this is the fight that we want. This is it. Lots of Master Swordsmen. We don't have any troops in South Mill, but we do have about, I think it's 8 liches up here. Our morale is going to be horrible. We've only got 4 spell points. Is there a magic well anywhere nearby? You know what? Maybe we actually go back to South Mill, get a mage guild, just so we can come back. I thought that there was going to be liths to the south of this. I didn't think we were going to be able to get through. It looks like we can. Yeah, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go all the way back. We're still upgrading this castle. We're going to take the time to upgrade to the well right now. Right now. Or the magic well. It's a magic well because it's a mage guild. And then with haste, magic arrow, and more importantly, these second level spells that Aerie has with full spell points, we definitely defeat the Master Swordsman, lots of swordsmen, and then we are able to finally roll through the scenario. It's actually going to work out really well. I really think it will be. Great. Okay. Awesome. And then we run through here and do good. Sounds like a plan. Let's see if we can make it happen. Okay. Bearded Man says, like that pet bear a Polish army had tamed. Oh yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. I think that they even gave that. I think that they gave that bear like corporal or lieutenant status or something nuts. Probably not lieutenant. I think lieutenants actually need to do something, but I think that they gave them an actual job and responsibilities and such. It's kind of nifty. By skipping and not attacking, we actually were able to kill 1 more Battledorf. So we killed 2 Battledorfs. It's the little things in life you have to treasure. If the enemy will cause me such grief and disdain, then should I not continue on in so good of a cause to do the same to them? Okay, look at this. I think I visited pretty much all the whirlpools. Probably not. There's still probably more to be had. But landing here kind of looks interesting to me. We're going to continue though until I find every whirlpool, until I'm satisfied that I found every whirlpool. Like this one, we had never been to this one. I'm just going to continue to see what's up here. Maybe there's a chest. Flotsam. If nothing else, it gives us good scouting, and that's worthwhile to me. That's more important than resources or anything like that. Okay, Thalagar, do your duty. We're going to go skip. Okay. And I'm going to have to hope that these forces can actually defeat a pack of Cyclops. I think that they can. Rathmont's got 3 spell points. He's been so short on spell points this entire time. But I've not been able to take him back home. And maybe I should have. Maybe I should have. I do not know. I cannot say. Okay, somebody though needs to go home so that they can grab troops, and then finally we're going to take this crystal mine. That is a worthwhile opportunity. We've just missed out on it. We'll get that soon. Fear not. Castor is finally making it through. There's more lists than one. I hadn't even considered that as a possibility. I hadn't even considered that there was multiple liths. Oh my goodness. And this is kind of important. If we didn't have the FHeroes2, these troops would have just been stuck behind this blue barrier. But we are able to press spacebar, we're able to re-interact with the map, and we don't have to stay stuck forever. But I'm really glad that we didn't just lose these troops to be stuck behind a lith. So we're back home, but this is not where we want to go. There we go. Finally there. Okay. We're going to go just right about to here. Right about to here. Here, Goblin Hut. Maybe we pick up some worthwhile troops. And then I might even use Castor to go south rather than go in this direction. I haven't found anywhere else that he might be useful, so that's what we're going to do for now. Okay, 1 Necromancer Castle. Time to get the pyramid. And our previous week was actually very useful. Did you notice we did pick up 2 gem mines, 1 crystal mine, 2 ore mines, and 1 alchemist lab. Last week, if it felt like we haven't been doing an awful lot, we actually have been setting the stage for long-term success, and it feels really good. It really feels really good because it's gonna be what moves us forward and allows us to withstand not 1, not 2, but 3 enemies who all mean us great harm. Lucky Gambler's coin, 10 wood, a little bit of gold from that chest, not to mention some flotsam here first thing in the morning. We've not yet visited this oasis. If for no other reason than it's good for the morale, we will take that now. Do I believe I can defeat a pack of Cyclopes with 4 spell points? I just don't. That's 1 slow. It's 1 curse. But if I wait another week, this pack of Cyclopes grows even bigger. I think that 13 Medusas are really quality troops. I think that they are. I think I've got the right forces that could actually do something here. It just feels bad. And I need to make sure that I don't put myself in the position where terrain blocks off my forces. So I'm trying to stick the 1 hex creatures in the corner, even though they're a little bit slower than I would like for the Earth Elementals. Hydra's in the center. If I wait until day 7, I will be able to have 1 full lightning bolt or 2 slows or 1 slow and a curse. I think I'm going to wait until day 7, but I am going to fight this fight in just a little bit. I don't love this. I do not love this, folks. Not something I'm dying to do, but we're going to make this work. Okay, all these forces go over. I'm going to... What do I do with the gargoyles? I don't know. I'm going to keep them for now. 51, I don't know, 51 of these goblins. Tell you what, I only want the 1 gargoyle here because they're going to fly over the battlements and stop maybe the war trolls from doing damage. That's going to be their whole job. But we're going to save these other 2 gargoyles. So after this battle and after this 1 gargoyle finally dies, there is still a pet for the army because it seems like chat really enjoys the pets here in this force, which I appreciate. Maybe swap the orcs for the liches. Yeah, down here. I don't know if liches... 8 liches against lots of master swordsmen. I do still feel like I need to get at least... With spells, I can do it. That means I need to spend 1 day here. But 8 liches? It's lots of master swordsmen? Nah. If it's 49 master swordsmen, then that's too many. And it might be, because we're 2.5 months in. It's maybe just under a horde. So I do have to just play this kind of careful, I think. But I like where your head's at because I think that that's like the correct way of thinking about it. I really do. So I'm going to play it as cautious as I can in this point. Yeah. Feels bad sometimes to play cautious, but if it's the most correct tactical play, I do try and play these games as not sweaty as I can, but as correctly as I can. Sweaty doesn't really apply to me when I consider Heroes of Might and Magic 2. But playing correctly, I think, never goes out of style. Okay, we're going to go south. More goblins. Maybe we can find something nifty over here. And let's fight this fight of Lankershire. I think that with the 13 Vampire Lords, I really like my chances. The 1 Gargoyle is going to do the best they can. Let's fight this fight. Oh, easy peasy? This fight's going to be so easy. Why is it going to be so easy? Why were the losses so minimal? It's because the Vampire Lords are just that good. Okay, so Vampire Lords, let's see. I can Cure, I can Bless, I can Magic Arrow. I actually want to do it like this. Hold on, how many? 6 War Trolls? I think I actually want to put the Gargoyle here, so that way the Wolves can't cover up the War Trolls. I guess that the 2 Hex Wolves can't cover up anybody, actually. I think you actually want to keep the Gargoyle out. I don't think you want to use them just yet. Kind of weird. Bearded Man says sweaty with that headband, impossible. I found out just the other day, if you've ever seen somebody with wristbands, like sweatbands on the wrist, it's not so that your wrists don't get sweaty. Apparently those are so that way you can like wipe the sweat off of your brow with the... It was probably really obvious to everybody else, but you're gonna have to forgive Phixfox. Sometimes I miss some pretty critical and important things. I'm a little embarrassed. Suffice to say, I'm a little bit embarrassed. Okay, tell you what, Magic Arrow, let's do 2 Orc Chieftains over there. We're gonna deal with these War Trolls. Looks like actually this might have been a mistake because now the Orc Chiefs are gonna get covered up. Yeah, that was actually a mistake. Huh. I mean, we're still gonna win, and we're gonna win with no losses, I don't think. Vampire Lords are still 12. Yeah, I think we're fine, but it's just nifty. Just nifty to think. I will kill most of the Cyclopes. This will kill me maybe 1 or 2. We killed 1. Skippity skip skip. I don't know. I actually want the Vampire Lords to get a full retaliation off against some of these forces. So we're going to sit the Gargoyles there so the Wolves can't get in. And then what do I want to do? Yeah, Cyclops. I want to take out the Cyclops. These troops are not actually taking retaliations, or they're not attacking me. That's very interesting. Very fun to see there. Okay, troops step up. And we see the power of a huge Vampire Lord stack, folks. This is a fight that should cost me an awful lot. It's costing me nothing. This costs me nothing. And in fact, I think I'd be worse off if I had ranged creatures, because the ranged creatures would take damage from a left turret, right turret. And in this case, it just doesn't. I've got no losses, no issues. And it's quite fine. Cool, man. And all it cost us was 1 gargoyle. 1 pet. Okay. Oh, I was really hoping that this Barbarian Castle of Lankershire would have an awful lot in it. It looks like it does not. I will spend the gold to upgrade it, but I'm going to be very cautious with the use of upgrading it with ore and such. Yeah, I'm going to be very careful there. Oh, no. We had a plan. The plan was actually to get the Mage Guild here so we could get full spell points and go back here tomorrow. We're going to end up having to wait here an extra day. And so because of that, let's do it like this. Let's go defeat these Minotaur Kings, or Minotaurs. Castor can get in, clear all this out. We'll go back and we'll stay tomorrow night in Lankershire with the Mage Guild, and then we're going to set through the Stone Lists, go south, and deal with Britannia very, very shortly. It's still a good plan. It just takes a little bit longer than I would have liked. That's okay. Sante Paulus, no, the Gargoyle. That's his job, though. I think that he's going to be very proud to be able to say that he did his job to the very best of his abilities, and I have no worries with that. Sante Paulus does say, I usually hire a tax collector hero that makes sure to visit windmills, etc. every week. Here we've got Magic Garden, we've got Windmill. These are the 2 big ones. I don't think I have a third. Yeah, I don't think I have a third obstacle, unless it's up here in the upper left corner. No, I think I just have 2. But you're completely right, and that's what I should do. I just haven't done that too much. I'll say that that's a bit of an error on my part. Folks, we're going to take the Diplomacy over the Wisdom. Who knows when we're going to get a 5th level Mage Guild, but for now, I'm sure that the Diplomacy could be useful. Let's pick up our Mage Guild like we talked about. That's going to make sure that we have up to 70 spell points. It's kind of a big deal. And in fact, we might even build a level 2 Mage Guild here before we leave tomorrow. We have just enough resources to make that happen. I still want to get my Sulphur as soon as possible, but man, month 3 dragons. Seems like that takes a lot out of us. Seems very highly unlikely. Let's grab all this, and then we'll head through the southern region. Another purchase here. Let's go with this. What day is it? Day 5. Let's go with the statue. No, let's go with the... We can go Thieves Guild, Mansion, Skull Pile this week, or we can go Statue, Thieves Guild, Mansion. Either way was fine by me. Do you care about 8 skeletons a week? Not really. Let's go with the statue now. We'll take the gold, basically an extra 750 gold than we otherwise would have had. And then we'll go with the Thieves Guild Mansion in just a moment or two. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay. There's an awful lot to think about here. Oh, and it was the corporal. The bear was a corporal. Oh. Interesting. Sure, it was a good bear. Whoa, that was close. Hello, Maximus. Goodbye. I really hope that Maximus tries to follow us and fails. Oh, look at this. We've never been here before. Well, that means it's time to set sail. We could maybe even defeat a horde of peasants. Is there anywhere else to land? I think that there's exactly 1 spot you can land. So if we feel like we're in danger, we can actually land, and then the enemies can never actually grab us. Oh, they can land right here. Never mind. We might have trapped ourselves here on this little spit of land. We'll have to wait and see. Okay. Foolish Ivan does have full spell points. We're going to do the level 2 Mage Guild. This is an investment to make sure we have some nice damaging spells. Looks like it's going to be a Cold Ray. We already have the Summon Boat, Dragon Slayer, not too bad. And then let's go through the Stone Liths. Are they close enough to us? Yeah, they're not going to see us until right about here, I don't think. So we got plenty of time for this. Uh-oh. There we go. And let's go to right about there. Yeah. 3 days away. We can even defeat Sorpigal on day 1. Let's hope that they've been upgrading this for us. I hope that they have. No guarantees, though. Falgar is slowly making his way, as is Airy. Thieves Guild for the vampires tomorrow. And it looks like this desert, I don't know if I need to devote a really good hero to this desert or not. Well, I don't have a really good hero to devote to it, so it's just going to be Castor. It's going to be Castor's job to go south. Let's see, folks, what we're going to do is this. I'm going to see the resolution of this area, I think, and I'm looking at taking a break in the next minute or two. I find that my streams go much better. I do much better if I take a break every now and again. And so even though it takes some time out of our streaming, we're going to take a break in just a moment or two. So let's see how things go for a moment longer, and then we will decide where to go and what to do. By the way, red is... Really? Look at this. I said I would stay around and see the resolution. Well, I guess I will. My goodness. Okay. Looks like 3... Ouch. Lightning Bolt does 150 damage. 3 of the Vampire Lords goes down. Greater Druids do 94 damage. 3 Vampire Lords perish. Let's see. Phoenix did not attack. I think that's fine for me. Here's the problem I'm running into. 13 Greater Druids. 57 Dwarves. The Unicorns have yet to go. I've got 70 spell points. I've got 80 points of damage there. The best thing I can do is Cold Ray, because none of these other spells matter. So I'm going to end up Cold Raying somebody. That's a guaranteed deal. It might be 2 Unicorns I Cold Ray, but I'm about to take a lot of damage from these Unicorns. I don't know how much Greater Druid I can lifesteal off of. And the most important thing to do is to keep this vampire stack alive. And so flying across the battlefield just to get swallowed up by unicorns is actually not my favorite thing. But letting the Greater Druids go and just Cold Raying 3 of them down at a time, that's not very good either. We do want to get the leech life off these Greater Druids. I think that we want to start to Cold Ray here. 2 unicorns at a time. Kill 2 to 3 here because that'll help leech life and it will stop the range damage. That means that we're going to lose 3 Vampire Lords first thing in the morning because, okay, let's think about this. 3 Vampire Lords goes down to the Lightning Bolt. Call it probably 2 more to these unicorns. We're going to have 2 Vampire Lords left at the end of this round. Unless I attack this unicorn? Yeah, but then I'm going to take full damage from the Greater Druids. You know what I need? I needed a gargoyle. I needed a gargoyle. And I don't have him. And so I still feel like leech lifing from these Greater Druids is still the best play, but man, am I going to start taking some damage from these unicorns. And this time I'm going to take damage from the Phoenix. By the way, Vitania the Sorceress, 2 attack, 3 defense, 6 spell power, 11 knowledge. She's going to continue to cast spells until the cows come home. She is not going to stop. She is relentless. 8 attack, 6 defense. I do have the advantage in attacking, but even so, 7 Vampire Lords is not quite enough to do that. 1 unicorn or 50 hit points worth of Greater Druids. I feel like I gotta go for the Greater Druids. That's a price to pay for letting the gargoyle die before. Correct. I'm glad that we have fun around here. Okay, I'm gonna do this. This is gonna suck. How many Vampire Lords do I lose? Oh good, look, I'm back up to 8. That's actually a big deal. Because I thought I was gonna be down to like 5. This is still not good. This is not good. But next turn, we're not going to take full damage from 11 Greater Druids because they're going to do half damage on this close shot. Unicorns can get up here and maybe curse in a moment. 57 battle dwarves is so many. Okay, we're down to 3 vampire lords. We can kill only one greater druid at a time. We can kill 1 phoenix, but if we do, the battle dwarves are instantly going to get into us. I think it's going to be 1, 2, 3. Mummies attack, unicorns here. We're going to do 80 points of damage, kill 2 more unicorns. And then we're going to do that over killing the phoenix. We can maybe kill the phoenix first thing in the morning, but jeez. If you can kill this 1 phoenix with the vampire lords, I think that the way that the leech life works is that you get, for every unit you kill, you get the amount of hit points of that creature. So for example, if I kill 2 greater druids, I get 25 times 2. I get 50 hit points of leech life back. If I kill 2 unicorns, I get 80 hit points of life back. That's 80 HP. If I kill the 1 phoenix, I get 100 HP of leech life back. I think that that's how this works. I don't think that I could have adjusted this. Maybe I could have done a magic arrow. Maybe I should have done a magic arrow for 40 points of damage. Maybe I messed up. 19 to 27, it wouldn't have been enough, but that could have been an opportunity. Because here I'm going to get, let's see, 40 HP, 10. I got 1 vampire lord back and it wasn't that great. If we can keep the dwarves away, maybe the vampire lords stay alive for 1 more turn. Then again, we're probably just going to eat 1 more lightning bolt. Oh, I hate you. Skeletons are going to step up, do damage. We're going to lose this fight. Nothing we can do about it. Because we're about to have the vampire lords go down. We really need this stack to stay alive. And they're about to die. Unless the hydras are close enough that they can take damage. They're not. Man, the value of the sorceresses getting that first big bit of damage off was crazy. And even with these cold rays, I don't think I can get into these forces and do so much. I feel like you gotta curse the battle dwarves. We've got a 20% chance to curse. I think you have to hope you get lucky, but I don't think I still like my chances. Let's give it a shot. That is nice. That's big, but it's not as big as we would have liked. Unicorn's gonna go down. We're gonna get access into these creatures, actually. We do still have 52 hit points, or 52 magic points. They're gonna continue to drop 150 points of damage. We're not gonna win this fight, but we're gonna fight this down to the bitter end. Unless you cast Bless. Yeah, you can cast Bless all day. I'm okay with that. Yeah, do that with my blessing. Don't want to waste the spell damage there. Down to 4 greater druids. 33 to 44. I think we attack here and maybe we get into the creatures this way. Probably not. Mummies are down. They're low. That's interesting, but okay. I do want the mummies to get this curse off 1 more time. Well, let's cold ray until the end of days. Okay, damage there, 11 HP. Hydra should be able to attack in just a second. We do get the curse off, that's lovely. There's the bless, I'm okay with that. Maybe the skeletons actually can kill this phoenix. Nice. It's bad. Okay, and now it's time to run. We did a lot of damage, we took care of a lot of business, but this is just too many battle dwarves. We're gonna cast the cold ray, we're gonna hope that they don't resist it. Lovely. And now we will say adieu. Do we save the 1 Hydra for 44 gold? You better believe we do. Foolish Ivan surrenders to the enemy and departs in shame. Wow. Did not expect that. Did not expect that. That was a big fight because that loosens my grip on this whole northern area. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hire a hero, unless Castor can reach. Yeah, Castor can't reach. Maybe he could have before. I'm going to hire another hero. It's not going to be Ivan. It's going to be Ector. And Ector's going to just stand on the lith. That's his job. I don't want the enemies to follow me through. and I refuse to let the enemies take this southern castle through the liths. The enemy can take the north for now, but I do not want them to be able to get back into me anytime soon. And if you recall, they didn't come here through any kind of liths. They came here through the boat. So if they want to evacuate themselves, they're going to have to go the long way. Meanwhile, in Brendamore, we're going to rehire Ivan, and he's not going to have dragons here. I wish he did, but he's going to have so many forces here in just a day because it's day 7. He's going to stay put. He's going to get full spell points first thing in the morning. He's going to maybe get another level of Mage Guild. Maybe we trade for it. 5 Sulphur. I think we're going to trade for the 5 Sulphur. First thing in the morning, we're going to get a marketplace. So we trade with the power of 3 marketplaces. 4 marketplaces. Yeah, and then we're going to walk away with a 3rd level Mage Guild for my man and yours, Foolish Ivan. Could we walk away with a 4th level Mage Guild? That's a tall order, but he's got the advanced wisdom. He could do a 4th level spell. Let's see what we would have to do to make that happen, because we're going to look at 6 sulfur today. So we need 5 sulfur today and then 8 sulfur tomorrow. We got so much gold. And with this many marketplaces, you can kind of do that. Let me get caught up on chat, because I think that y'all have some good comments about that previous fight. Let me check. You get the life inflicted and damage back. And that was my original thought, is that if I do 37 points of damage, I get 37 points of life back. But somebody, it was Winimaru, told me that that's not correct. So that was my feeling on it. So if you don't kill a creature but drain 40 HP, you get a vampire back. But if you do less than 40 HP and kill no one, you don't heal it all life back. Yes, okay, so we are on the same page, Dawn. Yeah, that's what Winimaru told me, and so I was under the impression that it was a quid pro quo, 37 damage, 37 life back. But no, you have to meet that threshold of killing 1 force. So in that case, killing the Phoenix with the vampires actually would have been massive, huge, because that would have been 2.5 vampires back. That was an opportunity that I should have taken, and I didn't even think about it. Thankfully, by the time that they were down to 79 HP, and the cold ray could have killed them, a magic arrow wouldn't have been enough. There was only 3 vampires left, and so we didn't get that opportunity back. But that was the opportunity. When you're playing with vampires, you have to look for that opportunity, and knowing how that mechanic works matters. So, Dawn, thank you very much. I appreciate that, because I wasn't sure, and you've explained it very well. Thank you very much. Good work. Beardman says, Phixfox, giving through these stone liths gives me surf and turf flashbacks. Yes, that is the map that I absolutely abused, the liths. So thank you very much on that. Santipala says, now things become interesting, but remember to take a break. Oh yes, I will take a break. I did say I would wait until that happened. Let me make this one trade right now so I don't forget anything. Let me trade, I'm going to trade most of this Mercury and most of these gems. Let me just do this right now. 1, 2, 14. Yeah, that should still be enough. And then here, 1, 2. We're going to pick up the 3rd level Mage Guild today, and then tomorrow, before we leave, we can make the decision if a 4th level Mage Guild makes sense or not. But folks, I do think that that's a good idea. So let me just get to the very end of this day, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break, because those 5-minute breaks do matter, and they do help me play better, and they help me be happy and healthy and do all these good things. So I appreciate your patience. I am looking forward to a 5-minute break. Okay. Well, Falagar was going to do a good job in bringing troops to the front. Now their job is to take the windmill and the magic garden. And that's okay. That's still going to be worthwhile of them. Horde of peasants. I mean, it's for a lighthouse. Okay, fine. We'll do it. We will do it. And then back into the water. Looks like we've made our purchases everywhere we need to make purchases on, including getting the mansion here before the new week. And folks, we're going to go to the new day. Red is going through the lists. Their forces hate them. Oh no, Agar does go down. Remember, Agar does have a Medal of Courage, so we want to keep that. 75 Rangers. That's a big stack of Rangers. That's a lot. We're going to get a look at Maximus. 5 attack, 6 defense, 2 spell power, 1 knowledge, blood morale, good luck, okay? And let's be clear, he's actually in the boat, in the area that's in a really bad spot for me on the adventure map. I don't want him to be around, because in this area he could land and he could threaten my southern operations. It looks like he won't here, but I'm still a little bit scared. Okay, and folks, we will stay right here. New week of the Aardvark. And dwellings increasing in population. It's another month or 2 until we get up to a new month. But alrighty, things have become interesting, and this is good. So I crave your pardon. Let me take a break. We're going to set the timer for about 5 minutes, and I will see you in just a moment or two. Thank you very much. Okay, we are back. Alrighty, folks. Thank you. I appreciate the time. Dawn says the music is so beautiful. I'm very glad for it. Yeah, I think that's the Sorceress theme. And I know that between the Price of Loyalty and the original Heroes of Might and Magic, there's multiple themes. You have the choice between which music you use in the game. This is the set of music that I really appreciate. It's the one that's more nostalgic for me. Maybe someday I'll surprise everyone and I will do the other music that comes with Heroes of Might and Magic 2. But for now, this is what we're dealing with. So it's a new week. Week of the Aardvark. It's a good week. Aardvarks. What a funny creature. What a funny name. What a funny spelling. 2 A's in a row. Aardvark. Okay. I realized on the break, because I was still thinking about this, 3rd level Mage Guild and 4th level Mage Guild, that's pretty good. We maybe could have and maybe should have traded the Sulphur for the Green Tower. And so, opportunity potentially missed. We don't have a lot of extra resources. If we go for the additional 8 Sulphur today, we are going to put ourselves in a really tough position. It's going to cost us an awful lot to get there. I still think we're going to do that. If you get the 3rd level Mage Guild, I think it makes sense to push for the 4th level Mage Guild. 4th level spells are just that good. So we're going to make this happen. As far as things we can do, we can't marketplace here. It looks like there's an opportunity for marketplace here, so we're going to trade even better. We had to do the mansion on day 7 here in South Mill, so we didn't do the marketplace instead. But we've got a marketplace everywhere else. Yep. And so this is what we're going to do. It looks like we're mostly going to be trading for... let's see, precious resources, non-precious resources. It's going to be 1 unit of wood here. It's going to be 1 unit of... or 10 units of ore for 1 unit of sulfur here. The precious resources, we don't trade at a good enough clip. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, no, we have to trade for gold here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to cost us 15,000 gold for 8 units of sulfur. Oh no, and we're short crystal. And we're short crystal. We're going to do it. At this point, there's nothing else to be said. 2,500 gold per unit of resource. This is a very expensive Mage Guild, so this better be worth it. Mass Shield and Meteor Shower. Folks, what do we think about Mass Shield and Meteor Shower? I think that this is a good upgrade. Like, Meteor Shower is an excellent AoE spell. We already had the Fireball, though. That's kind of an issue. But the Mass Shield, is it that good? I don't think it's that good. And we've got enough forces here. When we purchase everybody, I think that we don't run out of gold. We do run out of gold, so this really... cost us everything to make this happen. Worth it or not, tough to say. I really cannot say. But especially knowing what we have to deal with, even taking these Hydras on the road, though it makes us slower, I'm going to do it. We're going to end up with 1,100 movement points per day, sped on by an Oasis once and maybe twice. I think I'm going to go reclaim Sorpigal, and we're going to go from there. But folks, I think that this might have been an error. I hate to say it, but this might have been an error. After we defeat this northern area, rather than go through the desert here to the south, we're going to have secondary heroes like Castro do that. But after we reclaim the north here, I am going to send my primary hero, who is Ivan, level 13, Barbarian, with 8 attack, 6 defense, 4 spell power, and 7 knowledge. I'm going to send them back to the south. I just realized I didn't have my sound on. My bad. Yeah, I'm going to send him back through this area, through lots of vampires, hordes of druids, pick up a 3rd level spell there, pick up all this resources. Yeah. Maybe into this area where we've seen some night-based forces. Tough to say. But for now, I do want to reclaim Sorpigal, and we're going to take the Hydras north to do that. An additional 800 movement points there. Through some wolves. Over hill, under hill. 11 gargoyles is unconscionable. Here. And I think, I don't know, I think I can just, I don't have a haste yet. I really do need a haste. We're going to take a look and see if we can pick up a haste in any of our mage guilds, because that will be pretty darn useful. This stack of wolves is actually going to be a little bit of a problem because they're going to get to go first on the upcoming round. So let's do damage to them, try and mitigate that stack as much as possible. Kill 4 to 6 here. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. And so they're going to get to go. Minotaur Kings are then going to take their turn. We kill 6 to 10. I actually hope we don't kill the whole stack. We don't. Perfect. And then gargoyles, they can step up. Do I do the meteor shower? Let me just do... Oh, we've got the spell points. We've got the spell points, but I did want to defeat both wolves instead of just one stack. I'm now going to skip. I'm going to try and keep these gargoyles alive. And it does cost us a Minotaur King. That's very sad. Yes, misclicks do happen even in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I am living proof. My goodness. All right, one Minotaur King lost. It could have been better. We got to be careful with these spell points because, boy, we do have a sorceress that we have to defeat soon. Although we've defeated most of our forces, I don't think the dwarves are going to be that scary. Okay. Hector must stay. Castor must go. And Aerie is ready to set off. He's got no gold, but he's got these artifacts. I will leave the griffins. Yeah, we'll just pick up liches on our way out. Because tomorrow we should have about 6,000 gold. We will use that in order to go through these Master Swordsmen and finally get what is owed to us. And on we go. Okay. Alrighty, let me get caught up on chat. Okay. Who remembers Blue Aardvark from the Pink Panther? Sante Paulus recognizing that was Week of the Aardvark. Very important. Thank you very much. Good stuff. I don't actually know Blue Aardvark from Pink Panther, but I do know the Pink Panther. My little brother loves the Pink Panther. It's his favorite thing in the world. Oh. We were going to wait to fight this fight until we had more spell points. Now, since it's been another week, there's no sense in doing anything until we have enough spell points to actually defeat these guys. We're just going to wait. We're just going to wait. Okay, so be it. And then Warrior says, let's see, you want some funny spelling? Try the most iconic Polish name. I'm not even going to try and say that. Yeah, nope. That is some good spelling, though. And I'm sure that it's completely accurate. I'm sure it says exactly what it means. I just can't say what it means. So. And then Bearded Man says, I do. Funny guy. Shame how he didn't get to eat a single ant. Oh, you do know an anteater. Oh, perfect. But he didn't eat a single ant. That's so sad. Yeah. Wait, anteater or aardvark? Now I'm confused. Oh, the blue aardvark. He didn't get to eat a single ant, but he wanted to. I guess that tells you how little I know about the Pink Panther, because I should have known that the blue aardvark would have been eating the ants and that he doesn't actually get to. Some liches are here. We're going to wait one more day. One more day's worth of gold for another 5k. That should be enough to pick up all of these creatures. We'll go south with those. I am going to do one little purchase here. 800 gold and 5 wood. 5 wood. We're just going to do the well right now. Yeah, just in case. And let me just cruise through here real quick. Make sure that there's no other minor purchases. Nothing here. Nothing there. Okay, we're good. Regenerate or Town Gate would have still been better, still half decent. This was a big letdown, I'm not going to lie. The only reason at this point why you would want this 4th level Mage Guild, knowing what you have, is if you know that this 5th level Mage Guild is going to be awesome. At this point, I kind of want to check it out, meaning that I really, really want Ivan to get up to Expert Wisdom so I can roll the dice on that, because I do kind of want to roll the dice on that, but I think it's a letdown personally, and totally cool if we disagree on that, but man, I was really hoping for something better. Maybe it's because anything is a disappointment compared to Berserk. Maybe that's all it really is. Who can say? Wolves are actually a tough fighting force, especially with goblins, because they're 6 speed, so they're always going to get to go first. I'm not going to fight that fight. That is inviting disaster. Absolutely inviting disaster. 4,000 gold. We were deciding to wait here, wait there. On to the new day. Dammy says, fix the reroll for the headbands. Oh, the reroll for the headbands. Let me set that up real quick. Yeah, let me set that up real quick. Let's see. How did I do that? Yeah, I should have done that during the time. Picker wheel. Yes, folks, as Vammy is mentioning here now, we are going to do one more big pick with the wheel. Give me just half a minute to find the appropriate section I'm looking for. Is it here? Nope. Is it here? Nope. Is it here? Nope. All right, cool. I'm just going to add the thing that I'm trying to look for here. I'm not going to have the drum roll, unfortunately, but we are going to roll for one more headband. Two people, one of those people, including Santipolis, has accepted their headbands. And the other one is our friend Antonov from Russia. So I'm grateful that we get to send out 2 headbands, and I'm hoping to roll for a third. And I'm hoping I can send those out this week. Again, I'm waiting to send out all of them because I really, really, really want to make sure that I'm able to get a little bit of a discount for my troubles. Because again, as I've said before, international shipping, it's kind of expensive. Kind of expensive. So, alrighty. As I remove the ads here, folks, on the right-hand side were all the inputs. We just have to hit spin. So, here we are re-rolling for one of these Phixfox headbands. May you please be ever lucky. And here's hoping that this goes very well for whoever the recipient of this third Phixfox headband may be. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Nexi9858. Nexi9858, you are the big winner. I'm going to look and see if I can find you, if I can track you down and make sure that you get your own Phixfox headband. I'm going to be very grateful for it. Remember, folks, the reason why we are doing this is because we hit 1,000 subscribers on the YouTube page. And whether we are here on Twitch or whether we are here on YouTube catching this later, I'm very grateful for everybody that makes these streams so very wonderful. Thank you, everybody. And to Nexi as the big winner, congratulations, folks. It seems like this is actually fun for a lot of people. People really do want the headband and they're interested in this, so I will keep that in mind, and I hope that in the future I can use more rerolls for more headbands. I do want to see how this one goes for this first time though. So thank you very much, and just because you are not the recipient of a headband does not mean that I appreciate you any less. It is simply a matter of resources. Okay, Bammy, thank you so much for that, and Nexi, we will hope to follow up with you very, very soon. Okay, it's a new day. That means 9 power liches, and that means lots of master swordsmen. Even if the power liches are not going to be what wins this fight for me, we did need to go back to pick up full spell points. I think that doing 125 points of damage at a time does make these master swordsmen quiver in their boots. Okay. Anteaters are different animals, yeah. So anteaters and aardvarks, yes, they are very different. So very true. Very true. Wait, what did I say? You're probably correct. I probably said the wrong thing. It's very much to my chagrin that I watch these videos and I look back and I realize that I meant to say west when I actually said east, and so on and so forth. Oftentimes you will find me making errors in my speech, and I do apologize for it. The goal is to be as accurate as possible, but sometimes it does happen that I make a big failure. So I appreciate you keeping me on track there. So whatever I meant to say, I hope that you heard what I meant, not what I said. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Either way, this group of 5 is going to get into these power liches. I am going to just sit right here. And actually, if I sit right here, I think we're good. Yeah, I do want to keep the damage from the power liches active for as long as possible. Centaurs are taking minimal damage here. Oh, we got a nice triple hex attack off here. I think that means I just move the centaurs out of the way. We've already cast our spell for the day. 4, 9, 9. I kind of want to kill the stack of... This stack of 2 is going to go down. Let's work on the stack of 4. And then big lightning bolt here. Come on, baby. Big money, big money. Okay, got some damage off there. And then there's no chance that the power liches don't get hit a little bit here. So I'm going to actually use the 8 Minotaur Kings to attack this group of 7 so that 3 and 3 go attack power liches. That's my hope anyway. Let's see if that happens. Nope, looks like the Minotaur Kings are going to take a little bit of damage. And with 32 centaurs... May we kill the Master Swordsman with centaurs and orcs combined? Yes, we shall. But, of course, power liches, I do not want to cost myself a Minotaur King if at all possible, and I sure will if I do that. I wish I could walk into melee range and then attack. That is a feature with Horn of the Abyss. I understand why it's not necessarily a good thing to do here in Heroes Might and Magic 2. I mean, for example, you could say, hey, we should have a wait function in Heroes 2, and I disagree with that. I think that that doesn't keep in line with the original hope of the game, right? The spirit of the game. And so not always should things be changed, but that's one of those things where that would be kind of nifty if I could walk into melee range and then attack. I understand why that shouldn't be a thing, but still, just something to consider. Okay, folks, we've finally done it. It only took us until month 2, week 3, day 3. But we finally picked up a sulfur mine. Yeah, a sulfur mine. +1 sulfur per day. Wow, sulfur each day. 1 sulfur each day. There was an artesian spring here this whole time. It was not accessible. We probably could have gone this way and gotten to the artesian spring, but I had not scouted it yet. I was about to be so mad. That's great. Okay, good stuff. We're gonna go pick up this artesian spring and the sulfur. Golly. And we're very happy that we finally picked up our sulfur. It's the little things in life you treasure, and we have to be grateful for the little things in life. Okay, I'm gonna move Rathmont to here. I know that the oasis, that they've been enjoying drinking the water, but they don't get to do that forever. I do have time to go back to these ruins. Maybe I pick up one or two more of the Medusa. Let's just do that real quick. Ivan, I'm gonna go to right about, let's see. The sorceress went here and then there. I don't think that there's any way I can prevent them from seeing me coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's no way that I'm going to have enough movement points to make sure that they don't see me. I'm just going to have to head north. And I will thankfully trap this really nice yellow hero. She's going to wish that she hadn't messed with me, but still. I do think that we're about to have to defeat vampires and such here in Sorpigal. Maybe bone dragons. We will see. Okay. Other purchases to make. We're up to the mansion. I will pick up this gold pile. No, gold is kind of cost prohibitive at the moment. It'll be the den. Again, trying to save ore because we are officially working on the green tower as of right now. Hoping we can get it by the end of today. Or the end of this week. End of today? Ha, I think not. Okay. But back to the action. But yeah, they are different animals. And then Vammy says, I think it was called Ant and Aardvark, and it was basically a Tom and Jerry just with different animals. Oh, interesting. I'm unfamiliar with that one. I'd be interested in finding a little bit out more about that. I do love the old animations. Like Bugs Bunny, for example, was such a culturally relevant icon that they really shaped an awful lot about what we know. I mean, for example, if nothing else, then the fact that Bugs Bunny made us think that rabbits actually liked carrots. Nobody believed that rabbits liked carrots until Bugs Bunny, right? But they're actually not good for rabbits to enjoy. Carrots are very low nutritionally for rabbits. But everybody believes that rabbits like carrots. That's because of Bugs Bunny. Let's see, the term Nimrod. Nimrod from the Bible was actually a mighty hunter. And at one point, very cool. At one point, Bugs Bunny calls Elmer Fudd a Nimrod and nobody knew what that was. And so then they just assumed that Nimrod was like a rough name to call somebody, a rude name. Not so, not the case. But you know, Bugs Bunny, very culturally relevant, and therefore older cartoons, I'm just interested in the ones that are out there that have taught us some very interesting things, and I'm interested to know the roots of a lot of these sorts of things. Whoa, look at these losses. So yeah, old cartoons, still relevant to this day. And then let's see, Bearded Man says, you shouldn't stall the green dragons anymore in my opinion. I should have gotten them last week. I think, knowing what I know about this 4th level mage guild now, I think that I should have gotten dragons last week. I would rather have 4 green dragons right now than Meteor Shower and what was it? I don't even know what the other spell was. Mass Shield? Pretty bad. I rolled the dice and I lost, basically. So I agree with you. We're gonna cast this spell right here. Not too worried about these vampire lords. 16 of the gargoyles, do they go in and do damage? I'm not convinced that the AI isn't going to crowd around these liches, and then I'm just going to Meteor Shower one more time. I'm going to send the gargoyles down here to do some damage. Let's see what the vampire lords do, though. Yep, there they go. Meteor Shower there next time. Perfect. And then gargoyles are going to continue to work there, along with these griffins. Perfect. And I don't think that we can kill the full stack, but we can do a bunch of damage anyway. Yeah, 2 vampire lords remain. Can I kill 2 right now? Oh, it's possible. Let's give it a try. Not quite. Does it cost us a Hydra? No, it cost us 4 of the centaurs, and that's about it. So we skip, 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 and kill and go. Okay. But did you notice that there's now liches here where there were not before? So they've actually upgraded Sorpigal for us. They didn't upgrade the Mage Guild, which I'm a little bit sad about. But it looks like they got us left turret, a moat. Let's see, we got the Shrine, we got the Thieves Guild. They have upgraded the Graveyard and the Pyramid for us. So it wasn't worthwhile to let the AI take this from us, but we'll take bonuses wherever we can. Borasdk says, I mean, that name is from old Polish World War II comedy. Main hero was captured by the Germans without documents, and when asked his name, he said the most unpronounceable name to foreigners. Ah, so that way people just give him a pass and let him go? Okay, okay. Yeah, I feel bad every single time that someone has a name on Twitch that I can't quite say, because a name is important. Maybe it's the most important thing that anyone can hear someone else say. And if that is your chosen name that you wish to be known as online, I would like to honor that name because maybe it is your name. But one way or the other, yeah, here's hoping that I can be helpful to everybody out here and we can have everybody correctly pronounced wherever possible. So if at this point, by the way, I've been mispronouncing your name this entire time, even if we've been here on Twitch together for months, I humbly request that now is the time that you let me know what name I should call you by and spell it out for me so I can get it correct, because I hope we can be together for several more months or years. And so you might as well let me know now. It's day 5. I think that we're barely going to get back to these Cyclopes before the new week. I hope so. We'll see. Troops here are fine. Artesian Spring, very good. We're gonna go down into this area. I'm gonna ignore this for now. Do we need crystal? We could use crystal going through wolves. We'll come back to that later. We might be able to clear all this out and then grab that. And then Castor continues to go through the desert. I'm not gonna go through hydras anytime soon. There's this this aqua barrier. Haven't gotten an aqua barrier just yet. And then will the yellow player go through the stone liths and put themselves in a tough spot? Time will tell. There was a magic well here the whole time. It's a little bit upsetting. Oh no, it was behind the Cyclopes. And I don't think I wanted to fight that fight just yet. But I do want to defeat Vitania now. I think actually, if you look at this though, we're probably going to pick up this laboratory this week. It's day 5. We're going to pick this up in just a moment or two. That's pretty good. Watch this. And then I'll find the scene and put the scene in your Discord. It's universally hilarious. Perfect. Please do. And I did see, I think that you did already put in the Phixfox Discord in the request section the game that we were discussing a little bit ago. So thank you for that very, very much. I appreciate that as well. Thanks for making this go well. All right, we're going through the Cyclopes. Remember, it's day 6. We're up to 11 sulfur. We're going to be up to like 26 of the ore. I don't know. I need to find more resources. If I don't find more resources soon, I may not be able to get this done. Okay, there was 9 ore. That was actually a big deal. We really needed that ore. 5 crystal. I think that we needed the crystal a little bit today. Oasis, good. I'm going to fight this fight. I didn't realize that this was this many orc chieftains. But we've got an Artesian Spring, so we can do so much damage. It's going to be most of the stack of orc chiefs there. 6 to 7 go down here. I will put the 2 gargoyles right here. Oh, and the bad morale from the Minotaur Kings is actually a bit of a problem. Let's continue to kill. We're going to kill 2 to 4 of these orc chiefs here. And then that leaves the power liches somebody to attack next turn. Okay. Bottom stack here, we'll kill 1 to 3. We kill a couple, not too bad. Another lightning bolt here. Here. And then at this point, so long as the power liches don't hurt me with their AoE attack, I don't think I really care what happens, but I'm still a little bit scared. I'm going to leave the stack open for a lightning bolt in just a second or two, so let's kill here. And 1 power lich goes down, but only 1. Not too bad. Lightning bolt. And if the Minotaur Kings lose their turn, then we don't get to stop both stacks. We're fine, we hit Q, we end the battle. 1 power lich to the gargoyles. Once again, the gargoyles goes down. We are all very sad for it. I will take the scouting here. Not too bad of a deal. And folks, we see Algary, the castle of Algary for the yellow sorceress. They have made it all the way west to the edge of their green domain. I see them, and they see me. And together we say, what's up, dude? How art thou? What's the good news? And they say, oh, there's no good news. And I say, really? Hast thou heard from thy servant Vitania? And they say, no, we've not heard for her in a fortnight. I say, interesting. I wonder what she's up to. Very interesting. Bearded Man says, I would appreciate it if you pronounce my name Bearded Man just once. Oh, bear. All right. Wait. Is it Bearded Man or Bear Dead Man? From here on out, I'm just going to call you Bear Dead Man. Just like how I call Mandigal Man Bear Pig. From here on out, I may just call you Bear Dead Man. All right, Bear Dead Man. All right, so we got a Bear Dead Man in chat. We got a Phixfox, so we got a bear, we got a Phixfox, we've got any other woodland animals out there. I hope that we're all doing good, all of us woodland animals. Very good. I appreciate that. At least once, at least once. We will see if that continues. You let me know. All right, we're gonna kill. The dwarfs resisted that spell. Not too bad. We're gonna see if we can kill all these forces though. Bear Dead Man. Bear Dead Man. There's one lightning bolt there. Individual stack goes down here. I do still want to kill these single stacks, so that way the enemy doesn't get to run. And now actually I've got a little bit of a chance because these dwarfs stepped up. I don't have a blind. I don't have a way that I can like prevent them from running. Can I kill as many of these as I want? I really can't. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna kill this one single battle dwarf here. And I don't think that they're gonna run. They don't run. They're not quite in range, but this is one more lightning bolt that they can maybe take. Okay, down to 17. Down to here. Hydras are not gonna get in just yet. I have to get another lightning bolt there. I get it. Down to 11 battle dwarfs. It's still not enough. Lightning bolt and run, geez. Huh, I thought that I could maybe prevent the enemy from running. No, it just ended up being very expensive. That's really rough. That's tough. Okay, but we're gonna consider this area of the map cleaned out. I will go through the Medusas real quick. Geez, we saw what happened last time. Do I have anti-magic? Geez, I don't have even an anti-magic. We got a little unlucky with the spell rolls, and now I feel like I just need to go south. Yeah, I just need to go south. Unless, do I need resources from the campfire? I might get enough resources from the campfire to help me trade better. I'm gonna fight this fight. Again, knowing that there's major issues with getting petrified, but this time I've got spells. I got no spells. I've used all my spells. Whoops. We're just gonna see what we can make happen. Keep the pets alive and let the hydras do their work. Hydras, do your duty. I never considered, but Petrify is actually maybe the best way to counteract the value of the Hydra. Really kind of is. We're going to take some damage here. Do we get petrified? We do not. Do we get attacked here? We do. It's happening again. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. I have no idea what to do. I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna just try and sacrifice the griffin so that way I can maybe get unpetrified up here. The Minotaur Kings are about to take a beating anyway. Yeah, because the Medusas are gonna be able to reach one way or the other. They're not going to attack the petrified stack unless there's nothing else to attack. So you might as well do your damage where you can. And actually, you kind of want to hope that you get petrified a little bit. Like, just get a little petrified. Not a lot, just a little bit. Maybe Medusas try and step around. Ugh. Hate this so much. I could theoretically lose this fight. I could theoretically lose this fight. Because the Hydras could keep getting petrified and I could get petrified locked. And you just lose. And then you lose Ivan. We have to run. We have to run. You're kidding me. We have to run. We can't stay. We can't stay. Because, I mean, if for no other reason, then we don't have enough HP. But folks, Medusas are the scariest force you've ever seen. They're the scariest force alive. And if we had two green dragons, we would be so good. We rolled the dice on the Mage Guild, and we never should have. We're gonna run. I am so gone. That is amazing. Oh my gosh. Okay, well. All right. After the break, you would have thought that I'd be sharp and shiny, but no, no. I'm not sharp and shiny. Phixfox needs another break. I need to catch up somehow, because somehow I am misvaluing the Medusa. And you know what? Like, one stack of Medusa, not that good, right? Like, one stack of Medusa, yeah, you get an attack and you get a retaliation to maybe apply your 20% chance of the Petrify. But if there's 5 groups of Medusas, look, they just obliterated me. I had no shot. I barely even dented their stacks. It's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. All right, we learned a lot yet. Using slow yet again. Yeah, you're right. The curse would have been better. It wouldn't have won me that fight. But it was it better? Yeah, with 2 centaurs, the answer is no. The curse would have been better. Recently, Liquid Yeti, there was a playthrough of his, or one of the battles that Zen's posted to the FHeroes2 Discord. By the way, please go check out Liquid Yeti. They do stuff here on Twitch, and I really appreciate the stuff that they do. Go check out Liquid Yeti. But there was an instance where Liquid Yeti instantly dispelled a blessed stack of orcs. And orcs only do 2 to 3 damage, and there were 63 orcs or something like that, and it wasn't even a thought process. Liquid Yeti just immediately dispelled, and I had to stop and think about whether or not that was a good decision, and ultimately I arrived at the decision that absolutely it was a good choice. But I think that it highlighted to me that sometimes Phixfox gets a little set in his ways. And using the slow, yeah, sometimes slow is a really good spell, but not here, not with the unicorns, not with the Medusas. I need to be more flexible. I need to get off of autopilot and think through some of these decisions a bit better, because if you notice, the AI fought this fight and they won. Phixfox fought this fight and I lost. What's that tell you? Room for growth, room for improvement. I appreciate that. Sante Paula says that the majority of this map is still undiscovered. I completely agree. We haven't even locked horns really with any of our enemies. They are probably, I believe, just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Very scared there. Very scared. Ivan isn't too wise yet, even with wisdom, huh? I think that Ivan's probably fine. I think that it's his commander that is really struggling here. But that's okay. When have we ever panicked? Come on, we don't panic around here. Yikes. Okay, so here's the deal. It's day 6. We're going to go on to day 7. And then the first part of day 7, we're going to prioritize green dragons. And we're also going to prioritize the bone dragons. I think we can maybe swing getting both. I think we can. That's my hope anyway. Let's see, because there's one laboratory that we can purchase to the northern Necromancer castle. And then there's also the one bit of green dragons there in our main castle. Yeah, I think that we want to go for that. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? You're not going to have any forces left. Oh my goodness. Are you okay? Ariel the Sorceress was trying to get back and she just cost herself all of her forces. My goodness. She might have had 100 sprites before. Now she's got a few sprites. Who knows what happened there? My goodness. Okay. All right, let's actually adventure with everybody else first, so that way maybe we find resources that can be used to help us with our goals. It's just a watchtower, not much there. I don't think that there's anything hidden in the trees. So we might as well just defeat the strongest skeletons for free. Oh, we're not going to accept the excavation. Reason being is that I might be just that close on gold. We're going to have to wait and see in just a second or two. There's no resources here. Horde of peasants. Even if I could reach, I don't think I can defeat those forces. We are going to go through this pack of Cyclopes. Maybe we can get the crystal. I think we might be just a little bit too far out of our way, but we need to fight that fight. Yeah, and then maybe we get just enough treasure in order to get our resources. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Let me think. We just saw the value of multiple stacks of these Medusa. Do we want to get rid of any of these stacks? Do we want to have 7 Medusa here and 7 Medusa here, for example? Are the 5 nomads worth taking up a slot? I kind of don't think so. I don't want to get rid of 200 hit points worth of earth elementals, but getting rid of 100 HP worth of nomads so we can spread around the Petrify? I think that might actually be useful. So I'm going to split this up. Even though that was a 6-speed creature, we still have a 6-speed creature, and that does make a big difference. Okay, let's do this. Don't panic. All right, let's think about this fight. You have a couple of options. Option 1, 2 lightning bolts. Option 2, 1 lightning bolt and a slow and a curse. Option 3, 3 slows and a cold ray. Option 4, lots of curses and then some mix of this other stuff. Sante Paula says slow. I don't have any ranged forces. If I slow, I think that the enemies are gonna like walk across the battlefield together. I don't actually think that the slow is the right play here. I don't think that the damaging spell is the right spell. No, I think that maybe I'm in my own head. Folks, it's officially happened. I'm in my own head. If we try and slow them all, then we do get the first shot off with the Petrify, and then we can use the Petrify more effectively, most likely. But a curse here, I mean, we're looking at 12 to 24 damage. We can literally half the damage from at least 2 of these stacks before we even make contact with them. If I slow 1 stack, are they all going to stay just arm's length away? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I put the Minotaur Kings here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're both saying slow. I'm so in my head, I don't trust myself. I don't trust myself. I'm overthinking it. Only cast slow ever works like a charm every time. I do think that the curse is best here. And I think that if I move the Minotaur Kings to here, that they might want to stay just outside of my range, because I've seen them try and do that before. Then again, I think that that only works when there's a ranged creature somewhere. I think that the curse is better. I do. Let's see what happens. And actually, look, because we put the Minotaur Kings here, I get additional chances to do the slow later and more curses. So I think that this is actually fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we're going to back off here. Going to back off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going to back off to here. Earth Elementals are going to take a step up. Hydras are going to take a step up. I'm going to skip there. I'll take some damage if I need to. We'll do the curse here. And then we might just lightning bolt Cyclops in a moment, but let's back off. Good morale is great. I like it. Let's keep doing that. There's a paralyze, kind of interesting. So the Hydras are going to take a bunch of damage, but now we're going to get the drop on these Cyclops, who are only doing half damage. Let's hope for some Petrifies, either here or here. I'm hoping for a Petrify. We got another chance at the Petrify. No, didn't happen that time. Petrify? Nope, didn't happen there. We don't win this fight. We don't win this fight. How much damage are they doing right now? Cyclops are doing 72 damage to 10 defense MEDUSA'S. So they're still doing bonus damage, but I think that you are obligated. I think that you've decided to stick with this course of action, and I still think it's a good course of action. It's not working out like I would have hoped, but it's still a good course of action. There's a double hex attack, not very good. Double hex attack, not very good. Gotta get some paralyzes off. Simply must. Must paralyze this big stack here. Where's the 20% chance? Where's the 20% chance? Where's the 20% chance? Oh my gosh. Only AI can roll Petrify every second attack. Well, it's a charm in the end, isn't it? You know, oh my goodness. There's nothing I can do but laugh. And that's fine. Like, that's really fine. But we are going to lose this fight. At this point, we didn't get the luck where we needed it, and now it's just kind of over. They're going to get a double hex attack off here. There's no place I can make them double hex attack themselves. Absolutely bamboozled. my gosh. Well, you got to get it. You got to hand it to them. They wanted it. You got to hand it to them. They wanted that fight. They wanted to win. They had nothing but bad intentions on their mind and in their heart. They wanted it, and I just didn't want it enough. That's the only thing I can think of. I just didn't want it enough. Wow. Folks, okay. I'm going to draw a parallel here. You need to, if you have time off as part of your compensation for your work, you need to take your sick time and you need to take your vacation time. Because if you don't take your sick and your vacation time, eventually your body will take time off when it's the most, what's the phrase? Inconvenient for you. Your body will take time off when it's inconvenient for you. And so you need to build in a certain amount of time off so that way you can be at your tip-top shape. We never returned with Rathmont, and we rarely returned with Foolish Ivan until both of these forces were defeated. We went and we went and we went until they were defeated here and they were defeated up here, not returning home for new spells and reinforcements and additional spell power. And then eventually, just like our bodies will take time off when it's inconvenient, we are now losing battles when it's inconvenient. It feels bad. That's the way it is. Okay. All can be forgiven if we can get 8 sulfur and then an additional 5 sulfur after that. Goodness gracious. Oof. Oof. Okay, we do want to keep 5 of each precious resource if at all possible, because that's what the laboratory is going to be. So let's trade like this. Let's trade 1, 1, 1. Let's trade, let's see, 2. 1. I think this is actually cheaper to trade for 1 gem at this point. So we're gonna do, yeah, we're gonna do that. I think that the ratio is actually a little bit better. I could be wrong. And then we can trade up to there. We got to keep all this ore. This is the exact right amount of ore in order to get what we need. We are still 3 sulfur short. Let's go 1, 2, 3. And it looks like we are not going to be able to get both things today. We're going to pick up our green tower because we're going to invest in that. And then on the next week, we're going to be able to pick up this laboratory in this other Necromancer castle, but we just don't have the gold for it. We needed to trade too much. Trading all the gold we did for the resources to get up to the 4th level Mage Guild absolutely hurt us. Absolutely hurt us. Critical error. Rarely does it ever feel like a bad idea to have upper tier spells, but this time, I think it bit us. Okay, alrighty. Math Obsessed is in the chat. Hello, people. Hello, Phixfox. Very nice to see you, Math Obsessed. I'm getting destroyed here on this map. I'm having a really bad time. But I'm having a good time because we're spending time together and this is good. But man, we are in a rough little patch here and we're in a tailspin. When we're in a tailspin, we got to figure out how we get out of the tailspin. I don't think I really have an answer at the moment. Sometimes people say go slower. Sometimes people say go faster. I don't know the best way of getting out of this issue, but I'm excited to find out where the road goes. We are up against 3 enemies. It's myself against 3 allied enemies. It's going to be red, yellow, and orange. And I'm officially feeling like this is way too slow of a start for what I'm trying to do. We are out of gold. We got 7,000 gold and I'm trying to purchase troops. I don't know how effective I'm going to be at that. I'm going to pick up full spell points yet again for Airy, and then I'm going to go through Skeletons and this Artesian Spring. We'll go through that in just a moment or two. We're trying to go back in this direction with Castor. Ivan is going to pop back in just a moment, but Rathmont needed to stay overnight so he could get full spell points. Does he have enough spells now to actually defeat bunches of Cyclopes with only 40 spell points? I don't think he does. Lightning bolts? How many Cyclopes was it remaining? 3 stacks of 4. They'll probably get another group of them in a week. So 12 times 80. We're talking about 1,000 hit points. 12 times 80. Yeah, about 1,000 hit points worth of Cyclopes. With meteor showers and lightning bolts. Let's see. With the Hydras, I think we can do it. Not to mention we'll give them 2 single gargoyles. I'm just going to take these forces now. And Rathmont's going to run and he's going to see if he can fight this fight again. Because I'm tilted. Because I'm tilted? Hold on. Are we doing things because we're tilted? Is this a good decision or bad decision? That's really important. We got to make sure that we are not tilting out. Don't panic. The worst thing you can do is dig a hole and then keep digging. Don't keep digging. With enemies landing here, including several Titans and Lord Kilburn, oh my gosh. Red and orange. Yellow is here first, now red and orange. I'm glad I didn't actually purchase the Bone Dragons here. Thankfully. This feels bad. Don't panic. There's treasure here. We got stuff we can do. Tell you what, let's do it like this. Let's actually give these troops over. And it will be Ivan, who's going to go through these lots of Vampire Lords. With just 1 or 2 dragons, maybe? I don't know what to do. I've done so poorly. I've done so poorly. Let's read chat. Maybe chat will have good ideas. Bearded Man says, the 20% chance decided to take a vacation after overworking itself so much. Yep. We should have rested it while we had the chance. And then Tundar said, had to put him to sleep. He enjoyed it, but needed to ask a lot of questions. LOL. Gotcha. Okay. Sante Paula says, we learned a valuable lesson today. Supply lines to the front are really important. Absolutely. Math Obsessed says, month 2 and you have a feeling it's over? It's over? I don't know about over. Guys, he's doing that again. What am I doing again? Overthinking it? The problem is this, is that I'm just finally got up to dragons. They've got several Titans here. Maybe I could go snipe a castle via the sea. Either way, I'm going to send Rathmont south so he can take these forces and maybe do something nifty with it. And then I'm going to send Ivan back. I'm going to pick up 1 dragon, I guess. Sure, 1 dragon. I think that these forces actually should be enough to defeat the vampires here. I'm going to just take some time. I'm going to reconsolidate. We're going to give up the north here. Note that we still have Ector standing on this area here. Holding the south is nice. It's crystal. It's 1,000 gold a day. It's worth my time. But yeah, I think I just need to be smart about this and just slow down. I just need to slow down. Maybe not. How many castles do the enemies have? Right now, there's at least, let's just assume that there's 2 castles each faction, right? Let's assume that there's 2 castles each faction. That's 6 castles against, as soon as they take away my Necromancer castle, 1.5, because this one's not even up to the laboratory yet. I'm just so far behind. I put myself in such a hole. I'm gonna lose the pets. 5 gems, 6 crystal, gold, more gold. Rathmont is going to continue to go south so he can steal those troops from Aerie. Castor making his way up to the front. Still not going to fight here. And then Aerie will defeat the throng of skeletons. No problems. 25 skeletons in return. Wolves, wolves, wolves. Don't love this fight. Do not love this fight. But we got the spells still. Oh my gosh. Okay. And then as we get these troops over, what do you guys think? Should we do the slow? And as we get these forces to the front, we're just going to have to make some decisions about whether we try and backdoor to do our damage or if we try and consolidate and hold on. The nice thing is this, is that we actually know that there's a land bridge to the east. We just lost Ranlu forever ago. I actually think that losing Ranlu was a really bad moment because that was a lot of our additional scouting force that we can't really replace. And so that makes me really sad because I feel like we had a better opportunity that we could have taken, we should have taken, and we just missed out. And maybe we would have found more free things. Maybe we would have challenged red for the center of the map a little bit more. I feel like I made an error there. Honestly, obviously. Okay, do we spend the gold and purchase any of these forces? I don't think so. I don't think it's worth it to purchase anybody here, really. I'll do the Vampire Lords, and I'll split them into single stacks. It'll slow the enemy down a little bit. We do have a magic arrow. Left turret, right turret. We're going to get destroyed by the mages and the titans, but then we're going to get a good look at Flint. So maybe that's worth the gold. And then again, we kind of keep the vampires away. Is yellow going to reach? No, yellow does not quite reach. Okay, suffer a bitter defeat. I'm guessing that our turrets are going to just focus on the Titans, because they usually do. You wish that they would spread the damage to the halflings, actually, but they don't. 20 points of damage here. We've already done this fight much better than before. Very good. Okay. Oof. 262 HP remaining. You know it's bad, though, when I'm just fighting for halflings. It's maybe the worst thing. One stack there. A couple more there. Damage. Damage. And then who cares? Okay. 2 more gems. Pile of gold. Looks like there was some stuff I never picked up with another hero. I said I would come back and then I never did. 4 ore from the campfire, plus 5 crystal. Seeing Eye Pendant. I like being immune to blinds, but my main troops anyway are going to be immune to blinds anyway. Castor continues to move north. Folks, I think that this is going to be setting the scene for our very best comeback ever. I think so. I think right now we're going to choose to remain positive. I think that we're going to choose to push through the struggle. I think that we're going to decide that come what may, we're going to love it. And we're going to have a really good time, because it's not over till it's over. And we still have some opportunities. We really do. If nothing else, I don't think that the enemy is going to have 5th level spells. If we pick up 1 dimension door, scenario's over. If we pick up 1 dimension door, the scenario's over. So when it's time to come on back, we're going to take a look and see if we need to trade anything for that. But we've picked up a lot of extra things. We still need sulfur. If we can find sulfur, we're going to be doing much better. We haven't really seen like a dragon city or some other way we can press our advantage. What other ways can we press our advantage? We can go back and we can try to steal another castle. We can get lots of experience and artifacts from like the yellow hero if they wander a little too close to us. Other ways we can press advantages. Yeah, backdoor. I don't think that there's much else here I'm finding. We can use bush tactics and we can go through these liths, and every time they want to run away and like go south, we come on in and we waste their time. We can play with their hearts and emotions in that way. If we can get through the blue tent area into here, maybe there's lots of treasure in this area. There's just, again, as has already been previously mentioned by other really smart, wonderful people, there's a lot of this map that's still yet to be discovered. Going through dragons, that feels not very likely anytime soon. We've only got 3 marketplaces at the moment. That's still not too bad, but not where I'd like it to be. Okay. But I'm feeling pressure from here because we got Rebecca and we've got Titans, right? So Rebecca we can deal with, Titans not so much. I'm going to wait on Ivan for at least 1 more day because we're getting still a hefty amount of gold, about 5k gold per day. And I want to make sure that if I'm going to get a 5th level Mage Guild, I want to get it not today, because I don't think that Ivan actually has Expert Wisdom. I think that we do need to defeat 1 more major enemy. Yeah, and I think that then we're looking at maybe picking up the necessary experience there. Let's see. No, we do have the Expert Wisdom, so that means that Mage Guild is on the table. We need 6 sulfur. We could wait. I'd rather not. I'd rather have green dragons in a 5th level Mage Guild rather than red dragons in these 4th level spells. Kind of how I feel about it. See, Aerie is even better than Wrathmont. Have you noticed? Aerie was just a whoever kind of a hero, and somehow they're even better than Wrathmont. Wrathmont was supposed to be the guy. Supposed to be the guy. Now he's got Meteor Shower, so he's still a little bit better. But my word. Okay, let's send over all of this. We'll just do a mass trade like so. And then do we need to adjust the morale? I think we'd want to. We'll keep the pet over here so it's just -1 instead of -2. 41 orcs, that's a lot. But is there anywhere that we're trying to fight over here? Not really. I guess we're just trying to get to this Artesian Spring. So let's do it like this. So that way Rathmon can be as fast as possible. He'll just go pick up the Artesian Spring, and Neri can head back up north. Okay. Ivan is hanging steady in Brindamore. Castor, again, we're just kind of getting set up to have Ector to leave. I don't think he can reach. And this might distract him a little bit. Castor's hanging out here. And I don't think that these liths go anywhere else that's dangerous. Although, if you notice, an enemy went through this barrier here for these other stone liths. It's not this sort of style, but it's worth noting that they've picked up at least a couple of these various liths. And that is a little bit concerning. Trying to get back home. It's not home. That's not home either. That's home. Perfect. And then Ivan, yeah, I think I just wait. Because eventually Rebecca's going to go south enough that I can deal with her. Because I am one... I mean, look at this. Hold on. If I take out my slowest stack, if I only have 6-speed gargoyles... If I only have 6-speed gargoyles tomorrow, I could reach her tomorrow. So I'm going to do that, and maybe I get a huge surprise attack off on her. I don't want her to explore any more in my area, but I do want to make sure that I stop her at the right time, because if I go and fight her like now, for example, I think that Flint is going to want to come south sooner, and I do want to avoid that. Other purchases, it's day 5. Let's just wait for a moment or two. Okay. All right, we got this. Okay. Let's see, Gemmer's in the chat. Hello, Gemmer. Nice to have you here. We are getting destroyed. We're having a fun time, but we're getting destroyed. That's okay, because not always does Phixfox win. However, I still think that this is going to be possible for me to pull something off. But if I do pull something off, I do want everybody to recognize that there was a time where this was a very bleak sort of scenario, and that is okay. Observation Tower didn't really help us here. We're going to go through in this direction, find all this, and then eventually we're going to go back over to our windmill sort of circuit that Falgard does run. These troops are going to the north. I might as well... Hold on. The City of the Dead, it only lets you get... Why is it giving me power liches? I thought that the City of the Dead only gave you base level liches. Huh, that's kind of interesting. I did not expect that. But we're going to continue on our way. We don't have a magic arrow, or rather a summon boat. But summoning a boat here would be kind of nifty, kind of interesting. Can we reach? We cannot reach. But she's in position that I can attack her next turn if I leave today. I think that she's going to stay in the sand and get really slow anyway. I'll give her the +1 on the defense. We're going to wait until maybe the first day of the new week before we set off. Yeah, every little bit of sulfur we can get actually does matter, because there's still 2 dragons, 3 dragons sitting here. Let's wait on that. Precious resources and such. Flint is big and scary. Ares going to drop these troops back off over here, because I'm not sure if I have the gold for those other 2 liches. In the event that I could get another 6th level creature generating object, I would need to get the mausoleum today. Do you want to trade 5 sulfur and then 5 sulfur again to get the lab? It's so expensive. I would rather roll the dice on a really nice 5th level spell. So that's what I'm going to do. That's just kind of, whether it's to my benefit or my destruction, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to roll for spells that will complement a nice barbarian. So let's do that. Okay. Good decision, bad decision. It's probably a bad decision, but that's what I'm going to be doing here. Okay. Oh, but you said, hey, Phixfox, caught a bit of the stream earlier, but glad you're still playing. Yep, Jimmer, we're having a good time. Were you never able to get that Magellan's Maps? No, I don't think I did. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I think I got defeated right about here by some enemies. Oh no, it's because there was this these reefs. Yeah, so the reefs make it so it's impassable terrain, so we couldn't actually get that. Very sad for that, but we'll hope that soon, because I think that will be very helpful to help us understand what's out there. Bearded Man says immunity to blinds means immunity to blind locks. That's very true. So the dragons are a quality unit. whether they're bone dragons or other. Either way, it's still a quality unit, and that's very good. I don't know. I see Titans. What 5th level spell would actually prevent... What 5th level spell would actually be good enough for me to deal with that threat? That's a question I don't really know the answer to. I don't feel like I have any clear path forward, and so I'm not going to pretend like I know what to expect out of this situation, but yeah, if I can avoid blind locks and petrifies and all this other sort of mishmash, I'll be in a better spot, that's for sure. Remember, though, that we do have the Seeing Eye Pendant for the blinds, but there is no such artifact for the Petrify. The Medusa are quite unique in that regard. And in fact, the Medusa can petrify something like a Titan, which is interesting because they are already immune to some of those other pretty nifty spells. There are some skeletons here in this excavation. Let me see if I can grab those real quick. Caster's where he needs to be. He slept. He slept. We're waiting for one more day. All right, let's go. Feels close. Feels really close. I really have to check this map out. Looks really good, actually. I think this is a really good map. I think that I've misplayed it somehow. Oh, look at that. Now that's interesting. So now there's now 2 yellow sorceresses in that area. That's actually going to really change my decision making and whether I head south or not. Look at this. Luna with several phoenixes. Yeah. Okay, so we got several phoenixes. I don't want these forces to combine, but I think that Luna and Rebecca are going to catch up. So now I actually feel kind of better about not setting off just yet. Can you go through a pack of dragons? No. There's still tons of gold and stuff we can claim over here, though. Let's go do all this. Okay. I've got to know what this 5th level Mage Guild is. It's stuck in my brain. So we need to trade just a tiny bit. 1, 2, 3. Cool. 5th level Mage Guild, folks. This could be great or this could be horrible. It's bad. Great for Titans. Bad for dragons. You can't resurrect true dragons. Resurrect true does help all these other creatures I have, but it's maybe the worst Mage Guild I could have ever hoped for. Let's see. You double up on the damaging spells, which is kind of bad. You double up on these AoE spells, which is kind of bad. You get the worst mass spell in the game twice. Mass Shield and Mass Dispel. Those are both horrible. And then 4 dragons, you get the Resurrect True. This is kind of an ugly Mage Guild. I can't blame it though. I mean, in any other circumstance, you're thrilled with Resurrect True. I'm just not because I'm the Warlocks. That's the only reason why I don't love this. And that's not a good enough reason to feel like, oh man, the game just screwed me. It's like, no, dude, like, this is a good Mage Guild in a lot of ways. Just for my particular circumstance, I just don't think it's that good. That's kind of my situation here, I think. Okay, I'm going to trade over like this. That's going to be the 6 sulfur we need. Rather than go up to the red tower right now, I'm just going to purchase the dragons. I'll take the heat later when it comes down to paying the double cost to get them upgraded. That's okay. We will do that later. We still got 19k gold. I'm going to purchase all these forces. Yep. Every single one of them. We're going to send out our best fighting force. We're going to shine our shoes. We're going to polish our belt buckles, and we're going to go say hello to the enemies. Because these hydras are, because the Resurrect True, a huge stack of hydras getting resurrected at a time. That's going to be 250 HP. That's pretty good. I kind of want to take the hydras, even though they're a little bit slow, especially combined with the 8 attack, 6 defense. I'm going to take them. I'm going to take them. This is important, though. We actually want the dragons at the top, so that way centaurs don't go before the green dragons. That one little extra bit of movement might matter. Folks, we're setting off. We're going to go fight. If we lose to these sorceresses, and if we incur heavy, heavy losses, we're in a real bad time. The fact that we can reach Rebecca right now, though, means that these forces cannot combine. And then we can just deal with several phoenixes with only a few of the greater druids, and we don't have to worry about a throng of battle dwarves backing them up. This is exactly the fight we want. This is the time to take it. Let's make this happen. Oh no. And the AI says we get obliterated. All right, let's take a look at this hero and see where this goes. Okay. And then Tundar also says, I really thought it was normal liches 2. Maybe it's an update with FHeroes2. Maybe it was the expansion and I never noticed. I don't really know. That's a good question. I don't know about those power liches at the Thieves City, Thebes, whatever you call that, whatever that is. Math Obsessed says, what spell could be on that 5th level that's desired? Seems like a big risk. It's a huge risk. And at this point, would I rather have the red dragons or would I rather have Resurrect True? We're going to make Resurrect True work. There's no other way for it. Oh my gosh, look at these forces. Bear Dead Man says, honestly, the 5th level spells that really could turn this around are Armageddon and Dimension Door or a Summon Air Elemental 2. I agree with that. Phixfox Wife, hi, just popping in to say, hey Phixfox Wife, I don't have my phone on me. I think I left it at home. So if you're trying to reach me by text, I'm sorry. I don't actually have my phone on me. My bad. Maybe it's worth getting Trolls and Cyclopes. Yeah, it absolutely is. Any amount of forces would be useful at this time. Okay, Rebecca is so good. Look at this. 6 attack, 5 defense, 12 spell power, 11 knowledge, blood morale, Irish luck. 54 spell points left, 36 greater druids, 32 unicorns, 171 battle dwarves. Oh my gosh. 54 of the grand elves. At least there's not the phoenixes here, but folks, what is going on? Okay, for damaging spells, we've got a Meteor Shower for 125 points of damage. We got the Mass Shield, which is kind of interesting because it's going to affect most of these creatures. I think the Greater Druids and such are immediately going to key in on the Green Dragons. If you don't have Black Dragons here to combat the speed of the 6-speed Druids and the 6-speed Elves, the enemy is going to be too good. Green Dragons are not enough. Wow. Wow. You can't Resurrect True these dragons. They're just going to get obliterated from afar. Can't help it. Wow. Oh my goodness. We're going to lose this fight. We're going to lose this fight. Looks grim. Yikes. Slow. Oh my gosh. We just have no chance. This is just too much. Yeah, I needed to get green dragons like 4 weeks ago. And I didn't. And I traded for that 3rd level mage guild instead of trading for green dragons. And I'm just done. Slow the pixies, that's the strat, Math Obsessed says. Oh my goodness. This is so bad. Okay. Focus up. If I do slow the Greater Druids, which is a terrible idea, then there's no guarantee that they're not going to immediately get hasted and still take their turn anyway. If you do the Meteor Shower, you will be able to kill most of the sprites, but I'm planning on walking away from this turn. I'm planning on Green Dragons only having like 2 remaining by the end of this. Oh, by the way, lest we forget, 8 attack, 6 defense versus 6 attack and 5 defense. We don't even have like an overwhelming might advantage here. And even if we do have spell damage that's wild and crazy, there's 171 battle dwarves you have to work through. You can't work through that. We don't have any disabling spells. This is just bad. There's no way of blinding or paralyzing. There's just damage. We're gonna lose. I just don't see a way forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go right here. There's 1 full dragon gone. I'm gonna sit with the gargoyles here. I'll attack because they're not gonna kill the whole stack. If they kill the whole stack, oof. Okay. Oh geez. Okay, that means the green dragons. I still think that these 31 greater druids are still stronger, but the battle dwarves are about to step up in front. That's kind of weird. Don't love that. Well, okay, so let's kill 2 to 4 unicorns. Because they've kind of set themselves up for a little bit of a meteor shower. That's kind of interesting. And the fact that they didn't kill as many green dragons as I thought, that's kind of interesting. We just do this. It's gonna kill 3 unicorns at a time plus creatures. Yeah, you might as well. 171 of these battle dwarves. That's so many battle dwarves. Kind of want to stay away from battle dwarves, really. I don't really have a good way of dealing with them. And with only 40 spell points, we can't Resurrect True through this. We really can't. Yeah, there's just too many forces, but oh gosh. Yeah, there's too many enemies here, but still, it's like, unicorns have already taken their turn. We'll take the damage from the battle dwarves here. With good luck, 164 battle dwarves kills 4 green dragons. Good night. Good night. Phixfox is officially, as Phixfox wife says, stressy, zesty, lemon depressy. Okay, folks, I think that spells doom for this entire playthrough. I don't think that there's any way I can save this. I think that I've misplayed the scenario. I don't think that this scenario is too hard. I think that I've misplayed the scenario. That's on me. That's my bad. The issue is mine. The mistake is mine. And for that, I have to figure out what to do. But this is not the playthrough. You've just lost 7 dragons. There's no hope of a resupply. Here in our castles, we've got short green dragons coming a little bit. We've got up to 4th level creatures here. We've got, that's it. We've just got 1 set of green dragons and they're all dead. They're all gone. And my hero, Ivan, is not even good enough to really stand toe to toe with this yellow sorceress hero here. By the way, there's phoenixes coming. We've got titans on the board coming in this direction. Even though we've not yet really seen the red player, we know that they've got crusaders and a whole ton of wonderful forces. We know that Maximus is 8 attack, 8 defense last we saw him. And so I don't think that this map is salvageable at this point. I don't think that we have any advantages. And I think that we have to concede. I think at this point it's just a matter of time. Alternatives. What are the alternatives to conceding? Getting in a boat and trying to backdoor to New Dawn? Yeah, it's a possibility. Where would the best opportunity be for that? Can't go here. You'd have to hire on here. South Mill. Okay. So we gotta wait a day because we're out of gold. But I'm gonna try the backdoor strategy. It's at this point, it's the best thing I have for me. I'm gonna try to backdoor and see if we can salvage this scenario from this point. But oof. This is gonna take some extra Phixfox magic to pull off. We'll see about that. But yeah, the Statesman's Quill, that would have been the perfect time to use the Statesman's Quill. Yeah, to save a couple of green dragons and just kind of keep the scenario going for longer. I just feel like they're going to take my 1 Warlock castle in about 6 days or so. I'm wondering if they're going to see me right here, right now, and then they're going to make a beeline for me. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. Yeah, you typed it right before the dwarves slaughtered them. I think that you saw that. I think that you said, oh no, right when they got destroyed. So yeah, I'm sorry to let you down on that. My bad. I do wish I could pick up enough forces here. Like I want the Vampire Lords. We do have Rathmont not too far away. Let's do it like this. Oh, stables. And up. Let's head through the desert. Let's hire our boat right about here. And let's rely on the kindness of those around us to bring us troops and everything we need in order to continue with the scenario. Did this guy run away? Not yet. So he's got to stay put. We're going to pick up a couple more resources here tomorrow. We'll see if that's enough. North. Okay. Well, Luna's running, so maybe they don't continue south. Yeah, maybe they don't continue south. Maybe if yellow continues to go through the whirlpool 1 billion times, maybe then we got a chance. That could be. Okay, how about this? I see a possibility that could be very useful, right? Because there's still possibilities. In the event that this orange player with the Titans to the north, they could go through one of these liths and they could end up here behind a blue barrier. And if we can trap them behind it, I will, without any reservation, do the most dirty underhand trick you ever saw. and I will have no regrets about it. That's a possibility. No guarantees that's going to be useful, but it's a possibility. And then if yellow gives us a little bit of reprieve, we might be able to get them off our back. Okay, it's going to take us 2 days to get here. Do I have enough resources to trade for the Vampire Lords? That's kind of the thing I was looking for here. 1 gem. We need 1 gem. Let's do it like this. Vampire Lords. And I will send most of my forces here. Like here. All the Mercury. Keep the Sulphur. 9 Vampire Lords. That's about all I can do. But I am getting a couple of gold extra per day. I will let Ivan get this treasure real quick, and then Ivan will come back, go through the liths, and try to move forward from there. Okay, so we're good here, good here. New day. The nastiest of situations. Winning isn't impossible, but it's improbable. I have learned so much through this playthrough, such as the significance of the slow spell, and I'm sure Phixfox has too. Best of luck. Thank you, Bearded Man. I appreciate it. The value of the slow. Man. The value of the slow, the value of the haste. Yeah. This loss, and I'm considering this is going to be a loss. I feel like I don't think I can stop it. I feel like this is going to come down to not getting my early economic advantage and driving the win condition. You can't win the game without troops, and we did not give ourselves any amount of troops. We just didn't develop our castles like we should have. We wasted all of our excess power on a mage guild that didn't pan out, and anytime you're gambling with a mage guild, you're really truly gambling with spells. You're hoping that you get the spells that you need to win the scenario. Here we definitely didn't. If we had an Armageddon, would we be able to win the scenario? I think totally. I think that we'd be very happy. I think that we'd find a way. Maybe if we can find a way through getting Titans, maybe we're going to feel differently about the scenario. I don't know, but I do want to kind of play this out to find out. I really do. Let's see. Hydras are really slow. I don't want to take them. 2-speed orcs are really slow too, though. 4-speed, this gives me all 4-speed creatures plus 1 flying 4-speed creature. I'm going to do this. I'm going to send over all these artifacts minus the golden bow because we've already got archery here for Ivan. Wrathmont's going to use these forces to try and clear out some of these pockets of gold. That should actually be pretty useful. Whirlpool's all the way up there. Sea chest, it's day 4. Let's see, if I can get to here, I still got time to go around and then still land. I'm gonna get the sea chest. It's a little bit of extra gold, and I've got enough time before the beginning of the new week. If the enemies have not purchased their Titans and all their forces here in New Dawn, they're gonna have time anyway because I'm gonna have to land for them to come and stop me. So, no worries there. Again, hoping the Flint gets stuck in here. No guarantees. And then right now, I think from here on out, we lick our wounds and we try and get Brindamore up to full strength, assuming that the Sorceresses leave us alone. But gotta tell you, I think that the AI is doing a really... Whoops. Are we back? I think we're back. Sorry, we dropped stream very briefly. Let's see, dropped stream briefly. We are back. Yeah, I hit that moment. No. Library is not closed. We're back. No. We are here. No worries. I still think that... Yeah, I just had to reload the internet. It kicks you off every about 5 hours or so, and you just have to re-engage with their terms of service. So we are back here. So I hope that people didn't run away too much or too fast, because I think that there's still a lot we can do. We're trying to see the conclusion of this map. Let's see. In we go. We lost one griffin. That's not too bad. I will take it. Here. There goes the other griffin. Let's see if we can split off a single skeleton. Whoa, we've never been here before. Huh, interesting. Okay, and if we... Oh my gosh, Marini, she dropped her pack of titans right there. No, she's right there. We were trying to take New Dawn and she said, hey, you, stop it. Let's see though, if she hops into the boat, I don't know, maybe we just stay right here. I don't think that there's any other castles that are by the sea that are worth taking. Maybe Cathcart. I mean, maybe they got some really nice spells in Cathcart. Tell you what, let's keep going until we can go through the whirlpool and find ourselves next to Cathcart. That's not it. We're splitting off one single skeleton so we don't take losses through the whirlpool. That's not it. Oops. Here. It's not it. Definitely not it. Man, we're going to run out of movement points before we find the right exit point. Yeah, that's not it either. We'll find it, I'm sure. Aha! And then I think we're just going to land. We're going to take Cathcart. We're going to hope that they've got a 5th level mage guild, and maybe they've got the spells that we really need. But do note that Rebecca is coming, and I don't think I can stop her, and she's going to take our dragons. Where I come from, that's bad. Here we go. Here we go. And I don't think I want to make any purchases at this time, even though Aerie could grab some of these earth elementals. I just don't know what I'd use them for. Oh, red has summoned away orange's boat. It's kind of interesting. Will the sorceress, rather than come and go south and continue to fight, will she see my main hero and go north and step back in the boat to the north? I think that she might have. Bear Dead Man says, I hope they have a nice spell like Dimension Door. I hope that they do too. How many forces do we have to defeat here? Nothing. This is easy. 53 skeletons, we can do even better than that. But yeah, if they've got a really nice spell, I mean, we can do something pretty cool, I think. Interesting that we lost 50 skeletons here when the Vampire Lord should be able to fly right over the walls. Unless they do a slow. They might do a slow on the Vampire Lords. So I'm going to wait to use a spell for a moment or two. Let's just see what we can do. We can kill all 7. We shall. And then if I attack here, 9 halflings. I don't know how you're going to kill 50 skeletons. Let me just do a quick fireball. I think I'm going to stay in the Mage Guild overnight. Maybe not. Yeah, just in case not, I'm just going to skip. 14 skeletons, 6 skeletons, magic arrow there. Huh. Yeah, I don't get it, but we're going to save ourselves a lot of skeletons just because we fought this fight. But yeah, Bearded Man, I hope they got a really nice spell. Let's see. 10 skeletons returned to us, and then they're not even up to a 5th level mage guild. That's crazy. We got the slow again, the most important spell in the game. But we do have the opportunity now to get Crusaders. And with 10,000 gold left, I think that we actually want to hop to here, purchase a new hero, and we're going to use this hero. It's going to be, in this case, Joe Josh. Joe Josh is going to go up the road as far as they can to see what they can find for us. No forces to purchase. And that makes me think that there's an enemy close by. Yeah, and so I just want to make sure that I don't run afoul of any enemies that might do me harm. There's a jail up here. Tell you what, let's go see if we can liberate the inhabitants of that jail. Because if we can, and they're a really good force, maybe that helps save the scenario. Watchtower up to 63 orcs. Might as well do our damage where we can. Graveyard, Battle Garb of Andrin. 0% luck. 0.001% luck. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Okay. And then, yeah, I think that she went north. Look, Rebecca's getting back into the boat. She's not going to go south. We're going to hold on to Brenda more. This is insane. This is wild. That's crazy. Huh, I love this. Oh, and Tundar, you asked, I was in and out. Was the bottleneck here you losing too many forces early, or the struggle to get resources to upgrade? I just didn't upgrade like I should have. That was the issue. Is I should have been upgrading and getting important buildings. I just didn't. I dumped all my resources into the Mage Guild, and that was completely incorrect. Is there an enemy right here? I've got 9,000 gold. I don't really want to pay to find out. You know what though? I could use more heroes anyway. There's a lot of map to be explored still. Let's just go. See what we can find. Crystal? Sure, why not? Like if there's no nearby red enemy, then we might be able to keep these heroes alive for a little while. And because the enemies are all allied, they all share vision, maybe again, yellow is going to be coming back our direction to try and prevent. Yeah, look at this. Some of these enemies, like they're coming back this way to try and save red. So maybe we're going to be able to abuse a little bit of the enemies being on the same team. Maybe we can use that to help things go well. 22 of the goblins goes down. I'm really hoping that this prison has got something worthwhile. And if there's problems, let's try and save enough gold that we can always just run for 10% of the total cost. Okay, several Crusaders. Shrine of the First Circle. I want to haste so bad. I think I'm going to have time to come out of here with the jail in a moment. Let's do this. All 8 of the Crusaders will join for 8,000 gold. At this point, I'll take it. We don't have good morale. We don't have leadership, or we got the Medal of Honor, but yeah, I'll take this all the same. Yeah, tons of resources of which we need. But there's Red Ambrose hero. There's Sister Eliza, who's got several phoenixes. That's interesting. That's an interesting portrait. A little scared about that. But we're getting some good scouting into the desert lands. Rathmont, he's going to defeat these creatures here because he's got the Hydras. Hydras can do that for me. And yeah, let's just keep trying to find advantages. Let's just do our best. Snipe castles for their mage guilds, find your Armageddon. I think so. I think so. As long as we're going to sit here and play, I think that we got to figure out what opportunities are out there that we can still make work. I think that that opportunity is still out there. I think that we can still make it work to where we fight the enemies and steal mage guilds, do a hit and run, really. Because if you recall from the Thunk playthrough, that's what we did there, and it was very successful. And it's successful because, I don't know, the longer the scenario goes, the better Phixfox gets. That's not true, but it sounds good anyway. Sounds good. Okay, we're going to take a couple of these losses on these orcs. That's fine. That's what they're here for. I will attack in this direction. I did not get them freed up. A little bit sad about that. More orcs. More orcs. Okay, so 1 and 3, not too bad. I'll take the archery. Sure, at this point, I'm taking Necromancy. That's pretty good. Holy Hammer for +5 attack from a graveyard. That's pretty good. But I have to point out that the fact that it's been offered to me so many times, this Necromancy, I think that it's a sign. I think I just need to take the Necromancy. That's what we're going to do, okay? Not a small thing, though, picking up the Holy Hammer for the +5 attack, and then also having the archery for these orcs. Like, we're doing okay. Okay, really the thing that made this worthwhile is the Sorceresses left us alone. If the Sorceresses had scouted us out, we would be done. Absolutely done. Horde of Wolves, I think that we can make this work. Yeah, losses don't look great, but with some spells we'll be fine. Holy Hammer is actually pretty good. It really is. 5 attack, that's actually big. It's not Battle Garb of Andrin levels of good, but it's really good. I will choose to slow. No, I'm gonna, I don't know, kind of want to haste actually. If I attack and I haste, no, step up and then step up 2, I can cover up the orcs completely and then just let the Hydras duke it out. I'm gonna do that. 24, let's kill the second stack. Let's step to here. Let's step to here. Yeah. Kind of interesting that they're killing the wolves. I did not anticipate that. But we're going to get a nice triple hex attack off there. I'm going to get some damage off here. I will help out with the lightning bolt. Good. Good. And good. More orcs goes down. More orcs goes down. Jeez. Man, they really want these orcs, don't they? 28 and 2? I don't know if I like that better or worse. I think I like that much worse. There's a simple spell slow. Classic. I feel like the map is taunting me at this point. Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Pack of Earth Elementals. Tell you what, there's enough Earth Elementals here that we could summon. We could just go get that. There's treasure over here. Tell you what, there's peasants. Let's just get enough enough of these Earth Elementals to go and defeat a throng of peasants. Throng of skeletons. Do 8 total. Kill the skeletons, then go through that way. I think that we can do that with Aerie. All these spells, yeah, and we get the gold, we get these resources, that should be fine. How the turntables. Okay, Michael Scott. Tell you what, my wife does not like The Office. She does not like that show. I really appreciate it. I really do enjoy it. And I think it's funny because I don't think you could actually do that show in the year 2025. I think that there's too much humor in there that just could not be allowed to stand. There'd be too many people that would be just too angry and too upset. But I like it. How the turntables. Let's see. Red is sailing through these whirlpools, waving their hands in the air like they just don't care. I don't know. These whirlpools are actually crazy because the enemies are just costing themselves troops. If the FHeroes2 AI ever programs it to where the AI will break off a single creature to go down from the whirlpool, I'm going to be amazed, and I'll be appreciative that they figured that out, but my goodness. That's pretty crazy. Okay, Darlena's reached the end of her road. I do want to split these forces so that way she can maybe get a good look at the enemy. We got to get this jail. In a dazzling display of daring, we break into the local jail and free the hero imprisoned there, who in return for loyalty pledges their stuff to the cause. I stopped reading and I should have. Okay, look at this. This is not a bad hero. In the spell book, Summon Boat. Mass Bless is so good. Mass Bless is so good. They're not good enough that they're better than Foolish Ivan, but these forces, maybe I trade champions for Minotaur Kings? If I do that, then I actually go to normal morale instead of -1 morale. That's kind of a big deal. I'm going to do that. The range creatures are kind of meh. Got to keep the Vampire Lords, so there's no sense in trading over here. Plus, I think Power Liches are better anyway. I'm going to have Sir Gallant pick up all of this over here. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then back to here and 7. That was pretty effective. I don't want to get caught by Rebecca. I think I just need to run as far as I can with Ivan. I'm going to ignore this gazebo for 1,000 experience points because we're still a little bit too far away from that being critically important. Picking up lots of gold here. And we're not going to purchase the dragons that are currently sitting back at home because I'm not going to purchase dragons until I can get this red tower. I can, so I will. Maybe at this point there's been a nice hero that's been defeated. Agar the Warlock, +1/+1, that's pretty good. That was my hero, by the way. I had him run. I'm gonna wait on that. If I can get that onto my main hero, I'll definitely take that. I could definitely use +1/+1, but let's see if we can find another castle to take, and then maybe we can hire from there. Okay, Throng of Skeletons, I think I win this fight. Nope, I got spells. I think I win this fight. Agar does look quite decent. I just don't need him. I just don't need him over here. And so I do want him to get those artifacts over to my main hero. If I could find a way to get the Holy Hammer over to my main hero, it'd be very costly. It'd cost me 5,000 gold, but I could do something nifty where I hire him, I put the Holy Hammer onto him, and then I do a fast travel to the other side of the world. Yeah, I could do that. I don't know if it's the best thing for me. I don't know. We'll take a look. We'll see what opportunities present themselves. At least we've got enough gold that it actually feels like it's not a terrible decision at this point. Let's kill one stack of 12. One more stack of 42, mostly. Ooh-ah. 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 The pet stays alive. 60 points magic arrow, because sure, why not? Does it save an earth elemental? It does. Perfect. 9 HP left. Uh-oh, never mind. I thought it would save them. It did not. 4 earth elementals go down, 6 of the skeletons come back up, and then 90 total. That will clear us through these throngs of peasants. And through a horde of swordsmen? I don't think so there. I never picked up this. There's so much I didn't ever pick up. Okay. Still, we ride north, going through leprechaun dens and windmills and such. And remember, we've given over Sorpigal. It's theirs. We're not coming back anytime soon. I don't think we can. But we could probably do this. No. No, that's not where you belong. No. There you go. Yeah, we can do this, though. We can maybe force them to purchase these troops over here. Pick up a free gem mine. And we'll come back. Anything to just be a thorn in their side. That's what I would like to do. So we'll see. Sante Paulus, mass slow would be better. You're right. It would be much better. Ultra buff hero might be able to carry you on a thin army. It might be able to if you get the right spells. So he's not ultra buff yet though, but let's do our best to give him a chance. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him try. Okay, this is the red hero. 25 Crusaders, 110 of these Rangers, 56 of the champions. Is this Maximus? I'm guessing it is. We're gonna get to look and see. Oh, it's Ambrose. 10 attack, 14 defense. You see, I'm not even super buff compared to these guys though. That's a little bit concerning. Lightning bolt, let's kill 5 Rangers. And let's skip. Oh wait, no, they're gonna be able to wipe me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I could skip one more time and get one more lightning bolt off. So, yeah. Yeah, one more lightning bolt. A person's got to know their limits. So, you're going to have to fight them where their main heroes aren't. Yeah, completely agree. And, I mean, when it's 3 enemies against me, man, the map gets real small real quick. Forces suffer bitter defeat. Let's take a quick peek. Yeah, it was the yellow hero right outside. This is Rebecca, if you recall. Yes, that Rebecca. The one who came back to actually defeat me. Oh, and she's heading north. It's a good thing we did not stop for that experience. Holy cow. Holy cow. Are we fast enough? Bloodlust? Cool. Cool story, bro. I guess we're just going to lose Sir Gallivant the Knight. He's going to go to here. Maybe cost her a little bit of movement as she goes through the swamp. We're going to travel up the road as fast as we can. No stopping. No stopping. I say no stopping and then I would stop because I was wondering what was on the sides here. She's got 4-speed dwarves. I've got 4-speed skeletons. So I do have logistics, basic logistics. We'll see about that, but I think she's gonna go back. That might buy us a little bit of breathing room, but am I running into danger from the north and I just don't know it? Probably. In which case we rehire our hero and we come back and we do it all over again. Heck, maybe we rehire over here. We rehire over here in Lankershire and we go south in this direction. Huh. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, we're about to lose a hero, so we should not be, there's no jovial that we should have. We shouldn't be excited. We're about to lose forces, so let's be very serious. Very serious indeed. Magic arrow. Magic arrow. What do you think, folks? How about a magic arrow? Hey! Oh, I feel glad that yellow got the Knight Castle. Red has lost a lot of restocking, Bearded Man says. That's actually a really good point. I had not considered that. Yeah, if yellow takes this castle, red cannot take it back from them. And therefore, yeah, red just loses some knights, and now yellow has to diversify their forces if they want to combine them in one big stack. Ambrose is not going to be able to resupply these forces from 2 different castles. What a great point. I really like that. Good thinking. Very good thinking. Yeah. Have we never picked this up? Yeah, we just never had time. Phixfox says to himself, and really deep down I know that I did. Okay, here's something that bothers me. I still haven't even gotten out of my starting biome yet. Like, it was so big, it was so expansive, the pathfinding was just so atrocious. That's not a good excuse, though. Not a good excuse. Okay, we're still looking for castles to snipe so we can steal spells. There, that did work out just fine for me, actually. That's kind of what I wanted. There's those 181 battle dwarves. Woof. Peace. Gallivant shall run. Yeah, and the yellow hero is going to be a little bit slower than us, so we just can't box ourselves into a corner. Who is this orange hero to the north? We're kind of heading in this direction. This is Myra. She's got a pack of titans. There's no way we defeat that. There's no way that we can slow down. We're getting a lot of good scouting. I'm guessing that the graveyard's been taken. Croxton. It looks like we're heading for Croxton, folks. That's going to be the path we go. We're just going to stay here for now. Ari continues to rally the local troops with 9 spell points because I spent all my spell points last time. I don't know what to do. Okay, how about this? It's day 3. Let's purchase another castle. Start getting some other low quality but reasonable troops. And now we're going to continue to hope to build up our infrastructure and hope that it pays off later. Yeah, we'll hope it pays off later. It just feels bad running around in circles and hoping for the best. Because I think it's clear that 3-on-1 right now, if we were playing in this scenario and we just got everybody teaming up on us right now, we would be crushed under the weight of all these forces that these enemies are presenting to us. Croxton has a hefty amount of creatures. There's nothing for us to do but go through them. We got 30 spell points. We got the Resurrect True in case we got some major issues. It looks like there's going to be some major issues. Let's try and keep the Vampire Lords to the spot where they don't immediately die. It's going to be oof. With no ballistics, the fortifications here are really pretty bad, and these rangers are not going to want to leave. I could blind, but I'm guessing that they'll have at least access to a dispel. But if they don't, this blind is the very best thing. I have to try this because it's a low investment, possibly high payoff. Then again, if I wait a turn, we can see if the Captain of Croxton casts another spell. Let's see what they do here. Let's just wait and see. Okay, low damage there, steel skin here. That's weird, but okay. I will... what? Okay, fine, no problems. We're going to do max damage to your creatures here. 12 champions go down. There's the rest. Oof. It's a good thing we've got a... well, it's a good thing we got a Resurrect True. Where are they going? What? All right, cool. I almost wonder if this is indicative, the way that these forces are moving. I almost wonder if this leads me, or should lead me to believe, well, they've only got 10 spell points, so yeah, they're not going to have enough spell points to do a dispel or a cure. I guess that these rangers are just blinded until I give up on them. So I might as well just do damage. That means these forces are going to come to me. I guess I could step here and actually like make these Crusaders slow down. We want to save the Resurrect True for this stack of Crusaders. I do want to do blind one more time. 15, 6, 21. Let's actually blind here. Let's step up here. They can't get out. The wall is going to actually be a detriment to them. Let's kill this little stack now. And then let's just blast them from within. And then when the time comes, let's use the Vampire Lords to go over. It's going to be 4 more turns before the Rangers can actually do anything. Let's work on the Master Swordsman first, just because Master Swordsmen do more damage and they're just better. We're going to lose all the skeletons. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And then skippity, skip, 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 skip. I'm not going to let the Veteran Pikeman out. We're going to deal damage to you from range. We're doing enough damage here with these Power Liches. They're actually doing some damage. I will send the Vampire Lords over this upcoming moment, though. Veteran Pikemen have already gone. Yeah, let's kill 5 to 7 here. Because I think I can heal up all the damage. Do I step out 1? And then make the Veteran Pikemen choose where they go? We'll give them the opportunity to come out and do damage, but I'm hoping that they will decide to come out and attack the Crusaders rather than attack the Vampire Lords. I'm guessing that they're going to go here because of the Rangers, though. They choose not to. That's excellent. And now I don't feel bad about working on these Rangers. I will break the blind. Skeletons are going to get into the fight in just a moment or two. We got one more Resurrect True. We're going to wait until the very end before we do that. The enemy is not going to like run or anything like that. Champions, we're still going to keep a couple of them, even if we lose one here or there. We're fine. That's good. Yeah, we'll kill the whole stack. We wait. If we get good luck, that's bad. I don't think the turrets are going to take out any more of these Crusaders. So we're going to be short one Crusader on this fight. But from here, other than skeletons, one more Crusader is going to cost us 2 Crusaders in this fight, not to mention about 70 skeletons. That's okay. Not great, but that's okay. 2 4,000 experience, though. I mean, we need the experience really badly. It didn't pick us up a level, but we are right on the doorstep. Okay. Okay. And it should be what, day 7? No, it's day 4. Oh, geez. Oof. And very sad that there's not actually a mage guild here. And because there's a sorceress fiend coming up the way, we have to make a choice. Do you stay and get full spell points, or do you set off right now? With only 270 movement points, we could only go that far anyway. I think that we stay put. We don't want to go through a pack of black dragons. No, 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 no. I think we just go in this direction and we just stay ahead of the enemy. All you gotta do is stay alive for one more day. Horde of Orcs, 32, 5 attack, 3 defense. Spells, 37 spell points. Yeah, we still win. Okay. I don't love this fight, but we still win. Hit and run. Let yellow take all behind you, and then it's a 1v1. Yeah, Tundar, that's what we're gonna do. And it's gonna work. It's gonna work. I have to believe it's gonna work. It'll work. It'll be fine. That's not fine, though. Anytime you get bad morale, you really look at these 7 skeletons and you say to yourself, was it really worth it for my Warlock to pick up Necromancy? I say to you, no, it was not. 8 of the Orcs goes down, and we're going to pick up the Advanced Archery and all of these goodies here, including the Sawmill. We're going to pick that up very quickly. We'll go through the Royal Mummies in a moment or two. We're staying put here. And we've committed to trying to build up our barbarian castles just a little bit. A little bit of cost for a little bit of opportunity down the road. Statue? Let's just grab the statue. Remember that we did get up the red tower, so black dragons are not that far away. 10 sulfur, 5 ore. It's not that far away. Will an enemy land right outside of this castle that we're currently inhabiting, the Night Castle? If they do, we're in a bit of a tough spot. I don't think that they're going to be able to stop us from leaving the castle, but it's still concerning. We do see one enemy pop out on the left-hand side of that castle that our main hero is currently situated in. Ivan is a little bit scared because he doesn't know who that is, but he sees them, and the fact that they are coming towards me makes me think that they're probably pretty tough. So, even if, though, we end up having to leave this situation, I still think that this was definitely a worthwhile march because we were able to stop the enemy from taking our main castle with the dragons. We were able to threaten this area. We've been able to find a way to cause a lot of issues in the enemy's army. Let's take one more step. Who do you want to go through? Who do you want to maybe pull off the upset against? Dimitri or Luna? Who could I actually defeat here? By the way, we did pick up the blind, so Mage Guild hopping has actually been okay for us. Get Mr. Big Head, Big Forehead perhaps, Dimitri. He's got the big forehead. Yeah, these forces are a little less dynamic than these forces are. And the high speed is really what's going to kill me here. Not to mention the pack of phoenixes. Woof. Yeah, I kind of like my options a little bit better here. And, okay. I don't recall, and I should have. I should have taken note if in this castle they had a Dispel or a Cure. I know for sure that they did not here in Croxton. Let's give this a shot. Oh no, we lose. Yeah, Tundar, says that Luna will be tough. I agree. I think that Luna will be tougher than this force. And this is still a pretty good force. So 6 attack, 9 defense, 4 spell power, 6 knowledge. I'm going to wait until their champions go before I make a decision about where I want to go and what I want to do. Because I'm hoping that they're going to cast a spell, and then I'm going to be able to blind their 100 rangers and maybe adjust this fight a little bit to my specifications. Let's see about it though. I'm going to step up just to right about there. Anti-magic. Okay. It's a good spell. Very good spell. I'm going to step down. I'm going to try and hold on to these power liches for a little bit. We're not going to kill many at a time. Again, with 9 defense against my 8 attack, like 21 defense, 15 attack, I'm doing negative damage, or reduced damage rather. Gotta kill the Crusaders though, because they are a terror against these undead forces. Double damage and all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We're gonna have to end up running. We don't win this fight, for sure. And I would rather keep these forces and lose them just for nothing. Now is not the time to fight. There's the anti-magic there. Okay. Do have a meteor shower on these 2 forces. I don't think it's gonna be good enough. I actually think I want to run right now. Because remember, we get a surrender at 10% of the total cost. I think so. Okay, now it's Ova, Bible Thump. Here in Greece, we have a saying for situations like this. You find yourself between those 2 places. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Keep forces, get hammer. I think that the saying is universal. Yeah, something like a rock in a hard place. There's no good decision here. There's nothing good we can do. And rather than exhaust my forces, I'm just going to run for 1,700 gold. Because it's so cheap. It's so cheap. And then I'm actually going to still have forces I can rehire here in Lancashire. And then I'm going to retake that castle to the north. That's what I'm going to do. They are never going to be able to catch me. Never going to be able to catch me. Okay. Bear Dead Man says, they aren't places, they're the names of legendary monsters. Oh, my bad. My mistake. Thank you for the correction there. Yeah, I definitely think that we're between the business end of a Hydra and the breath end of a dragon, that's for sure. Let's defeat all these forces, no problems. 1 skeleton. Castor. It's gonna follow up. Maybe we get some works there. That's another 39. Aerie continues on their way. I'm actually gonna drop the slowest creatures here. Maybe another hero can use them later, but Aerie's going to explore to the center because we never did. And I think that there's still maybe some room to run. Maybe there's an opportunity out there that I've missed in the past. Let's continue to upgrade these barbarian castles. Again, just a tiny bit. 20 ore, that's too much to ask. Can't get that. Because that's red dragons up to black dragons. So until we have black dragons, we can't use the ore like that. Looks like red took that castle back for free. Okay. And so maybe the sorceresses actually have done a better job at upgrading their mage guilds. It's possible. It's very possible. Oops. I never did grab Agar. Definitely an error. For the +1/+1. We'll continue south here with Foolish Ivan. I feel like the Bee Gees, if you know the Bee Gees, of course their famous song is Staying Alive. That's me right now. I'm just staying alive. That's all you gotta do. You can never lose the game if you never die. If you never lose a fight, if they never defeat you, you never lose. So in my brain, I've actually got this situation where I sit here and I step on this lith and they never take this corner and I claim not a victory, but I claim a stalemate where they can never defeat me, but I can never defeat them. If worst comes to worst, I will play for a draw. I have no qualms about playing for a draw. That is my right as a human to outwit the computer by simply just, you know, not really playing by the rules. Very sportsmanlike, as it were. This is that group of people that played Halo professionally, and they found a way to no clip out of the map, and they would get up by 1 score, and then they would just sit there so the enemies couldn't actually reach them, and they couldn't attack them either, but time ran out and they won by one score. Yeah, that's me. I'm that player. I will absolutely do that if I need to. When your balls get crushed by a double-decker bus, it's a tragedy. I agree, but where did that come from? Yeah, where did that come from? Goodness. My favorite reference to a double-decker bus, of course, is... what's the show? The Mummy with Brendan Fraser, the second one. Well, I was forced to get alternate transportation. A double-decker bus? Yeah, you gotta watch out for those double-decker buses. Okay, we're continuing on. Can Ivan reach here? Looks like the enemy's not really trying to hold on to this castle here on day 7. It's good for me. Glorious victory. Let's lose even less troops than this. Tundar says, oh, it's the Bee Gees? Wait, was that their quote? When your balls get crushed by a double-decker bus, it's a tragedy? Is that the Bee Gees? That tells you how little I know about the Bee Gees. Goodness. Sounds like a Frank quote, says Borasdk. Staying alive, staying alive. Tells you how little I know about my references. Okay. I think if I can defeat all these liches with a single lightning bolt. Not all of them. Kill there. Skip here. Skip. Kill 6 here. Vampire Lords are going to go over. They're going to kill the Lich. And then defeat the Mummy in retaliation. I don't think we lose too many forces here at all. Yeah, 855, no problems. We'll pick up the advanced logistics. They never did upgrade to the laboratory here. That's such a bummer. It is day 7 though, so I'm going to. I'm going to upgrade to the laboratory. It might keep me a little bit longer away from getting my green dragons, black dragons, but for now, I will do this. And then we do need to head south. We don't have time to waste, because we do need to pick up these artifacts that are really good. And we need to figure out our next step. I kind of want to go in this direction through this blue barrier. I just feel like there's opportunities up here that I just haven't taken yet. And if that's the case, I'd feel really bad going through this entire scenario just simply not knowing. Just not knowing. Should Gallivant be rehired? He's not a bad hero. He's got the Mass Bless. He could clear out all of this. I will do it. I will hire Gallivant because of his Mass Bless. He's now got these other nice kind of spells. 2 spell power, 2 knowledge. Not too bad. And then tomorrow he's going to set off with some of these forces, I imagine. And mostly it's going to be for the Alchemist Lab, these resources, Demon Cave. There is a Sphinx all the way up here. Wonder about that. I wonder about that. Okay. But I've rehired him for now. Everybody else is just kind of waiting. On a map like this, pathfinding must be S tier. Completely agree, Trendlow. Absolutely S tier. Because, I mean, so much of this is just the desert. And I think that that's why at the very beginning of the scenario, like 5 or 6 spaces away from your main castle, there is a prison with who we've taken as our main hero, Foolish Ivan. I wish I could have done better to make him an even better hero than he is, but so far I think that that's still the correct play, is to use the Barbarian and use that effectively. Sente Paula says, I'm gonna be real with you, Fix. You're a brave commander, but your forces are Partesian grade. You're right. You're right. No, compared to these enemies, like... I need Berserker. If I can get Berserker and Dimension Door, I think I can do an awful lot here. The tavern has beers and rumors. Okay, we'll go check it out. Bearded man. Bear dead man. I really truly feel like if I've got... Now I wish I didn't purchase the dragons there. I feel like if I could just get Berserker, I feel like I've got a much better chance than I otherwise would have had. And so, like, I'm still, like, really, I think that many turns ago when I lost those 7 dragons, I feel like that was the time where I said to myself, nope, I'm pretty sure this scenario is cooked, but I've persisted all the same. And I don't hate that decision, but I do recognize that it's really pretty futile. Like the chances of me winning this scenario is very, very low. Very, very low, that's for sure. I'm gonna just take these troops. Any more troops and I'll definitely be wasting my gold. Let's see, Horde of Wolves, yep, let's do this. But yeah, my forces are just not good enough to really do this. Oh, it's a BS remake? Oh, somebody did a remake of Staying Alive. Oh, gotcha. Well, in which case, that's really bad. Where's my slow? I really need a slow here. Guys, I really need a slow? Help? Anybody? Anyone? Darn. I am going to do the Mass Bless, though. And I've got to kill this top stack, but I don't want to kill all of them because my slow creatures mean that I'm going to end up going last next time. Ah, shame. Ah, shame. Ah, shame. All right, well, 13 wolves, dead. Rest of my wolves, basically dead. We'll take the advanced leadership, though. A couple of bits of gold, whatever forces we can scrounge up. And remember that we do need to get these artifacts up to our main hero so we can stage some sort of semblance of a resistance. To the middle, though, eventually we would have ran out of space anyway. I guess that makes me feel better. Not a lot better, but a little bit better. Yeah, we would have eventually run out of room. Do we have summon boat? We do not. If you can get to here, you can summon boat and take out all this. Maybe even land and get a free ore mine. It's kind of nifty. I think that's a fun little choice. Lots of mutant zombies with no spell power, no spell points. Not happening. Boop. And soon to be another boop. A very gentle boop. Okay. Jeez. Okay. Let's see where this goes. And let's see. So many whirlpools. Yes, Zapixo. There are so many whirlpools. This is... And that's actually to my benefit because I think that we've seen the enemies lose a lot of their troops going through the whirlpools. I've wondered if the FHeroes2 AI has made it so that they will not cost themselves as many troops as they otherwise would have. But alas, we will never know. 22 Titans. It's over. It's over. It's done. Folks, it's game over. Absolutely game over. 22 Titans. It's game over. 2 attack, 5 defense. Doesn't matter. It's game over. We're talking over 5,000 hit points. It's over. Just there, not to mention the 400 halflings, not to mention the steel golems, and I don't have a good hit and run tactic. I don't have anything. What do I have? What can I do? What can I do? Here's my recommendation. My recommendation is if and when you play this map for yourself, my recommendation, oh, and by the way, go find this in the FHeroes2 Discord. My recommendation is that you try and snipe a castle as quickly as you can. The whirlpools are not really against you. Like, they're not sitting right outside of your castles. However, the whirlpools are sitting right outside of the castles of the warlocks and both of the knight castles and even this sorceress castle. In the future, I highly recommend that you use the whirlpools to your advantage to steal castles, which means that getting to this point is very critically important. Oh, and lest we forget, Foolish Ivan the Barbarian actually starts off with Summon Boat. I think that was the intention of the map maker in the very first place, was that you go to this point and you just set sail. And we didn't, and we just decided to clear our own little area, and we didn't really get an advantage, and we didn't really get the spells we need, and we didn't get enough troops to make anything worthwhile. I think that you need to go and snipe castles early. At this point, it's too late. Even 3 Titans here and there, that's just not going to do it. It's just not going to do it. And even Ivan's power in the attack and defense skill, it doesn't stand up to the other heroes. Other enemy heroes have cleared out so much that there's nothing else I can do. They're just as good at him in damage, but they're even better at spell casting than he is. Yeah. Tundar, you do bring up a good point, though, by saying that with Armageddon spell and the Quill, we can tear everyone down. I tell you what, should we just start focusing on Mage Guild levels? Because at this point, even my dragons at home aren't going to save me. So you know what? Tell you what, let's do that. Let's build up this Necromancer castle. Let's do that. Let's just see where that gets us, because I'm not confident in my abilities to do much else at this point. Tundar says, what an army. Or Trenlo says, what an army, excuse me. Spixo says, wow, amazing. Bearded Man says, not absolutely game over. Theoretically, the enemy could go through a stone list and get stuck. You're correct. Until they find that blue border guard. In which case, oof. I mean, we'll see. We will see. Do you think maybe I should actually give up the Barbarian Castle in the south? So that way they actually want to go through that lith? That would actually be an interesting choice. That would be an interesting strategy. But that defeats, or that removes from my threat radar only orange. I still have red and all these other forces to deal with. Until they effectively scout me out, I'm still fine, technically. I just don't have a way to really move forward. Oh no. Okay, but we do have, let's see. Let me make sure I've got enough marketplaces everywhere. Let's see here. I think I got one more I can build. Nope. Okay, I've got 4 marketplaces, so I trade as good as I can. Let's see, Throng of Elves, or the Hydras, with the Mass Bless. I definitely don't have the forces to do that. Throng of Elves, that's too much for me. Horde of Orc Chiefs. I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. Gotta get rid of these archers. I gotta split the forces into 4. Mass Bless is how many spell points? 12. I should have another 2 in 2 days. Wait for that, and then we go. Go to the Demon Cave first. That should be an easier fight. But right now I've got 6 red dragons. That's not really enough. So what I'm going to do, folks, because this is almost 6 hours into this playthrough, I'm going to get this Mage Guild up to level 5 because it's more of a win condition than dragons are at this point, even though this is, once again, Phixfox gambling and stupid to do that. It's absolutely not smart to do what I'm doing here. I'm still going to do it because it's more the correct choice than anything. It's more of the correct choice than anything. I need 2 more. Let me do this. Oop. Here. Tundar says, at this point, it's worth a try. Yeah, at this point, it's kind of worth a try. So that's what we're going to give it a try for. 3rd level spells, Fireball, Mass Dispel. Again? You are kidding me. Again? That's just bad luck. And this is why, folks. Phixfox does get bad luck. Guaranteed. It does happen. Okay, but that's not the reason we lost. I should still have been able to win this scenario. I made my mistakes. It was not the game, it was me. So, let's see. Falagar, he's hanging out. I will give over these goblins. They could be useful. Because Ares going to go back and defeat this little area. Ivan, stay and put. And then Trenlo, I liked your win the other day on the Heroes map. The anime dead pickup was a great highlight of how strong it can be. Totally. It really was. It really was. And I really liked that even with the 6 bone dragons and the animate dead that was raising for 200 hit points worth of bone dragons, I still lost to the 3 titans early on. It was 6 bone dragons against 3 titans, and I think I was evenly matched or better, and I still lost. Even with 4 casts of the animate dead, that was a pretty impressive showing from the titans. But ultimately it was the animate dead that won that scenario for us. I completely agree. So I liked that. I like that. Bearded Man says Phixfox gambling has a higher chance of being worthwhile than Phixfox losing. That makes me feel better. I don't know why, but that was the most comforting thing you could have said ever, because the meaning behind it is very true. When you're in desperate times, it calls for desperate measures. That's just kind of where we're at, and that's okay. At this point, it's lose or win, but it depends on the spells you get. And it's not going to be a 3rd level spell or a 4th level spell. It's going to be a 5th level spell. Well, I don't know. Maybe you could find a really nice 4th level spell like a Berserk, and maybe that could help win. I don't know. But for example, down here, Ariel, I should probably go chase her down. Let me go chase her down, so she doesn't scout too much. Meanwhile, Rathmont does need to hand off these nice artifacts. Okay. 1 sulfur per day. I don't want to trade all my gold just in case. I think I'm just going to wait a little bit longer for some better precious resources. But yeah, 1 a day of each is not good enough. Oof. Oof. Tell you what though, I've mentioned this before, I'll say it again. I really feel bad for the people that go on Kick and do like the gambling and stuff like that. That was my sulfur right there that she just took, by the way. That's not good. I really feel bad for the people that do that on Kick. Just straight up gambling. It's got to be just the worst, because you know you're going to lose. Even the games where if you click a button and you win 49% of the time and you lose 51% of the time, they're fine with that. They've got an algorithm that makes sure that it's always 49 and 51%. You're never going to win. Here, we might still win, so this doesn't really feel like gambling to me, even though we know that we're just rolling the dice and hoping for the best. But man, there's people out there that, dude, they've got a problem, and I wish them the best, because it's just, it can't be good. Can't be good at all. Okay. LOL, love the comparison. Oof, basically. Okay, I could do 2 blinds, or I can do all this. I think that my wolves are gonna get down the battlefield. Rush, my friends, good morale. Give me 1 instance of good morale and I will love you forever. Didn't happen. Okay. We're gonna take a bunch of damage in just a moment. Attack here. And then if I hit Q, the battle will turn out pretty fine for me. There's the expert leadership. There's a little bit more treasure, and then 43, oh, excuse me, I need to move some forces around. 43 orc chieftains and 41 of the orcs is what we're up to. Is that enough to take out lots of hydras? Maybe. If I blind 1 big stack, maybe. I don't know. Let's see, this hero, this is Vesper. Vesper's back. Back again. Trying to take out my 1 last chance at getting anything good happening to me ever again. Because we've already invested up to this 3rd level mage guild. I don't know, maybe we leave and maybe they upgrade it for us. Yeah, but then that means that they get access to whatever nice spells it has in there. So, you know, still probably not very good. Fight these forces. Just don't want to take any damage. Because I don't think I can stop it. We're down to like a 0.3% chance of winning. That's okay, it's par for the course. My head is underwater, and I'm like, we're fine. And everybody's like, oh, you sweet summer child. Phixfox, it's been over for months. And there's a part of me that has known that our chances dropped drastically after we lost those dragons. But I mean it when I say that my best wins have come after crazy things like that. It sets me up for the best possibility of something nifty happening. By the way, did you know that Earth Elementals take double damage from Meteor Shower? Kind of nifty. Okay. Well, let's see what Vesper does. Yeah, I kind of just want to let him take this, and maybe he chases after Rathma. No, Rathma needs to stay alive. Valgar's here. Let's see what happens. The noose is closing in. Red continues to lose forces to whirlpools. Top tier move. Stockfish has determined that it's the best engine move. I wonder if the FHeroes2 AI specifically does the top engine move every time, or if they've programmed it in that every now and again it will purposefully make a mistake. And I don't know the answer. I really don't know the answer. Yeah, I don't know. But I think that we've all seen times where the AI will send its forces to fight a neutral enemy creature, and they will lose to that neutral enemy creature. I mean, that's always pretty interesting when you see that happen, because you just don't expect it. But when it happens, you're like, wow, what happened there? It's just interesting to kind of figure out. Okay. Vesper's going north. It's got very fast troops. Vesper's got pretty slow troops. I don't know if Vesper has the pathfinding, though. So maybe I should actually lead him through the desert. Maybe. Huh. Maybe. Bruised, battered, and beaten. Phixfox looks on as his forces fight against unstoppable odds. The onslaught is more than he can bear to watch. What do you think? Slow? Ha. To that I say no, and also ha. All right, let's defend wherever we can, here and here, and here. I don't actually know. I guess that now these Hydras are going to go north. I guess that's good for me to know. I don't think that they're just going to come across the battlefield. Oh, they are. Interesting. Did not expect that. With this blind, though, if you looked at the losses before, we killed most of the Hydras. Now I think we definitely kill the Hydras. Ah, there they go. They went in the direction I was hoping for. So we're going to skip. And I'm actually going to do this. Maybe open up an avenue for them to show up my way. To kill this closest stack. Nope, they still continue. Still they persist. I'm going to skip. I'm going to go back. No more spell points. We kill 2 Hydras. We kill most Hydras. Step to here. Skip, skip, kill. Kill. That's bad. Orc Chiefs, I wish that they could run. They cannot. Let's see, if they run to right... If they go over here, though, they're going to die quicker on the one hand. Let's just skip. How many shots do we have left? 2? We got 2 shots left? Oh my gosh, the Orc Chieftains have multiple shots. The Orc Chieftains have more shots than the regular Orcs. I should have protected the Orc Chiefs, not the other way around. Oh no. Let's see, Wolf is going to step right to there. And then right to here. Run, my friends, run. Good. Very good. Let's get some damage off. Some damage off. Stepped right here. More damage. You're out of shots, and so now it's your job to step up and do damage. Okay, the wolf is hanging steady. Orc Chieftains running in circles. I'm going to kill 1 to 2. We kill 1 Hydra. Very good, very good. I've got so many shots left. I'm going to do my... I don't want to get trapped. I gotta kill 1 full stack, I feel like. Wherever I can, I gotta kill 1 full stack. Good morale is always appreciated, but never expected. What was that? And now I just skip with the Orc Chiefs, so that way I can get... Or with the Orcs, so that way I can get full damage off. I'm just gonna skip. Eventually I'm gonna run out of shots. I got 4 more shots, there's 1. Do some shoot and scoot. Very nice. Shoot and scoot. No more shots, just gotta duke it out with them. And from here, I can't make this fight go any better. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. Great. Okay. And we will take the diplomacy and the mysticism. +1. Some of this stuff. And hey, look, more orcs from the watchtower. Down to 26 orc chiefs. That'll work. We will take it. Okay. Hey, please be home by 7. Okay, Phixfox wife, you got it. No problems. That will be very easy to accommodate. Trust me. Trust me. I think that the AI didn't scout this far up. So I think if I go south to here, day 6, South Mill, they've already purchased all those defenders. I'm just going to step to right here and hope that I'm in this blind spot where they just haven't observed me yet. We're going to find out very quickly if that's the case or not. I don't think we're getting away. Vesper's going to go north, probably catch us. Good victory. Okay, let's see what Vesper does. Dun-na. And my hope is I'll take that Necromancer Castle this upcoming turn. And when I do, that'll be my last chance to try and get a nice Mage Guild out of it. I don't have a lot of resources to trade, but I got a significant amount of gold. I should be able to trade the resources. We're up to 3rd level Mage Guild. I just need 2 days in order to upgrade it to level 5. And if I get a nice spell, maybe there's a chance. We'll see. We'll see. First off, do we lose? No, we don't. Oh, no, he goes south. Alrighty, folks. I give up. And can you blame me? At this point, can you blame me for giving up? I think that the answer is no. I think that we are all men of culture, and women for that matter, men and women. I think that we understand a losing situation when we see it. Even with 13 attack and 6 defense, I think that we recognize that the 2 attack and 5 defense of 22 Titans is just too much. Pay to run, fine. It's just too much. And though the enemy is headed south, I do not feel like I have any opportunities. I will tell you what I'll do. I will rehire at my Barbarian Castle, and once more I will go and steal Sorpigal back away from Wilfrey. How about that? And then maybe I'm able to, that's kind of weird. Maybe I will be able to get a Mage Guild level there. Or not, we'll see. One more time, da-na-na-da. It's time to celebrate. Oh yeah, alright. Got dancing. One more time. Got to feel right. Oh yeah, alright. I feel like people at the library are looking at me because they're like, hey dude, stop singing. Sorry. I can't blame you. It would take too much time to win, even if you got it. Yeah, at this point, the tactics it would take to win are a little bit too much. So I'm gonna call this. I'm gonna call this the end. But I do want to see one more 5th level Mage Guild. At this point, I just have to know. I have to know. And then what that means is we're gonna have the opportunity to replay the scenario again. That's okay. It's a really good scenario. And again, you can find this yourself on the FHeroes2 Discord. Go find it there. This is Final Invasion, and we'll see how these things go. But again, what would I recommend that you do when you play this map? What am I going to do differently next time I play this map? Here's what it's going to be. I'm going to get into the water, I'm going to summon a boat, and I'm going to steal people's castles before they get the opportunity to build them up. I'm going to send as many good forces from this whirlpool just north of Ivan the Barbarian's position, and we're going to go snipe castles like New Dawn, castles like Cathcart, castles like Caroxton, and whatever this castle is here, Hilltop. There's so many opportunities where you can lay waste to your enemies by sea, and the fact that we didn't do that was really what cost us in the scenario. I'm guessing, I don't know, but I'm guessing that that's actually what the map maker had in mind when you were supposed to play the scenario. I don't know, but I'm guessing that that's what they had in mind. And if that's the case, we probably should have done that sooner rather than later. Folks, we're going to trade our final bits for our sulfur. Let's go up to here. Oh, I think we need a little bit more. 1 unit, 2 units. Okay, there's level 3. And everybody has slept. There's no further fighting here. We're just going to lay down our weapons of war and accept the end, accept the inevitable. Get up to the 5th level Mage Guild and we'll go from there. Daft Punk is great. Thank you. I love Daft Punk. And I just love what Daft Punk stood for. The reason for the masks, the reason that you don't make it about a person and your face and you just make this anonymous kind of looking apparatus, it made it all about the music, right? It made it all about the music. And heck, I mean, I wonder sometimes if I had never, okay, I honestly think that for me, if on YouTube I'd never shown my face, if I didn't have a camera, I think that you would actually lose something, because trying to get discovered in a sea of other people trying to play heroes, I think that you have to at least have your voice, and I think that it's better if you also have your face. I think that that does matter. I think that that human connection is part of what makes Heroes of Might and Magic great in many ways, right? But Daft Punk, for example, they were so good at what they did with the music. They were so good at it that they could actually make it where it was 100% about the music, and they had no personality other than just making awesome music. And that's so respectable, and that's so wonderful, and I'm grateful for it. They did a masterful job. Daft Punk is where it's at. Death Ripple, Death Wave, Fireball, and Fire Blast. Okay, all right, cool. Cuckoo. I really want to be vindicated here. If there's one dimension door, Tundar says, please be Armageddon. Please. With Armageddon and the Statesman's Quill. Yeah, you would have to get one champion, right? I think you would have to get one champion. because then you would need one 7-speed creature to counteract the sorceresses, but then you could win. Fire Blast, that's an automatic win. The AI is done. Totally. That was the exact spell we were looking for. My word. And we were definitely looking forward to seeing hundreds, nay, thousands of troops dying to a whirlpool. That was absolutely what we came here to see. Okay, we did lose a castle. That's going to be a little bit more expensive. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is one of my favorite moments I've ever had in gaming. This moment is so cathartic because even if this was a dimension door, I would not have nearly so good of a payoff as I do right now, folks. The fact that this is not even a castle that we can get the level 5 Mage Guild in, and it's the final slamming of the door in Phixfox's face, makes me love this game. This moment. Please don't forget this moment, because this is the reason why I love Heroes of Might and Magic 2. It's not because we win every time, it's because the game is fun, it's exciting, and the game is on a knife's edge oftentimes. And when stuff like this happens, I love it. I love it so much. Mage Guild level 5, this building has been disabled. And with that, I bid you all adieu. Folks, this has been a fun playthrough. Again, just for your viewing pleasure, this is Final Invasion. We played here as the green player, as the Warlock, against a red knight, a yellow sorceress, and an orange wizard. We must defeat this entire alliance, and I must tell you that the alliance has overwhelmed us as the evil forces. Please go check out this map yourself. Again, you can find it on the FHeroes2 Discord. Thank you so much to everybody that made this a fantastic playthrough and a fantastic scenario. This was great. This was awesome. I love every single second of this. You all are great, and I hope that I get to play this either on camera or off camera, probably off camera, just because it's going to take many hours to complete, I believe. But I'm going to try and maybe do a truncated version so that way I can go a little bit faster and I can get through the scenario. I hope that you have much more luck than I have. I hope that you are much smarter than I am. I hope that you're much stronger than I am, and I hope that you have so much fun playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Thank you for the stream, to everybody here that made it great, and thank you to everybody back at home for enjoying this yourselves. The pleasure is always mine. Folks, with that being said, do me a huge favor. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family. Take very, very good care of yourselves. My name is Phixfox. Grateful for the time, and I'll see you later. Take very good care. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you.